Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got breaking news in the NBA right now involving Damian Lillard. You won't believe this crazy stuff right here, man. Finally, Damian Lillard wants out of the Portland Trail Blazers, and it couldn't happen no sooner than right now. Everything was in place for his departure. For whatever reason, Damian Lillard was pretty much holding on to the inevitable. I think this move could have happened about a year or two sooner, but I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. Damian Lillard was very firm and trying to, maintain things out there in Portland. But like I said, it was to no avail. I think he was just moving in a dead end situation for whatever reason. And now he is saying that he wants out and he wants to go to the Miami Heat. He's requested that he wants to go to the Eastern Conference champs. I think this is a hell of a move, in my humble opinion, if this route goes forward. But, it just is what it is. He's been sending little tidbits out there pretty much throughout the whole process. And now, firmly, we have something in place. Everybody is discussing this trade from all over the board, from Shams to, just about everybody. This is really crazy. Salute to my man Basil Carpenter Jr. We got a lot of things going on. This is big time breaking news. Want to appreciate y'all. Want to appreciate all the channel support as we continue to bring more breaking news and free agency. There's a lot of things going on in the NBA. Teams are retooling. You see what's going on in LA. He's saying that he wants to go to the Eastern Conference, and the Eastern Conference is definitely a little bit thin. In my humble opinion, they gotta straighten some things out. If they could do that, I think they're in good position. But I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. Damian Lillard going up there, he said his man was Bam, so if he could get back with Bam Adebayo, I think this plays a big time part. Basil says this would make Heat oh yes, they're gonna be a big time contender. They forming the big three in the East, and Damian Lillard, he's gonna help out with the scoring. Like you've seen with the Miami Heat, they struggle scoring. I mean, it is what it is. Now they got pretty much an offensive machine. It's time for Damian Lillard to get a championship, and let's see if it happens in Miami. They're gonna have some tough suitors. I hope that this another team could swoop in, but I mean, it seems like Portland and Miami is gonna engage and work something out. Damian Lillard he's gonna get the move that he wants due to the fact that they already have a point guard. It's not like it's a situation where he's going where they got to move on and they need a successor. They already have the successor. They have Scoot Henderson. He's going to be the starting point guard. They don't have to look for a backup guard or a starting caliber guard in return. So I think they're going to be able to work out a little handshake agreement. That don't mean that there's going to be a highway robbery. I don't think that's going to be the case at all. It won't be a robbery, but I think that there's going to be a team-friendly deal where they're basically gifting Damian Lillard to the Miami Heat. He wants to win the championship, so you can't gut the team completely. So obviously you're looking at getting rid of some of these shooters. When you look at Hero and Robinson, somebody's going, if not both. And I know that they're gonna work it out. But really, what you want to think about is Damian Lillard, Jimmy Butler, and Bam Adebayo. That's really the main key components in this whole ordeal. So you don't get caught up in all of the other complementary pieces because that's just going to be collateral damage. But Damian Lillard is this is a big time domino. He completely steals free agency, which was expected. We all knew this thing was looming. It just was a matter of when the trigger was going to get pulled. Finally, the trigger was pulled, and now the Portland Trailblazers could go further into their rebuild, and Damian Lillard could go complete his championship quest. And like I said, the reports are that he wants to go to the Miami Heat. And like I said, the music, it's pretty much Jimmy Butler and him was just pretty much going back and forth. And let's see what happens. This is gonna be wild. This is crazy. Miami, I can't believe Miami gonna try to pull this off. They're gonna be a dangerous, dangerous basketball team. I better be on the lookout. And like I said, I wish the Knicks could come in here and swoop in, but I don't think it's gonna happen. He's headed to Miami, y'all, and they're not gonna play. I could see Dame getting traded, if not tonight, tomorrow or something like that. It's gonna happen quick. I don't think this thing gonna linger. Just due to the fact of they knew this was coming. They was in constant communication. You heard what the GM said. They've been in constant communication with Damian Lillard and his agent. So they pretty much, I'm pretty sure they've been in constant communication with teams. Pat Riley gonna get him one this time. This is big for Miami. It's like if Pat Riley get a championship out of this, man, he got to be the greatest of all time because he keep knocking on the door of a chip without the big three era from Miami. When you had Wade, Bosh, and LeBron, people thought it was over. When that happened, when all that got dismantled, and then look what happened. They done made two finals runs, and they played one against LeBron. They had injuries. They pushed it to 6 games. This series against the Denver Nuggets, I think they were just outmatched. It's crazy. Shout out to everybody. If you rocking with Flight Sports, we bringing this free agency reports. This is unbelievable. We got Damian Lillard finally requesting a trade. He wants out of Portland. Appreciate everybody's support. Make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, subscribe to Flight Sports. This is going to be an endless, situation of free agency reports. There's so much to discuss, but right now, Damian Lillard just put the dark cloud in a good way over everything. I think all eyes are descended upon what's going to happen in Portland, which maneuvers are going to be taking place. This is crazy. I think that you got Scoot Henderson, you got Anthony, they just picked up Grant. I don't know what happened. Maybe Dame got wind that they wasn't going to be able to do nothing. Obviously, Dre, he probably realized nobody was coming back to Portland. He was just going to run back the same team with a young player. That's pretty much all that was going to happen. Portland wasn't going to be able to get nothing. And now in Miami, it could be a different situation. Obviously, you'll get much better free agents in Miami with you, Jimmy, and Bam. Y'all should be able to attract, people to come down there for the low. It won't be as hard as Portland. It's actually a destination city in Miami. It's not a major market like you would say, but it got a major market feel. It's not like a New York or a LA or something like that, but it give you that vibe and that atmosphere. So this gonna be big time. Jimmy has no excuse now not to walk away with the championship. It's gonna be interesting to see how they play. Because Jimmy still got to have that dog mentality at all times. He can't come in here and just digress all of Damian Lillard. But this gonna be a crazy situation to see Dame in the Eastern Conference. It's definitely gonna be something new and unexpected. I don't think anybody expected to see Dame in the East. It's gonna be crazy. Everybody think that coming to the Eastern Conference is just a walk in the park. It's just a different style of play. It's just a lot more old school style basketball. He's gonna be playing against teams that's real scrappy. The defensive pressure is gonna be immense. The scoring won't be as frenetic as in the Western Conference. They just running and gunning and just jacking up threes and trying to run the scoreboard to 200 points a night. And the East is not really like that. So he'll find out. But he's got the team, and look who he's gonna be coached by. You got to think about that. Eric Spoelstra. Like, whoa. You got to start to think about this thing right here. They're gonna definitely get a championship out of this. You can't put these kind of basketball minds with Pat Riley, with a Spoelstra. It's just that's too much. This is gonna be all out domination. Make sure you subscribe to Flight Sports. This free agency news is running rampant. Damian Lillard, we got breaking news. He's finally requested a trade and he wants out of Portland. And like I said, Chris Haynes, he's reporting that he wants out and he wants to go to the Eastern Conference champion, Miami Heat. And this is wild. If this is crazy if he go to Miami. He says Miami has Kyle Lowry prime at 28 million, need to get him out. Oh, they'll figure it out. Or they got, like I said, I think they're gonna work it out. With Miami due to the fact of the situation, of Damian Lillard. He's sat there and been tried, true, and tested. In Portland. He's Mr. Portland. He's gonna get his jersey retired there. No matter what. So he now is just about doing right by each other. Of course, okay, that's the team we want. All right, let's see what we could do. If they can't give us all we need, can we get a third team? They're gonna try to facilitate them there. So somebody says, "Damn, the Phoenix would be crazy." I'm hoping. I'm hoping the team swooping. Yeah, that Jackson Hayes deal is crazy. I was gonna get into that later. That Jackson Hayes is crazy for LA. The West is definitely stacked. So I kind of understand what Dame talking about. I'm about to get out the East. I mean, go to the East because you got to think about it. Who they got to deal with? Giannis, Boston, and shoot, this guy Jimmy Butler feel like he owned all of them. He feel like he better than what's his name, Jason Tatum. He feel like he better than Joel Embiid. He feel like he better than Giannis. So this is crazy. Salute Flight Sports Dame. Yes, shout out Douglas Golden Child. You know, um, this is an unbelievable report, of the situation with Damian Lillard wanting out of Portland because it seemed like he was just going to sit there and rot. I was just thinking about it not too long ago before, all of this stuff popped off. I was like, maybe Damian Lillard just going to sit there and just ride off in the sunsets in Portland and just try to make it work. I tried to create some analogies in my head where it made sense, but I realized they wasn't going to get no free agents. But I was like, they just signed um, Jeremy Grant. So I'm like, okay, if they about to go young, what the hell you re-signed Jeremy Grant? So I was kind of puzzled, by that move. It was very, very disturbing, when I seen that because I thought that was it was those moves was kind of hand in hand. When you get Grant, that means Dame he likes that and he wanted veterans. They retained the veteran. So I don't know. Maybe it's this youth movement. You got Sharp there. You got Anthony. You have obviously Scoot Henderson. This team is just ready to run and gun. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with the number. Are they going to give Scoot Henderson that number 0? I think he shouldn't get it. I think he need to stay with 00. They need to deny 0 from him. He cannot wear number 0 in Portland. That's just disrespectful. The man just left. And you got a rookie coming in and taking the number. I think he needs to stay with 00. It shouldn't happen like that. I hope they don't do Dame dirty like that. That's crazy. You got guys, legends just leaving, and then you got rookies coming in taking their number. But I think he's going to be a great guard. I mean, now if you Scoot Henderson, I think his rookie of the year chances have skyrocketed after this move because now he's going to have so much opportunity, more than we would have thought because Dame was going to be on the basketball. It wasn't like he was going to be able to come over and just take over completely. It wasn't going to happen like that. Yep, shout out Douglas Golden Child. Scoot Henderson is the franchise player. He's the number one. Well, we'll have to find out. Don't sleep on Anthony Simons. He was a good player too, and he was developing. So I think He's a lot more advanced, probably in the league than I would say Scoot. Even though Scoot did play in the G League, um, my man Anthony could relieve a lot of pressure. He could hit big shots. I mean, I think he could be a go-to scorer. And now Chauncey Billups could really take control of this team. I think this works out for Chauncey because if you'd have had Dame in there, I think, like I said, he could continue to make excuses and things like that. Now, this team, I think he could mold into his own image. He wasn't going to be able to mold Damian Lillard or CJ McCollum. So I think one of them had to go. So they let CJ go. And once they let CJ go, he was the best thing that they had. So them pissing that contract away, it was only a matter of time because they wasn't going to be able to replace CJ with a quality. CJ is kind of a fringe player from like he's a good player, but he could be an all-star caliber player at times. So all these things you got to look out for. Salute the Slim, salute the Rap God. Shout out Lamont Simmons, Douglas Golden Child. There's a lot going on. Rap God said Desmond Bain got a 260 million. Yep, that's Superman. That's crazy. I wasn't a huge fan, of that deal right there. I'm not sold on Mr. Desmond Bain. So it is what it is with that move. But I understand what Memphis is doing. They still going to struggle, I think, in my opinion. Jackson is a good player, but they bringing in some good veterans, I guess. If you want to talk about D Rose, I think that he could change the atmosphere a little bit in there and to make it more professional. And you got Jackson. He should be able to galvanize Jaren Jackson, during this process. Rap guy says D Rose, yeah, that's a major move with the Grizzlies. Even though Rose is, like I said, he's not even as. We'll have to find out how much he got left in the tank. I don't want to underestimate him, but he fell out of Tibbs' rotation. Tibbs loved Rose, so I was a little puzzled by that. So let's see if he goes here, and try to do something. It's almost like he returning back home, where it all started. In Memphis, we played, and this could be his last team. Let's see. Rose had a hell of a career, but back out east with the Miami Heat, they look like they're gonna make another finals run. They keep getting to the finals, knocking on the door and losing. It's like every time they get there, they get outmatched. Imagine if they had Damian Lillard. Now I know y'all remember a few years ago when the Portland Trailblazers faced the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, and Dame damn near took them out single-handedly. So this is something. This is something that you need. And like I said, it's crazy that it's only going to be a one-team race. But I wish other teams could get involved, But it is what it is. I think he's headed to Miami. I hope the Knicks can swoop in and get him. If the Knicks go get him, man, that's what we need to do. But I don't think they're even going to have a chance to even make an offer. He would be perfect in New York. That'd be much better than Donovan Mitchell. And like I said, they should have got Mitchell too. Now I'm pretty sure now when they think about it, they should have made that move. You got to go out here and make moves. You can't mess around. Teams getting better, man. The NBA is only getting better. Next season is going to be an arms race, for talent, for everything. MVP D Rose, man, Rose back in the days was a problem. I don't know if people remember that. We got a lot of young guys. Rose was a beast before the injury, but he still came back and bounced back and had a good career. So give him credit. A lot of people thought it was over for him. He came back and played good, actually. Had some good stops and, put up a couple of good numbers and, like I said, play good quality minutes. Look what he did for a lot of different teams. Of course, Minnesota, he was up there, then obviously with the Knicks. Like I said, Rose, he's been a professional all throughout. And I think now him going to Memphis, I think he could get Memphis back their head straight. That's all. Headed into the postseason, assuming he can stay healthy. And he'll probably be able to hold it down. I'm pretty sure going to Memphis has something to do with getting the first couple of games with the Reigns. I'm pretty sure that worked out for him. And that could work him out to pretty much be in the backup for real. Things are definitely heating up. Douglas Golden Child. especially whenever you got a situation with Damian Lillard requesting a trade out of Portland. It's been a very long time coming. The inevitable was definitely delayed. Let me know the teams that you want to see Damian Lillard play for. Damian Lillard last season averaged 32 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists. He had 58 games played. He'll definitely fit in Miami with the culture of Miami. That's what I want to see him in because up in Portland, they really don't have any culture. It seemed like they was just trying to makeshift it. But now the situation that's going on where he'll be headed to is like everything is in place there. You know, it'll be almost like going to. You heard what LeBron said. It was like going away to college. When he went to Miami. And I think the same thing could be said for a guy like Dame coming to a well-run organization from top to bottom. And that's something that I don't think he ever had. Like I said, you got Pat Riley is over there. We got Mickey Arison, Pat Riley, um, Eric Spoelstra. I mean, it don't get no better than that. But I definitely want Dame in New York. If the Knicks got the pieces to do it. It's just the problem is he could just pretty much make and pick wherever he wants to go, and that changes everything. That pretty much gives the Knicks not even a shot to even put an offer in, and that's what I don't like about the situation. I wanted the Knicks to at least have a chance, but it don't look like they have a chance at Damian Lillard. But it is what it is. Um, him out there in Miami is gonna be good. Yeah, the Pelicans, yeah, that Jackson Hayes situation is crazy. I can't believe the Lakers had Jackson Hayes. That's crazy. He gonna finally be able to spread his wings, and then he gonna be over there with AD. I mean, that's gonna be crazy. He gonna be able to. He's a dog too. I gotta give Jackson Hayes that. He got a kind of attitude. I think in it's not Portland. Out there with the Pelicans, they never really let him get an opportunity to do his thing. And I think that's not gonna happen in LA. He's gonna finally get an opportunity. That's crazy. That Hayes, that's wild. So the Lakers out here quietly stealing free agency, and then now here come Dame to make sure that everybody know where he want to go. This is Dame to Miami. That's right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you subscribe to Flight Sports. If you're rocking with Damian Lillard on this breaking news report, Chauncey Billups. I can't wait till we really get the full details on how all of this stuff broke down. What was Chauncey's, thoughts on the situation? Because I'm pretty sure Chauncey played a major role in this move. I want to know, did he ever have to come to him and say, "Hey, listen, man, this is what we got to do. You got to go. This is the teams you got to go chase that ring." And like I said, Miami is a hell of an organization for him to go to. I think it's a better move than what CJ went. CJ just going to the Pelicans, it was like it was a better organization. Portland is really not a good organization, man. It's just they don't get any free agents. I don't even think they want to spend that much. This is what they wanted to do all along. They were just playing smoke and mirrors, with the people. They wanted Damian and Lillard out. You heard it, firsthand. They talk about we don't want to trade Dame. We don't. Yeah, they did. They wanted to trade him. So it is what it is. Now it's about what can they get and how can they try to help him at the same time. That's where they at in this whole situation now. But like I said, I expect him to be traded quicker than you think. Just due to the fact of the relationship. It's not a bad blood, situation. I don't think he's gonna get booed when he comes back to Portland. When he come back to Portland, they're gonna show him love. Scoot Henderson, he got big shoes to fill though. Because he's not Damian Lillard, and the Portland Trailblazer fans will find that out real fast. That things have changed. Once he get out there. Somebody says Dame for Austin Reaves and D'Lo. Somebody gonna try to swoop in here. I'm telling you. But I think that he's headed to Miami. That's just my humble opinion. Like I said, in this situation is different. Just like obviously he don't have the no trade clause like Bill did, but he has control and he could say, listen, no, I don't want to do that. I want to I want to go here. Can we work the trade out with this team? And that's what's going to happen. I don't even think it's going to be. I'm pretty sure he gave a list of teams a long time ago. That's what I'm saying. This stuff don't just happen like this. This was in constant communication, and Dame gave them time, and as you can see, they got nothing. If they would have been able to sign Draymond, I think this would have never happened. The free agent period was real lackadaisical for Portland. They didn't get nobody. They lost some young guys. They lost Cam Reddish. So it's like, what were they coming back to? Um, Shout out King C. Salute to Rap Guy. Shout out Matthew. Salute to everybody in the chat. There's breaking news in the NBA. Damian Lillard has requested a trade. He wants out of Portland. You can't make this stuff up. Damian Lillard is the truth, man. I'm telling you. People look at him as like, what, the second best shooter at point guard, because obviously, what's going on with Steph Curry. But Damian Lillard, man, he has been wasting away out there in Portland. We just got to keep it all the way real. He was wasting away, and he needed a different locale. That's just the bottom line. He needed a new locale. If you're a Damian Lillard fan, make sure you subscribe to Flight Sports. Let me know where's your ideal destination for Damian Lillard. What's his best bet? I want him in New York. Everybody's discussing this right now. That is dominating all the airways. That Damian Lillard has requested this trade. It says the Clippers, Heat, and Spurs are among his preferred destinations. So he told me he want to go to the Spurs too. But like I said, I think that's all smoke and mirrors. It says, but everybody says Sham says he wants to be traded to the Miami Heat. So that's what. Initially, the report said he had 3 teams, and then, as you can see, it narrowed down to just one, which was expected. I definitely expected it to just be one team. Damian Lillard, I think it's his time. It's been a long time coming. That's all I can tell you. It's been a long time coming. Shout out everybody in the chat, man. What was your thoughts when this happened, when this news broke? When you first heard it, I know I was like, dang, Damian Lillard, he out of here. It's finally time. It's like this free agency stuff is just going crazy. Now you got trades coming through. Like I said, eventually the trade gonna be official. This just a request. But it's not gonna be a Rap Guy said I wasn't shocked. This really should have happened like when they traded CJ, he should have left then. Whenever Chauncey Billups was coming to the team, you knew what time it was. He was coming to dismantle everything. It wasn't sticking around. He wanted to get the young players so he could feel like, he could control them. And like I said, that city was never big enough for Scoot Henderson and Damian Lillard. Scoot Henderson has all them sisters. He got a whole family. They ready to spread their wings out there in Portland. And Damian Lillard sees that. Scoot Henderson is going to he's going to draw some attention, more attention than I would say some of the players that he had on the team. Media attention as well. All of these things play a factor in these stars' minds. I mean, seriously, when they're in the back in the locker room, Dame used to all the media attention coming to him. And now he got to share all of this with a rookie that wanted to take his number. He got his whole family here, and he probably feel like they ain't won nothing. He hasn't won anything. He's not. I mean, it's a tricky situation. But I think that Dame could have tried to make it work. Who's to say that Scoot Henderson isn't the real deal? But it was going to take time. He wasn't going to be the real deal right now. It was going to take Scoot Henderson maybe like 2 to 3, maybe about 3 or 4 years to really be the player that, I think he'll be. So it's crazy. This is major news. Dame needed this for sure. This is wild. This move is crazy. Dame waited for Blazers moves. Lillard remained as quiet and supportive as he could this week to allow Blazers to improve when free agency opened. Well, you knew they couldn't improve. I mean, that was like, come on. They couldn't improve from this. I don't know why he kept thinking that they was gonna be able to get some moves done. That just was not going to happen. Damian Lillard was never gonna get any key acquisitions to Portland, so he should have just kissed that goodbye. Seriously, man. Man, that's wild. I don't know why. He's crazy. Damian Lillard got to get it together, man. He's a good player, but he wasted some time. You hear what everybody says about Garnett, that he wished they would have got to Boston a lot sooner, but it didn't happen. And now look at Dame. Even though I do think they're going to get at least one championship, the problem is even with Miami, they could kind of control the East a little bit. 'Cause I did notice that it's like the way they did the Eastern Conference this year was like they manhandled them, like they just like little boyed the East, you know. So, but their problem is when they get to the Western Conference, is like the team they got to face is like there's no way they can match up. It's like they can't match up with the Western Conference teams. They'll put up a fight. They tried to put up a fight. They even won that game two in Denver. You know, and people thought, oh man, Miami not playing. You know, then Denver had to go to Miami and just shut them down. But they gave them a little scare right there. They beat them on their home floor. It was looking like, oh, Miami about to keep going. It was like a motivated team too. It's wild, and they had a good little game plan against Jokic. It looked like it was working, but Damian Lillard is the ultimate equalizer because he'll cancel out what they're getting from. He'll cancel out those guards they got up there, you know, in Denver. Like Murray, like he can't mess with Dame. You know, it's levels, but he'll try, and that now they'll be able to continue scoring. You know, they won't go on these droughts. You know, Miami they go on these long scoring droughts where they can't score. That just can't happen. It's the NBA. You got to keep going. But now with Damian Lillard, he's unstoppable. He's a scoring machine. So he won't be stopped. And teams are gonna have a hard time dealing with him, especially in the Eastern Conference. If he heads out east, man, it's gonna be scary. It'll be because, like I said, Miami rolled over everybody. Now they're getting a weapon like this. Who can they keep? I'm pretty sure that they're gonna try to hold on to some guys. They're gonna try to hold on to one of the shooters. They probably don't want to give up both. They might have to, you know, because the picks ain't gonna be all that unless they get them way down the line, which I'm pretty sure is gonna be the case. But I like the direction that Portland could be moving in because they got all of the pieces. It's like a unique situation because if they didn't, you know, have the young talent, then this would be kind of like an idiotic move in my opinion, you know. But they got I think that they're gonna be able to really be smooth out there in the West. You know, they might even surprise some people because people are definitely underestimating Portland. Like I said, Anthony is good. I think they're still gonna have Nurkic. You know, whatever Scooter's gonna become. Now he's got the range. You know, they're gonna have a decent guard. He's not the shooter like Dan. He'll be able to attack the basket. You know, and grow into that player. They're going into a new era with the Portland Trailblazers, and this is good. This kind of stuff is good. You want this. This free agency period is heating up crazy. It's like every second you turn around, there's a new move, you know, going down. A lot of surprises, a lot of head scratching moves. But this one right here, man, was inevitable. I just wish it would have happened 2 years ago. But it is what it is. What can they do? It's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to be able to run away with everything. Because even though Dame is the truth, we hopefully let's see would there be any power struggle between Dame and Jimmy. They do need to give Dame the keys though. As soon as he get there, I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen. I think that they're gonna. I don't know who's gonna take the big shot at the end. It got to be Dame. You know, I mean, even though Jimmy wanted to shoot it, so it's gonna be crazy to see this. Damian Lillard in Miami. The fans are gonna come late to those games. These players deserve a different location. Coming out of Portland, they need to go to a nice city that they want to play in. You know, a lot of these players they leave in these cities and then they be going to Cleveland and things like that. You know, they trying to go to somewhere tropical. You see LeBron, look at his locations. You know, he went to Miami. You know, why did they do all that shit in Cleveland? Why they ain't do it in Toronto? You know, so these are things you got to think about. But it is what it is. Damian Lillard is Miami Heat bound. Now you're gonna hear a whole list of teams, but or if any other details that we've been seeing from Damian Lillard and he's been posting on Twitter and Instagram and things like that, you know for a fact that he's headed to Miami. I don't see any other team swooping in and getting into this. I'm thoroughly impressed, you know, for the Miami Heat if they get this move done. And if they could keep Tyler Hero, which I don't think is going to happen, but if they even Duncan Robinson, they got to have shooting too. They can't just have all these dudes because, like I said, Jimmy Butler is not a shooter, even though he's streaky. Bam Adebayo, he's not a stretch. He's really not a stretch big, even though he can hit the mid range a little bit, but he's more around the basket. You know, he's a good center though. He's an all star, you know, caliber center. There's not many centers in the league that's really nice anyway. So for Bam to, you know, be moving like this, I mean, it's good. So like I said, the East just it's gonna get a little more dangerous. The deal ain't done yet, but it's in the process. Damian Lillard will be moved sooner than later. He has officially requested a trade out of the Portland Trail Blazers. It sent shockwaves throughout the league. It's pretty much snatched free agency and ran with it like a relay. You know, free agency, it seemed like every second it was going through fireworks. There's still more moves that need to be made that haven't got made just yet. You know, like I said, I'm still waiting to see what the Charlotte Hornets are going to do. You know, things have still been quiet. You know, I wonder what the hell is going on. You know, so, but the big dominoes fell, you know, so, and that's always good because if Kyrie and something like Van Vliet and these guys didn't sign, I think it could have held up free agency for all the other players, and that's the last thing that you needed. You know, that's the last thing. Shout out Chuck Morris says the NBA just don't need floppers and criers. Yeah, that's a fact. They definitely don't need that. Jimmy Butler still doesn't have selfish bone. He loved getting his teammates involved. So his Hornets lacking. Yeah, man. The Hornets got to definitely get it together. Charlotte, they're gonna be straight though, in my humble opinion. You know, they got some decent young talent. They got to just try to hold on to the right people and try to retool as best they can because they're in the Portland situation too. No free agents is coming, so that's why you got to go to these other cities with other stars. You know, and that's what Dame is doing. Dame is going to try to team up with Jimmy. He's seen that. Everybody watched the finals. You know, they seen that the Miami Heat was having scoring droughts and things like that going on. Oh, all these like I said, major droughts. These droughts that they was going on was just stupid, in my humble opinion. But it took a long time for Damian Lillard, you know, to finally request this trade for whatever reason. I didn't like of course, the timing of it, but at least it happened. And I do think it was an organizational situation where everybody came together and said, "This is what has to do. This is what we have to do." It says Laker gang, we coming. Why everybody think the Lakers gonna get somebody, man? That's not always the case. For the Lakers to always get every single free agent in the NBA, you know, that's not always likely. But it is what it is. The Lakers are definitely a good team. I like what they did. It's like they got a collection of good young players. It's almost like they're getting some good quality role players. The only player they signed that I don't know about is Cam Reddish, but everybody else I think is good. You know, Gabe Vincent and all these dudes. You know, they role players. They're gonna come in and play their role and don't get in the way. Only enhance everybody else. Enhance the stars. LeBron, he got some shooters to kick it out to, and they actually going to make the shots. That's what he needs. Even though these other teams like the Phoenix Suns and all these other guys, they look good, but at the end of the day, they do have Anthony Davis and LeBron James, and that's like almost like an ultimate equalizer. So even though some of these teams, like even Miami, if they were to get to the NBA Finals and face the Lakers, you still have to deal with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. I mean, that's a serious matchup problem for you. You seen what happened with Jokic. Even if they face Denver, you still have to deal with Jokic. Jokic is completely unstoppable, and they still have no answer for him. Same thing like Phoenix. You could get Bradley Beal, all the shit looks good on paper, but they have no answer for Jokic. So all of these moves do not signal they going to win the championship for sure. And that's what I'm trying to say. We got DJ Gemini in the building. What's good? We got breaking news. You see what's going on with Dan.
Um, First of all, what up, everybody? Salute to everyone that's in the chat, to Flight, and I'm. My overall question is: have we heard this out of Dame mouth? I ask that question once again because Dame is a man of
Listen,
character.
listen, this came out from Damian Lillard, man. He's official.
Okay, now who is going to give up what is on their core to retain Dame?
Like I said, at Miami, I think it's gonna be a team friendly deal. It's not gonna be a situation where they're gonna get a whole lot of assets. I think they'll try. Maybe they'll try to get a third team involved. But if you say he wants to go to Miami, I think Portland gets him to Miami. That's what I'm saying. Does it make sense?
It it makes sense, but this is why I was asking the questions I was asking before. Numbers wise, it 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 made sense with Miami in the beginning, but did it make commitment wise? Did it make sense for Miami to do that? And it did not. But now, since they done lost two players, yes, commitment wise, now it makes sense because they didn't already started chipping away at their core. But before, Miami wasn't gonna chip away at their core.
Right. I mean, like I said, Miami's core, like I said, is you know who it is. They're gonna keep Jimmy there and Bam, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna try to hold on to one of the shooters, but then that people have to go.
Yeah.
So,
So at this point, I think I honestly think Miami gonna try to do a soft a soft quick rebound if possible
rebound from what?
because they're gonna have to give up a nice chunk for Dame.
Right.
So that's why I say a soft rebound. I mean rebuild because they are gonna give up a nice couple of pieces for Dame. So just not make it seem like they they will not give up a nice couple of pieces.
We're gonna find out how many pieces they're gonna give up.
And will it get done today? Because now all of a sudden, if it would have got done yesterday, when they had those two other pieces, it would have kind of made more sense.
Right.
It honestly would have made more sense. Those and it wouldn't have been so shocking. The wild factor kind of wouldn't have been there. with now with the two pieces that they lost already, and those two pieces are on other teams, is now is a wow factor. Cause where you gonna get those two other pieces from?
You're right about that. There's a lot of pieces. They'll get them. People gonna come down for the cheap. Listen, whenever you get stars like this in a location like Miami, the beach, the water, all that good stuff, they're coming.
I I just find it odd that the media was the first one to start pushing Dame out. And me personally, I knew it was coming. When the media started pushing Dame out and Dame never asked to come out, I knew it was coming eventually. I hated that it was coming, but I knew it was coming.
Man, I
So
knew this shit should have came a long time ago. Now, Damian Lillard is one of the best players in the game of basketball. We got to pay the utmost homage right there first, right? So now I want him in the situation with Miami. I hear the shit that you're talking about with the get this and get that. I just told you he was been playing in Portland. He's about to go to Mickey Arison. Okay, ownership. He's going to Pat Riley. Management. You understand the president. Do you see where I'm going with this, Gemini? Now we go into
yeah,
Spoelstra, who's been seasoned for this job. You understand? These guys are just three juggernauts. You understand? Like Miami got this is called the organization, a thoroughly ran organization from top to bottom. This is what this means. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So Damian, you're about to get the full maximum effort from Damian Lillard, something that we've never seen before.
but prime example, I have no problem if this would have happened 3 seasons ago. I have no problem if this would have happened 3 seasons ago. But for this to happen now, the media forced this trade. This wasn't even the local fans of Portland. This was the media that forced this. And that's what upsets me at this point. Sorry.
Man, the media. Listen, Miami about to be all over the goddamn media. Shit, I'm telling you, he's going to Miami. I don't see no other team swooping in. If he do, you tell me.
I
I
don't see
just don't see
one.
it.
Toronto could have been the other place, but I don't see it.
Right, right, man. So what? They ain't going to Toronto? Nah, you just throwing teams out there now.
No, no, no. I said they could have been the other place, but I do not see it.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, neither. Now, Damian Lillard is a problem, y'all. Let me know if they're gonna get the chip out there in Miami. Okay, let's say he goes there. Let's say they lose Tyler Hero. I don't even know the pieces they got. Who the hell even is on Miami after they? Because they really didn't.
Now,
Martin. Uh,
now they will give up Duncan. Now they will give up Hero. Now they will give up Martin.
yeah, they're gonna have to give
Now,
up everything. Yeah, I'm about to say. I don't think they're gonna be able to say, "Hey, man, we trying to hold on to something." I think it's time to
yeah,
give up everything.
now it will be the pieces that they didn't want to give up before. Now they will give them up. So I don't. But see, also now you're at a point where Portland can't be a choosy bigger neither, because Portland is the one that's demanding the trade now.
Right.
Because
Yep.
Portland Portland can't go around the NBA. Portland cannot go into Miami and say, "Oh, I can send him anywhere, Black. I can send him anywhere. I can send him to New York. I can send him to the Bucks. I could send him to Chicago. I could send him anywhere. What? I could send him to New Orleans. I don't have to send him to you. They can't say that. So with them not being able to say that, their backs are kind of up against the wall also. Hold on, I gotta help my family member, my partner bringing some
No, you
groceries.
gotta do your thing. Listen, man, the Portland Trail Blazers, they're headed for a rebuild, but I think it's gonna be a great, a better rebuild than I think we've ever seen before, in a long time, due to the fact of Scoot Henderson. If Scoot Henderson wasn't there, I would think that Portland is doomed, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think Portland is doomed. I think that they're going to be able to maintain and have some sustainability, with the pieces that they have there. That guy Shaden Sharp, these guys are ready to like erupt, in my opinion. They want to increase role, and Damian Lillard, he kind of kept them compressed. Even Anthony to a certain extent. Anthony should have full reins of the offense. This should be a dynamic duo of Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons. Why the hell did they wanted to get rid of CJ in the first place? It was because Anthony was emerging. That's spectacular. You know, this is major. Shout out King C. He says this will be a loyalty trade. So Portland is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna ask for much, but I mean, I still think they should try to get both of the shooters because you got Scoot Henderson. He's gonna be attacking the basket. They need to have shooters all over the goddamn place. So I would try to get Hero and Duncan Robinson. I mean, damn, you're getting Damian Lillard, but I'm pretty sure Dame wants to keep at least one of them. So they'll probably trade either Tyler Hero and keep Duncan Robinson. If I'm Portland, I need Tyler Hero, period, because he got the most upside out of him and Robinson. Robinson is really just a spot up 3-point shooter. Hero, he's a spot up 3-point shooter. He can put it on the floor. He can do a lot of different things. That's the kind of player that the Portland Trailblazers need. And that way you could throw him in with the bunch of talent they already got. He'll fill in right in with everybody else. That's what I want to see from Portland. I hope they don't get completely fleeced in this deal where they can't get absolutely nothing. You got to get some quality back, point blank. If they get some quality back, then they're in good shape. This has been an unbelievable report. We got my man Sky in the building. You done took a couple losses this evening. What's the deal? It's Flight Sports.
Man,
You
I
see what's
called
going
it, man. I called it flight before it even happened, bro. I called it way
right.
before way before they picked Scoop. I told you he going if Scoop they pick Scoop, man. That's common sense, man.
This is old news. This should have been happening. I was just saying Dame should have requested this move 2 years ago. When they
Mm,
traded CJ, I think he should have left. They was
they
never
wasn't.
going to get no pieces.
They wasn't gonna let him. They wasn't gonna let him go though. They ain't stupid. They able to let him go now. They wasn't gonna let him go. He could have requested all he want. They were gonna fight that, man. That's
Yeah, because
that's
Scoot
one of them.
Henderson is gone.
Yeah, that's one of them. That's one of them teams that's running in a circle. They got a lot of people here running in circles, running in circles, running in circles. Ain't gonna never get nowhere. Now, how long them people been rebuilding flight? Pull it.
So man, they've been rebuilding. Man, like I said, for a couple years, I think they did a soft rebuild when they traded CJ.
Man, they could have. That's the point I'm getting at. They could have, but like you
They
still
did.
need some. You still need somebody to sell tickets, man. They use names like
Uh,
that's not working no more. Like
Scoot no selling.
exactly. Well, we got hope now because we know Dame couldn't do it, so now they got hope. Like, oh well, Scoop gonna do it until about 3-4 years, and it don't
He
happen.
ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do
Yeah,
it. He's just a breath of fresh air. Yeah,
exactly,
that's all. It's just a new franchise point guard. That's
man.
that's what
They,
they say.
they on the treadmill, man. They running in place. I told you that.
Yeah.
They on the treadmill, man. Certain
Yeah,
teams, they ain't the only team like
yeah, I
that, man.
appreciate you. That's one of my slogans, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. They on the treadmill, man. They ain't the only team like that. Um, um, Charlotte like that. The Pacers like that.
Well,
Like
the
when
Pacers
y'all,
made some moves. You see what happened with Halliburton? He walked away
man,
with the
this is what I'm
chicken.
saying. I understand the
We got.
moves
I
they,
need to talk to Jackson Hayes in a minute too. I told you took some losses. The Lakers done walked away with one of your
nah, we
one of
ain't
your
want
picks.
him, man. We ain't want
Oh
him.
man.
Man, I'm all right with that, man. You ain't hear me say nothing
Oh, it's
about it.
nothing. Oh,
Man,
it's
I'm all
nothing.
right with that. I'm all
Yeah, but
right
you
with
didn't
that.
bring that up. You didn't bring it up in the chat or nothing.
Yeah,
He must have been irrelevant.
man, I'm all right with Jackson Hayes, and this is the only why I say that. Don't get me wrong, I like them as a player, but they don't have nowhere for him over here.
Mm.
He ain't gonna be able to perform.
Yeah, he been
So
wasting
that,
away.
yeah, he was gonna waste away, man. So it's in their best interest to move on from him. We gonna be
You
all right though. He don't
right.
have no post game, so if they play him at the full, that's the best they could get out of him. But other than that, man, nah, he need to work on his rebounding, all that. This not the spot for that though. This not the place for that.
Yeah, man. Listen, Jackson Hayes is nice, man. In my opinion, I think he gonna fit perfect up there next to
Nah,
AD.
nah, no, he not.
No,
Nah,
come on, he gotta
he
learn
don't
from
have no.
AD.
He don't have no post moves. He don't even know how to run a pick and roll. You can't forget the dude just been playing basketball on like what this about his 6th year. That dude
Right.
played football, man. That dude ain't play basketball. That dude do that off talent. That ain't nothing. He ain't play AAU and came up on basketball. He played football. When he got to Texas, when he started playing on basketball.
Right. Yeah. Listen, man. We're gonna find out what's going on with some of these people. But let's get to Dame one more time. I want to get your thoughts. Okay, he goes to Miami. He paired with obviously Bam and Jimmy. Is that an automatic championship?
Nope,
No,
nope.
Why
I
not?
don't think. Me personally, I don't think he's going to Miami. I think he's gonna be in Brooklyn. Brooklyn make
No,
more
no.
sense.
I want him in New
Brooklyn make
York, man.
Brooklyn make more sense than.
Don't make a Brooklyn mistake. How many times these fools went to Brooklyn and they wish they should have went to New York?
But we all know.
Don't do it.
But we all know. We all know. Dame. To me, this is my opinion. To me, he don't care about winning. That's just my opinion. So if he go in Miami, they not still they bench depleted. Like him going over there, like he back in the same position.
okay, but and thank you, Sky, for coming because, bruh, I needed you up here. If he goes to to the Nets at this point, right? Do you think the Nets would do the same science experiment for the second time?
Yup, that's what they doing. I think about who could afford him at this point. It's not about what team you go to. It's like when you get them high contracts like that, it's based off of who could afford you.
Oh,
It's no
oh,
more. It's no. Oh, he could take a pay cut. He already in a contract. So now it's very line of who could afford him. You
okay, but do you think the Nets would do that
man, let me tell you, man.
Three Stooges science experiment again because the Knicks
I
won't
don't.
do it
I don't.
and deplete their bench?
I don't think it's that. Oh yeah, I forgot the Knicks out there. He might go to the Knicks.
They, do you think the Knicks will do it?
Man, they already said that Portland want
What
young
they
pieces.
said and
They
what they
already
do?
said Portland want young pieces, man. Portland don't want nothing old. They want young pieces. The Knicks got a bunch of young pieces. Um, um, Brooklyn got a bunch of young pieces, and we all know Miami depleted. Them dudes not about to take no Max Screws and Duncan. Like, nah.
Well,
Like
Max Strus gone.
he left when he left.
Should
Mm-hmm.
I? He just left. What's going on, Purple Baby? I forgot who the hell he signed with, but I think he left.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell Strus signed with? He signed with. He's gone.
Well, anyway,
I'm
they
gonna
don't
look him
have
up.
nobody. What the best thing they got to offer? A bad
That's what I'm
contract,
saying. They really
a
don't have
bad
Martin. They
a
got
bad
Martin.
contract in Duncan and Tyler Hero with them bad contracts. Them people going young, man. The
Oh,
best
he
person to
signed to
trade,
Cleveland.
man.
He went to sign and trade to Cleveland. Yes,
Look,
sir.
see, the best place for him right now is either Brooklyn or New York. And only why I say Brooklyn or New York, they could give something like Obi Toppin. They could fill in the pieces
Obi
quickly.
just got his brother there, so
Man, what
I
that
Yo,
got to
I
can't.
ain't
do
gonna
with the
lie,
bag?
let me tell you, yo, time out, Scott. You right on the money. New York got the best package out of any team
Yeah,
in the league for any superstar. But the
any
problem is,
superstar.
he gonna go to the organization and say he want to go to Miami, and that's the problem.
I don't think that's the
He just
problem.
signed Thomas Bryant. That's a no name, but that just happened.
Look, I think at this point, by him forcing out, he don't get to pick where he want. Them people in rebuild mode, they gonna pick where he go. He have a no sign, no. He got a no trade clause.
I think he does.
Who got a no trade clause?
I'm asking,
I
do
don't
I
do
think
do
think
nobody. Dame
I
don't got
I,
no trade clause. No, he don't.
man? He
I
doing
think he
them people
does.
doing what's
No, he
best,
don't.
man.
No, he don't. No, he does not.
Man, them people doing best what's best for their organization, man. Them people ain't now for wise if he get up there and be like, well, I don't want to play for y'all, that's something different. But they got it's about the money now. What team had the money and what the other team want. It ain't about where he want to go.
I gotta look that up, like, cause I think he does.
He does not have a no trade clause. I know for a fact, and I just looked it up myself. But I know that he does not have a no trade clause.
Man, he going I'm telling you where he gonna go. Them people got the best package they can send back, man. New York, man. They can
No,
easily,
no, we are not out of Portland.
that's the best person, man. And then that's the best trade that Portland got a opportunity to even compete with that. They could get quickly. They could get what? Julius Randle. They could get R.J. Barrett. Like they got the best. And us, we got the best package, but we don't want that boy. They trying to get I was reading on Twitter. They trying to get Trey Murphy and Herb for that boy. Man, we better hang up the phone on them.
Listen, we got breaking news. Purple baby, what's good? You see what's going on? Damian Lillard went out. Sky's team and DJ Gemini's team lost some pieces. Jackson Hayes is on the move. What's your thoughts on this Damian Lillard situation?
I
Up, hold
mean,
up. My team game pieces, Flight. What you talking about?
What's your team?
I'm actually a LeBron James fan. I actually don't have a
Wow,
team.
wow. What's good, Purple baby?
I mean, who's surprised? Is my thing.
This should have happened 2 years ago. Like I said, he,
I agree.
the reports are saying he headed to Miami. We're gonna find out. I know everybody got their name in the hat right now, or where he's going. But like I said, Damian Lillard is gonna go to a team he wants to go to. I don't think
Man,
stay and just shipping him off anywhere.
Flight based off of this move here, they're gonna have a bunch of other moves happen. But based off this move, a lot of moves about to happen. People about to adjust because think about it. Even if you wind up in Brooklyn and New York, now you got to go fill in some more pieces because you're giving away pieces. So they're gonna have a lot of moves, a lot of pickups, and a lot. Somebody ever sign on Westbrook?
No,
Oh,
not at this point. And actually, the only other team
Nah,
that
nah.
that
Westbrook said he gonna take his time. He
the
said that
the
before free agency started. He wasn't
the
rushing
only
his decision.
the only other team that has a good package for Dame is actually the Jazz,
no, them people ain't about to give no Jazz. Jazz don't even stand a chance, man.
because they can also roll up picks within that compensation, and they have more first round picks.
But think about it. Why would you take that money? Them people not trying to win. Them people trying to get a young superstar, man. Them people ain't trying to win, man. They trying to get a new face of the league, man. Them people don't care about winning right now. Them people on the back burner, man. They just gave away Spider, man. Why would we go get Damian Leonard? That makes no sense. They could have kept Spider.
You you said the best package. That is the a better package for the future.
Nah, man. Them people don't want no. That's all players that then got dumped on them that other people don't want. Them people don't want nothing over there. Trust me. Trust me. They don't want nothing over there.
I dig it, bro.
That dude trying to build his team from scratch.
Purple baby, how do you feel about that? I'm actually shocked the Lakers picked up Hayes from the Pelicans. How do you feel about that pickup?
It kind of shocked me a little bit, but at the same time, not surprising. My only interest is he gonna be on the coming off the bench?
He has no choice but to come off of the bench.
No, I'm just saying because y'all need Anthony Davis don't want to play the five. That's the only reason why I was asking.
The guy from Florida has more weight than him.
I mean,
As far as body build.
as long as they got a center, so people could stop harassing Anthony Davis about playing the five because he don't want to play the five.
Yeah, but both of them still both of them are thin, and that's still my concern. So technically, we still don't have a five.
Right. We'll see how it goes.
Slim Cahoon says Slim Cahoon said he's could play the five. Y'all drunk. He couldn't even play the five when he was here. Drunk. He don't have no post moves. He his quarter wearing is bad. Everything. He can't play the five.
That's
Trust me.
why. That's why I didn't say he can start because I know I'm aware of his issues. In New Orleans. So
Man, he good for a fast break and a dunk. That's it. He don't have no
Yes,
post moves.
yes, yes. That's it.
that's why. That's why I was like, that's kind of interesting when I seen it. I was like, Hayes, really? I was like, nah, that JaVale McGee came over to, was it the Lakers? Yeah, he came to the Lakers better than Jackson Hayes. Like,
Mm-hmm.
where is JaVale
Mm-hmm.
McGee at, by the way? He's still in Denver. I mean, nah, he wasn't in Denver. Where
I
the
think
fuck
the
was
last team was Dallas. I think.
Yeah, Dallas. He might still be in Dallas.
Nah, he a better version than JaVale McGee though. He a better version because he's younger, but he on
I
that same
know,
level.
but
He he'll
hey,
block shots though, but he a dummy though. He'll block shots, but he a dummy though. His quarter awareness, he pick up fouls quick.
I honestly think the Lakers should have brought back Jay Huff.
Brought back who?
Jay Huff, body build of a center, speed. The actual he has all the intangibles of what you need to build of a basic center, and then mold into a center.
You know how I know that? You know how I know the Pelicans had an option to match whatever they want. They let him go. That says a lot, man. He ain't pick up no weight. He been here 4 years.
Oh
Ain't pick
yeah,
up no weight or nothing.
he 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 didn't even pick up a crawfish weight. So that says a lot. How
He don't know.
you hear where we threw crawfish balls every weekend and you didn't even pick up a crawfish weight? That says a lot.
He don't know how to box out. There's a lot of things he lack. He don't have the fundamentals. And I guess the Pelicans don't got the time for trying
the
to train
Lakers
him up.
don't either.
Huh?
The Lakers don't either.
And they got that dude Liddell. So he just opened up the spot for Liddell to get some play time now. That's all it is.
As far as the Lakers, I think they did that so they could cycle out Gabriel and really save face.
No, he
Yeah.
better than Gable. Gable trash.
On
Gable
the side
trash.
note, side note, Elon Musk is wilding. So a lot of people logged in to their accounts today and got a data limit thing reached. So what he decided to do was, if you're not verified, you can only read or post 300 times a day. If you're verified, I mean, no, if you're newly verified, you can only post 300 times a day or read post 300 times a day. Uh, if you're unverified, you can only read 600 posts or post 6 times a day. And if you're a verified account, you are limited to reading 6,000 posts or what's the name?
Let
Tweets.
them Slim Cahoot. We let them walk. Slim Cahoot. They ain't get nothing. They let them
Okay.
walk.
Okay, so purple baby. That it the just yesterday I told y'all I don't have an account with that man. Y'all argued me down, so why would I put it, any stress with that man?
That's not gonna last for long. If he think that's gonna last for long, he really want people. It's not even worth paying for Twitter Blue. First of all, 600 posts, nah. He want money, and he mad that a lot of people ain't get that money. I see he went and let the celebrities stay verified and stuff like that. But nah, that's not gonna last. He can hang that up. Cause I went to right now I can still view tweets on my laptop, but on my phone I can't
Hmm.
do nothing at all because I'm limited. And all I was doing was trying to keep up with the stuff and the trading stuff. I mean not the
No,
trade,
no.
the
I
news.
right,
That's
right, right. I'm agreeing with you, but this is the same man that the he bought the company one day, right?
yeah,
72 hours. He walked into the office and fired most of the fact checkers. He fired at least 60,000 of them for the fact checkers. Then a month later, he fired the programmers. So how can I view this man seriously because he said they was not needed. He said
right.
it was redundant.
He crazy. Yeah. He won't like he wild.
Purple. What y'all think about Simmons? Y'all think he out the door too next?
Yep. If they can get him while he up there releasing workout footage and stuff. I don't question how you work out. I just want to see you play on the court. I don't care about nothing you doing in the off season and he's steady making fun of Embiid. Like, man, get out of here.
Not Ben Simmons. I'm talking about the other Simmons.
Oh, Simon.
Simons. That's what I meant. Simons. I said
Um,
Simmons.
yeah. If they got to take Tyler Hero back, he might. Like I said, I think it's gonna be a 3-team deal. Cause unless Portland, I can see Portland still keeping him, but I don't see how that makes sense if you taking back Tyler Hero and you just drafted Scoop, and then you got Shadon Sharp.
Yeah, all them playing. They keeping them. They keeping them.
Yeah, I
Everything
know
that
Shadon, they keeping him, and of course they keeping Scoop, but
man,
Simons, they already said he was up. What the fuck?
the 2023-2024 roster, the Portland Trailblazers has officially came to Houston Rockets of last year. Watch what I tell you.
I could see it.
Which I mean, I think if unless Portland, because I don't see why would you resign? Maybe they resigned Grant. No, he was over to Miami. I'm sorry, I got a call because I didn't understand that.
That's the point I'm getting at. Then look, they didn't sign in a bad contract for the simple reason, man, ain't nobody about to give Grant that money. They can't even trade him now. They can't even trade him. So their big three might be Simons, Scoop, and Grant.
Yep.
Because ain't nobody about to take that 5 year 160. No indeed.
Yep.
Not
My
for him.
Miami, but that would mean they don't want Miami to unload all them bad contracts because they got Laurie. Uh, Duncan got one more year left now, and then Hero. So they don't want Miami to unload.
If Duncan got one more year, they might take that money. They might take that
Yeah,
money
I know
because he fall
they'll
off the
take
books.
Duncan.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he
they'll
fall
take
off the books
Duncan.
and they ain't trying to win. So they'll take that one more year.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you re-signed, Hero's gonna have to go back in that deal because they ain't
Nah,
making a lot of money.
nah, nah. That's why I say Miami don't stay in the shot. That's why I said that. Everybody saying Miami, they're gonna have to be a 3 week. Them people, I wouldn't want nothing over there. Miami got left. Everything that was worth trading for Miami gone, and people paid them. Ain't
Yep.
nothing else worth that. Like Lowry, that defeat the purpose taking him. Why
Mm,
would I take him?
yep. They both got players that neither team needs. Well, Miami could use a little bit more guard play, but only guard they could get back from them is Simons. Which it's nothing wrong with Simons. It's just you know they love Hero so much.
And we forgetting Houston over there too with the young assets. He might wind up in Houston. Ain't nobody saying nothing.
Yeah, what you think about Fred Van Vliet out there in Houston? I mean, that's a piece. They gave him a nice little bit of
Man, the
money.
brand dude don't push the needle, man.
I
He a
mean,
veteran piece. That's what
yeah,
I.
Yeah, yeah, push the needle. I'ma just be honest with you. Certain players, man, getting overpaid based off of the free agency market. It's so trash right now. Like, so that's why they getting. He's think about it. He was a top. Um, he was a top player out there now this year. That's because ain't nobody getting left free. Everybody ran up. They getting extensions. Everybody trying to do it the Denver Nuggets way now, man. Ain't nobody trying to really like. If you pay attention to the people that's moving, that's the people. The NBA didn't caught on to the team owners and caught on to the game, man. They ain't trying to get. They ain't trying to get players that's constant. Like prime example, James Harden. Man, how many teams he gonna go to and don't do nothing? Like how many times y'all gonna keep giving them big old bags? Like y'all ain't catch on to that yet.
Well, not too much longer. He 33.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's over.
I'm
They got
sorry, you all. I had to switch headsets. I apologize.
no, you good. What about Desmond Bain? I thought that was crazy.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They pay him based off of they trying to keep the team together. Everybody trying to do it the Nuggets way. I hate to say it, but everybody, man, people trying to stick with their team, man. I'd rather extend this player than go get a James Harden where after 2 years he won't out. Them people caught on, man. I could keep my team together, then it's then say, hey, pay attention to all the teams that's chasing those free agents like James Harden now. Miami, the Clippers, and the Lakers. They the only ones who doing that. Them the only three teams. They didn't ran out of bridges. They didn't ran out of bridges, man. That's the only three teams they destined all the top free agents to go to. But all right, cool. How long that's gonna work before somebody got to take a pay cut? None of them don't want to take a pay cut, but they want to go to those three teams. That's why you got Tyrese Halliburton getting overpaid, man.
Well, that 210 is that 195 to 210 is about to start
But
being
you
a
gotta
number.
under, but you gotta understand the 210 that they giving him. That's why I try to tell you the 210 they giving him. They could offer that to James Harden. He don't want come. They could offer that to top nine players. So they gotta pay somebody. Somebody gotta get paid on the team.
Okay.
No, I got a report here. I don't know if y'all said this. Is a Heat's trade offer for Dame. Something has came out. Portland is prepared to offer Portland package centered around Tyler Hero, possibly Duncan Robinson, and picks. So that's why I said they're going to give up both of the shooters. That's all they got.
I told you that. That's all he got. Now think about it. The Knicks, man, Knicks could give them way more than that. Them people don't want no picks. If everything goes is playing the way they thinking it's gonna go is playing with Scoot, that's if you rebuilding, right? Why would I take a pick where I got my franchise player and all I got to do is build around them?
Yo, they can get RJ, Obi quickly. They can get them all. This don't make sense. This don't make the commissioner got to step in, man. This is bullshit.
Man, check this out.
This is crazy.
Check this out. They're trying to get a man. They're trying to give two players in positions. That's why I say most people who watch basketball don't have common sense. They're trying to get them two players what they don't have no need for.
Out of respect, they would have to take OB and his brother.
Nah, man, don't work like that. His brother on the team, man. You believe that? Like, long as his brother getting paid, they ain't worrying about it. He did his part to get his brother on the team, man. People ain't moving like that, man. All right, you making your bag over here? I'm gonna go over here and make my bag.
Listen, I got my man All Access. He just rolled in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live. You see, we got breaking news. Damian Lillard.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And big ups to everybody on this Saturday afternoon with blockbuster information coming out of the RIP. I'm talking about up north in the Western Pacific. The RIP has sent ripples throughout the NBA landscape with Damian Lillard finally stepping up to the plate and his Kevin Garnett posture requesting a trade out of the Motor Center. And guess what? Everybody, you want me to continue? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience, because we have personally invited you to a front row seat to witness this extravaganza. We on the second leg of free agency, and listen, Sky, you are sending hell of a vibrations that is resonating through this stream. When he talks about the ownership and their position trying to jockey to be right prior to the enforcement of the new collective bargain agreement, the CBA. I'm humbly in grips with Sky on this one, Flight, that the owners say, why not try? Why not try to fly? And Damian Lillard requesting his departure and separation and severance from the Portland Trailblazers speaks volume to what I said earlier. What was it, like 3 days ago? On the 3 days ago stream, you guys can go look in the vault and check it out for the receipts. I said, you haven't seen Scoot Henderson in his Portland Trailblazer jersey yet. That means Dame is on his way out. I said it. I said the San Antonio Spurs had Victor Wembanyama jersey custom fitted weeks before he got drafted to the San Antonio Spurs as the first overall pick in this year's draft. I read between the lines. I get it. I know there's a game within the game. And it was awful that I didn't see Scoot Henderson in his Portland Trailblazers jersey. And when they asked him about that number 0, the number that first ballot Hall of Famer Damian Lillard wears night in and night out, putting up 70 points, hitting playoff game winning shots, waving bye bye to other potential Hall of Famers. This guy came in asking for number zero. How dare he? Who gassed him? Where did he grow this hubris to ask for such a thing? I think it was dastardly. I think it was betrayal, and I think it was a ugly thing to have displayed for Scoot Henderson to come in from the G League, a 2-year G League player. Even though I like him, I like Scoot Henderson. I wish he was on the Hornets, but nevertheless, he's not. He's with Portland, and he asked for number zero. That's Dame's number. That's Dame time. Dame dollar. How dare he have the mitigated gall to have such hubris to request a Hall of Famer's number while he's still in uniform? How dare he?
Time
But
for the
now
claw.
it was a telltale sign that Damian Lillard was already checked out because he warned Portland, if you pick number 3, I ain't with it. I ain't here to babysit. I'm not here to rear these kids. I'm not here to strengthen my replacement. No way, shape, or form. So, Flight, this is the best thing that Dame Lillard can do, and probably the biggest thing that he have done in his career is act out of Portland. I'm talking about the Jail Blazers. We know their moniker. We know their nickname. Dame, get out of here. Go somewhere to compete so we can watch you in grand fashion and cheer for you while you are winning and in the hunt for the commissioner's trophy. I agree with this, but there's more coming on the landscape on the second leg of free agency, and you at the right place, Flight Sports TV. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And I'm telling you, newcomers, everybody that's familiar with Flight Sports TV, they know what it is. They know it's authentic. They know it's a truth and trustworthy mechanism. I'm talking about free apparatus of free flowing information from the compendium of content creators to spew out their content, whether agreed or disagreed, likes or indifference, good, bad, and ugly, here at Flight Sports TV. Salute everybody on this wonderful Saturday afternoon in the second leg of free agency. Let's start the rumble.
Time for the claw.
Hey Dex, now that you're in here, I want to ask you a question about Jackson Hayes. Your Lakers, they looking like they're quietly ready to steal free agency. Well, what's your thoughts on that latest move?
Well, Jackson Hayes is a rim runner. Jackson Hayes have shown potential that he will become a jumping jack, defending the rim. And that's what the Lakers need. They need a jumping jack that can defend the rim at all costs and don't feel no shame about it and won't feel that he's a reduced role player. Jackson Hayes has speed. He runs up and down the court like a gazelle, but sometimes he's reckless and he's out of position because of his ineptness and low IQ on the X's and O's that teams have set out for him to do, and he get a little beside himself. But listen, I like Jackson Hayes. I think he's a UT player coming out of the University of Texas.
Breaking news, Dax. We got a breaking news report on D-Lo. Did you get that yet?
No, sir, but go for it.
Oh, D-Lo is coming back to the Los Angeles Lakers on a two-year contract, $37 million. So
okay, I'm not mad. I'm quite sure Jim and I are not mad at that either, because that is a good low ball.
Josh Hart is recruiting Dame. Josh Hart, thank you, Josh. Josh Hart is recruiting Dame to the Knicks. Right now.
Listen, I think Dame want to be in South Beach. Dame got buku money. I mean, he's living the life of Riley, and he wants to go and explore and be amongst the lavish livers down there, South Beach or Coral Gables, off the water in the neighborhood where Rick Ross, Puff Daddy, and all of French Montana and all those opulent livers that have enjoyed and reaped the labors of hip hop. James Lillard is a hip hop guy, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to Miami. Even though we know New York is a mecca for hip hop, understand this. But he ain't going to the Bronx. He ain't going to Brooklyn.
Come on,
He's
man.
going to Manhattan.
Miami got
You
their
know what I'm
center.
saying?
Miami got their center. Thomas Bryant,
Well,
2 year deal.
Yeah, I was going to report on that. Thanks for stealing my thunder, but yeah, Thomas Bryant is the newest member of Miami. And me and who was I was talking to about Thomas Bryant going to Miami? It was somebody on this panel that I was speaking about Thomas Bryant because he didn't get much playing time in Denver, and he would be a good fit on alongside Bam Adebayo. So Bam could be that power forward in Rome. Now Bam game finna expand. See, you ain't seen the least of Bam Adebayo versatility now that they have a solid center who can give you some buckets inside that restricted area. So Bam going to have the opportunity to roam the floor and be a defensive disruptor and inhibitor to those who have the ball. Now, some say Bam can guard 1 through 5. I don't know. I'm not sure of that. But I know he can guard 2 through 5, especially if that two is, a heightened player. If he's tall and linky and things of that nature, Bam can match up with that. But a smaller two, I don't know if he can keep up. He might can get crossed over. But you haven't seen the least of Bam. Miami is going to thrive once again, and now Miami is 2 notch better this season than it was last season, barring injury, with the new acquisition of Thomas Bryant.
Wait. But we talk about players that have been forced to play a position. If anybody that have been forced to play a position, it has been Bam. We talk about AD have been forced to play a position. Bam has been forced to play five. So we can really see what Bam can do as a four. And I think he could be a dominating four because that is his true position. But he has been forced to play the five. Okay, everybody doing the cricket thing on me. So y'all think I'm wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. I was just letting you breathe, because I know you come with good content from time to time, and this is one of them. And so I have nothing to say. I'm in consensus with you. So we are congruent brothers on that right there. But
Okay.
at 12:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guard Vasilicic Masic, one of Europe's most accomplished players, have agreed to sign a 3-year, $23.5 million deal with the Oklahoma City Thunder. So the Oklahoma City Thunder has finally reared their ugly heads. I'm talking about those boys on the red clay, and they look like they have something, found a jewel in a gem in the rough, and going to bring him over from Europe as one of the most accomplished players in Europe and fit him in and acclimate him with Chet Holmgren, Josh Giddey, Lou Dort, and Shea Gilgeous Alexander. So they made the play-in last season, and they phenomenally upsetted the mighty New Orleans Pelicans coming in the play-in game. and then they ultimately lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves. But with
Wait,
this
what?
new acquisition inserted into their organization, I believe Oklahoma City Thunder will be better this year than it was last year. So you got two new
What's the dollar
inserts to
amount?
integrate into the team. Chad Holmgren and this accomplished European player. And that dollar amount is 23.5 million
Okay, so
for
they
3 years.
okay, so that's no. I'm just trying to see will they have to pay that penalty amount because they now they have to spend. Purple was turning out. They have to spend a certain amount, or they will have to pay a penalty. So I I I, I was trying to research that before I went to sleep, but then I said forget it. I'm going to sleep. I I started researching that rule, so I'm a lean on purple for that rule.
Speaking about purple, what about those boys up in Northern California? Not the Golden State Warriors, because they're not purple, but the Sacramento Kings. Shaq once called them the Sacramento Queens. But I don't know if that moniker holds true today. The Sacramento Kings at 9:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the reigning EuroLeague MVP, Sasha Benzenkout, has agreed to a 3-year, $20 million deal with the Sacramento Kings. His agents, Mark Burlstein and George Rasukisi and Nick Lopsos, told ESPN Adrian Wojnarowski that he is coming from Europe and bringing his MVP trophy with him, and there will be no jet lag. And he will be inserted into the Kings organization, acclimated and matriculated with Darian Fox, Malik
What
Monk,
what
Sabonis.
position?
They don't have a position, so most likely he's probably a 2 or 3. Because if you want to get MVP in the EuroLeague, you're going to have that ball in your hand.
Hmm.
So Sacramento has extended their tentacles into the EuroLeague. Oklahoma City, the boys on the red clay, had done the same. And I think more European players or outside of North America, which includes Mexico and Canada, I think teams are going to be fetching this kind of talent as the second leg of the NBA free agency continues.
I mean, honestly, good signing. Fox to for Fox to get another running mate, good signing. No qualms with that because um all they did so far is give Barnes 52. So okay, so at this point they needed that. So I guess that was the move that they was banking on. That's why they didn't make any other moves. I'm talking about the Kings.
Yeah, you know what, and I think that information should be disseminated about the Kings extending their tentacles into the EuroLeague and securing the current MVP. That should be highlighted, and I think that information should be disseminated via video because
But the
listen, we here at Flight Sports TV, we rock with the Kings as well. We have a close relationship with some trainers
But the
that
Kings
train
been doing this for
Sacramento
years.
King players.
But the Kings been doing this for years. The Kings been doing this since Bloody Divas was in the front office. The Kings have been
Yeah,
known to do
no,
this.
even before that, they were doing it. Remember, they had Tucolo, Adito Tucolo, and they had the shooters, Stojakovic. So yeah, they've been doing this. But what I'm saying is that they kind of went away from it for a minute. I mean, they did have Donovich, but they kind of went away for a minute and stuck to more closer players in Canada and the United States. But now it seems like they have, they're getting players that's already established to the point where they're MVP. So that's a good sign in itself that you can secure a top level talent from the EuroLeague, which they're
Okay,
already
I
basically found.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That they're reaching out already for an all star of that league or a MVP of that league already. Okay, I get that part. Yeah, I
Yes,
get it.
high caliber talent from Europe. Yes, so that's a good thing because normally in the past, uh, Kings couldn't get that type of player. You know,
I agree.
with that
I
with that
agree.
kind of pedigree, they would go somewhere else. But because most since the since the Chris Webber and Mike Bibby Kings, the Kings have been a pit stop for Jeff dealing to a career. When you get into the Sacramento Kings, you're basically one leg in the NBA, one leg out. But now that is not the case with the rise of Coach Mike Brown and his crew and how they were spectacular this NBA season. I think they was the top scoring team of all of the NBA, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was in within the top 10.
Okay, what's going on? What did I miss?
Salute,
Because
Slim.
I can't see anything anymore, but I know people on Twitter going off, YouTubers and all, because
Going
they
off.
can't
Well,
see they can't see Woj and Shem's tweets no more. They can't see nobody
uh, well,
because
let me put you up on it. D'Angelo Russell signed with the Lakers for 37 million.
okay,
Thomas Bryant signed with the Denver Nuggets for 5.4 million. Um,
is
let's see
Bleacher
who else.
Report free?
It should be.
Because
And
I
then you had
know
Oklahoma City Thunder signing a European player, a guard. And you
oh that's
had
when he went. I
and you
seen that.
had Sacramento King signing the reigning, our former, the reigning Euro League MVP, Sasha Benzic,
And
Yeah, I
to a
see.
Elon
3 year
said,
deal worth 20 million.
Yeah, people on Twitter, even celebrities is going off.
Now,
Elon,
you know what? His agent and Thomas Bryant's agent are the same. They share the same agent.
Elon said y'all gonna pay for his next rocket. What is y'all talking about, man? If
And
y'all not
then
gonna pay for his
also
next rocket,
Let me go.
let me give this to Purple Baby. Did you know
What?
about the Jackson Hayes deal with the Los Angeles Lakers?
yeah,
I
we covered that earlier.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha. You covered the
Well,
match, Bruce.
yes, we said something about him yesterday.
I mean, yeah, but this official now.
I
Hmm.
mean, it ain't nothing to talk about. That's a solid pickup for them.
63 million. He came from nothing to something. 63 million with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and his agent is the same as Thomas Bryant and Sasha Mark Burleson. So his agent is eating. That Mark is eating today. We already know Rich Paul ate yesterday, but Mark is eating today. This is Mark's day.
Man, that ag boy, Paul ate enough for everybody for the whole year yesterday.
Yeah.
With the way he ate yesterday, I would carry. I would, and people hate to say this statement. We be joking, but yesterday, no, it was serious. I would carry his bags just to get that money yesterday, cause I know he would tip hella good. He would tip yesterday.
Listen, we know he's not drinking no Ciroc, right? He's not drinking no De Leon because
Yeah,
Ciroc
man.
and De Leon has severed their package with Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Love, whatever his name is right now. They are no longer partners. So no Ciroc, no De Leon tequila. They have separated. And that just, to me, that's just another example how these culture vultures are let in to our culture and come to prominence because Ciroc was damn near out of business, that Italian company. It was done until Puffy picked them up
Yep.
and gave them the glory. And they added a tequila, De Leon, and that took off as well. And people popping bottles, talk about they Ciroc boys, and Prince Montana was on it.
Actually, Dex, to
Chinks
be
was
honest,
on it, and now they almost
eh,
almost $2 billion company, and now they want to sever ties with one of our own, Puff Daddy, Pioneer of the
yeah,
Game, Bad Boy
yeah,
Records.
but hold on, Dex. I remember when everybody laughed at Puff with saying Ciroc. I remember when he was giving out the bottles for free. I remember
Yep.
those days. Everybody laughed at him, clowned him, and then a year later, when he was giving the check in front of those same dudes, they had the wickedest face. I
Well, I
mean, the
mean, that's
wickedest
business. You know what I'm saying? So
face.
I'm not gonna sneeze at that because that's business. And sometimes when you go out of the element and you look outside the box, a lot of people who are trapped in the box, the matrix, they don't see it because that's not their vision. All I'm saying, God didn't give them that vision. God gave the vision to Puff. And with the help of DJ Khaled and Fat Joe and Rich Montana and Chinks and Red Cafe and all those people that were just booming it in
No,
their
I'm
music.
talking about. I was up there with Radio Raheem, and Radio was trying to tell them sign the endorsement deal with Puff, sign the endorsement deal, and they was like, no, he just gave us free bottle. Raheem was telling them sign the endorsement deal. I remember that day. I was
But
up there
okay, but
for
that's
something.
part of building your business. So I'm not knocking that. You know what I'm saying? What
Okay,
I'm knocking is that he, Puff Daddy, with his resources and his connection in the hip hop genre, blew up Ciroc and De Leon. And once he blew it up, now they want to kick him from the table. That's what I'm griping about, and that's what happened to us a lot of time, and especially happened to us in the past. But now we are able to see it up close and personal. We basically have a front row seat with all the internet and social media that's highlighting the situation. Now, I don't know if they're highlighting it to the point that I am right now, feeling upset that he was booted from that elitist class of alcohol making. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, it's $1 billion industry, and that company is probably worth about a couple of billion. So that's what I don't like. Um,
I dig
so
it.
I'm just kind of devastated. I mean, not
I
devastated where I'm not going to be able to make it tomorrow. I don't even drink alcohol. But I'm devastated how we put so much effort into somebody else's shit, represented as our shit, and then come to find out we get kicked out of their shit.
No, that's the part I dig. Is this when it was time for the paperwork to hit the table, cause Puff did tried to talk to people, and we was naive to read the documents. We was like, oh no, this hand us the bottles. We we was blindsided by the freebie, the 4 letter word, the freebie.
But that's part of advertising. You got to give away free stuff. I'm
No,
in the clothing business. You have to
no,
give
no,
away free
no,
stuff
no.
because
We
niggas
was
niggas don't operate like that. You know what I'm saying?
no.
So you're gonna
We
have to give these Negroes free stuff to see and let them feel the quality of your material, and then allow them to be a walking billboard. So when somebody sees them, they say, "Hey, where you get that from? Who you rocking that with?" And they be like, "Oh, this is such and such and such piece." They're like, "Well, how can I get it?" Boom. There we go. You follow what I'm saying? So that's part of advertising. You can recoup that. Anything you give away free, you got 5 years to recoup that. So that's not a big
that's
deal
not
giving away free
that.
stuff.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Dex. You just looked over what I said.
I'm just talking about them kicking him off the table. That's the only thing I'm focused on. Regardless of how he got there, he got there. You know what I'm saying? How the company got there, they got there. Whatever kind of wicked mechanism they use or capriciousness, I don't know. I don't care. But they got there. They got to the $1 billion mark, and I'm quite sure that was a goal. But Puffy didn't see the other goal. Was once they got there, they don't need him anymore. That's the point I'm saying, and that's happened to us all the time, even to the point where the light bulb that was created. Once they got there, Thomas Edison kicked out the ladder. You know what I'm saying? Ladder. You know those guys, Clark and them. He kicked them black people out once he got there. But all the while, he's cooling them, smiling, patting them on the back. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna be rich. But there's always that other side of the agenda. No, not we, me. You know what I'm saying? When they say we, it ain't us, it's them. That's the we they talking about. Like we the people. You know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, that's how that stuff go down. And I'm glad that we are able to witness it in today's age and time. So we know when we get to that business mindset, when we start creating, because we're gonna always create. Don't get it twisted. We've been creating since the earth is spinning. We have never been a non-creative people. We have been creating since the earth is spinning. And people have been jealous of our natural, innate, creative ability to bring nothing into something or something from nothing. We have always been.
but
This
puff
was nothing but dirt
paperwork.
and water on this earth.
But puff paperwork is straight. That's not what I'm saying. Puff paperwork is straight, so he is protected. I'm not worried about Puff on that standpoint because his paperwork is straight. He's going. They're going to have to cut a check for Puff. I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
the other ones that he was trying to get to sign the paperwork, they was the ones that are left in the dark because when he also tried to get them to sign the paperwork, they was they only cared about the 4 letter word. That's all they cared about.
So I,
And
I, I don't mean to take the stream on a tangent. We don't have to stay there too long. I just wanted to highlight that. I thought that was pretty important to highlight.
I dig it.
So
I dig it. I dig it.
Dame Lillard, I believe, is headed to South Beach. I just think he wants to really express the totality of that 250 something $1 million deal he just secured from the Allen estate up there in Rip City or Rose City. I don't like to really call Portland Rose City because we already know the original Rose City has to be California. That's the secret though. That's what it goes. That is a duplication of Rose City. Original Rose City is Pasadena, California. Let's get that straight. So that's why he's rich. And I think that's why a lot of them get rich. Because they're not the original Rose City. I think they got another Rose City in Canada. But nevertheless, here we are, Dame Lillard seeking a new home destination Where were Dame Lillard mad? Where were Dame Lillard call home? Where
I
were
think he's
Dame
being
Lillard
forced
abode?
out. I think he's being forced out.
And that
Overall,
would be even worse to hear.
I,
That you
I
let a G leaguer force you out of your comfort zone.
no, it's not a G leaguer. I think the media is forcing Dame out. I said that when the article started. When the whole media frenzy started, I said, everybody bashed me for it. I said the media is forcing Dame out
Here you
of
go.
Portland.
You against the world again.
I don't mind being Tupac, dog. I don't mind being Tupac.
I can
I don't
tell
mind being.
because
I don't mind being
you
Tupac.
show trying to insert yourself in that dimension. When you always say y'all and everybody, yeah, I feel it. Go for it.
When the story started, Dame never asked to be out of Portland. Regardless on if Scoop would have went to the Hornets and Miller would have went to Portland, it was it was still Dame is coming out of Portland. So it I don't care if the world flip flop like Shucky Ducky. I don't mind if the world flip flop. It was still Dame is coming out of Portland. So it was the media pushing that man out of Portland, regardless on how the draft would have went.
Okay, let me tell you this thing. If the media is to blame, Gemini,
Uh huh.
then why wasn't Dame forced out a couple of years ago when he was at the height of his career? He stayed and got the money. Now you say, okay, media push me out. I agree. I should go. I don't see that. I think Dame
I said
is
that's when they
strategic.
should have pushed him out. I said
Yeah,
that's
you
when they
did say
should have
that.
pushed him
Yeah, you did say that. You said that, and a couple other people. I think Rico said it as well. But what I'm saying is, Dame didn't go for it then, so why should he go for it now? The writing was already on the wall, right, Chip? Right, Purple.
Of course.
So I think Dame was strategic in getting his money, just like you claim that Kyrie is going to do. He was
out.
strategic,
Okay,
getting his money. You know what I'm saying? Kyrie out here prancing around, entertaining non-sustainable deals or even non-closable deals. Doggone
okay,
well he wasn't going to take no veteran minimum and he wasn't going to take no mid-level exception. So why
okay,
entertain these teams?
okay, Dex, help help me out with this one. Where does Grant push the needle?
I don't think he pushed the needle at all.
Exactly.
Not on this
Exactly.
team. Not on Denver he did, but not on this team.
Okay.
I think the meter is at zero with Grant, even though he got a lion's share of an extension. And like I said, good for him because I know some of his family. I mean, personally, I know some of his family, some of his
Okay.
cousins.
So if Grant doesn't push the needle, where but the way the media push the needle, if the and this is what the media said. Dame is pushing that Grant get re-signed and he's happy all of a sudden. And you just stated Grant doesn't push the needle. You just said that.
Yes, yes. I don't believe Grant pushed the deal. I think Grant and like I said, I think they're good. They're probably good friends. I don't know for certain. I'm just speculating.
So so
And he
for
probably wanted Grant to get paid before he asked for a request. Because if he asks for a trade request before Grant is paid, then Grant probably don't get that money.
so for the life of God, please show me once again. You answered my question. So for the life of God, please show me where. And you already answered my question. If Grant doesn't push the needle, why there's no way that this is viable. Grant doesn't push the needle. Dame is already under contract, so it's the same thing with Zach. It's the same situation.
Well, the only thing that could be slightly different from Dame and Zach is Dame have led his team to the Western Conference Finals. Dame have led his team to some sensational playoff series in recent years. I'm talking about memorable moments
Right.
that's going to go down as instant classics.
But you
Zach
did
don't
not
have that.
but you did not go out and get better pieces that you needed on your team. Portland did not do that because once again, they was not a destination city. That's the problem Portland have. They are not a destination city. Just like we are not. We honestly are not. North Carolina, I mean, in the Carolinas,
I mean, you
they're
have a
not a
lot. Yeah, you
des-
have a lot. Yeah, you have a lot of non-attractive
So
destination
that
free
is the
agents.
overall problem with Portland. So if we're gonna put this problem all on Dame back, just tell the truth and shame the devil.
Well, I can tell you this. I can tell you this much right. If Dame, I mean, I'm not counting the man's pocket. I wouldn't even shave a wood nipple on his shoulder. I wouldn't even shave a wood nipple on his shoulder to make it small. So he deserves anything he asks for because that's your work. And I'm a big believer in getting what you work. Talk for what
Hmm.
you work. I'm a big believer in that. But at the same time, when you have a community type sport like basketball, right? This is
Hmm.
not golf, this is not tennis, this is not tetherball, this is not racquetball. When you have a community
Right.
systematic sport,
I'm sorry.
you have to take,
I'm turning down something that was playing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, you have to take in consideration that maybe you shouldn't try to secure the lion's share of the salary
There you go.
if you're trying to get better, if you want to win.
So
Because you're
the
not going to
time.
always be able to build through the draft. That's rare. Listen, the Lakers, the Boston Celtics, yeah, they built through the draft. The Detroit Pistons, yeah, they kind of built through the draft. But those are rare teams. How many can you count on your fingers? The Denver Nuggets. How many can you count on your fingers? Team that won championship basically built through the draft. The Golden State Warriors. Not many throughout the 75-year history of the NBA.
Okay,
Not many.
so the time to trade him was during the time of signing that long term deal. You could have made it more appealing to other teams around the league
No,
and made it
players,
more
not teams. Players. Players. We're
no
talking
no
free agents. We're not talking trade.
I'm saying during the time that you was doing that long term deal with Dame, you could have made the price tag more appetizing to other organizations. So then you could have made it more appealing to other organizations. So then you could have did a better trade with other organizations, and then it could
Wait,
have
wait, wait,
been
wait. When you say trade, I just wanted some clarity. When
a
you say
sign and
trade, are you saying
trade, a sign and
for
trade.
Damian Lillard? For Damian Lillard?
Yes,
No, we
if you
want
did.
Dame to stay in Portland. That's what the argument was. Now it kind of got ambiguous.
No,
The
no,
argument
I
was for Dame to stay in Portland and secure better talent,
no,
not all through the draft, but
no,
attract
no, no,
free
no,
agents.
no, 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 no. I would have did, and I'm saying me because the overall argument is he should have been traded away before now, right? He should have been traded away before now
But
because
he still was a max player, right? Wasn't Dame a max player before? Yeah.
he
Did
was
he
a
have?
max
Was he?
player
Yeah.
before now,
Right.
but when it came time for him to sign the new deal to make it more appealing for a sign and trade with any other organization, the price tag could have been more appealing for
Acceptable. Yes.
a sign and trade with other organizations. Portland could have got their pieces. Dame could have been on uh, a better
Contender.
contender team,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everybody would have been happy. Is what I'm getting at.
But that ain't what he wanted. It's obvious. That's what I'm saying. Me and you both have agreed that that's not what he
But
wanted because,
once again, we're still at the standstill of it
yep.
doesn't matter what he wants because the media is forcing him out at this point.
Listen, I think Dame is more sour grapes based on them picking at number three, not trading it, use it as an asset to secure all-star level commodities. That's what I. So the organization basically spit his eye. You know what I'm saying? Like you had a chance to leave. You know what I'm saying? You had a chance to control your own destiny. Now you would manifest destiny. You ain't controlling it. We are controlling it, and we're picking number three. If Scoot Henderson is there, and that's what they did, despite
I
Dame Lillard.
disagree. I'm not up here sounding like Pet Bev, dog. No, I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not up here sounding like Pet Bev, bro. No, Dex, I'm sorry. I cannot be up here sounding like Pet Bev, bro. I can't do that. I can only give logical trades when it comes to different organizations. The media said Miami. Okay, so I'm kind of going to a bending knee and giving the Miami situation. I've thrown out other scenarios out there, but with this price tag, which is a high price tag, the number for the numbers to match and for everybody to leave and I'm talking business, for everybody to be at the table and then leave the table and be happy, everybody get what they want, right? And leave the table and be happy. These scenarios have to be logical.
Okay, now let me ask you this: if the Portland Trailblazers traded that number three pick and all of this draft capital for the 2023-2024 draft, maybe a player or two that's not really getting too much shine but have potential. Not, he ain't showing kinetic yet, but he got potential.
Hmm.
You think Dame would be requesting a trade if that package was offered and they got back something really delicious, as you would say, appetizing? You think he would request a trade then?
Okay, you're saying to trade away Scoop? I mean, yeah.
It don't have to be Scoot, just the number three pick. Whatever the team won at number three, that's what the team won. We're trading the pick. It don't have to be Scoot. We're not picking it unless the team we're trading with requests us to pick it. But outside of that, we're not picking Scoot here. We're giving you the number three pick. You can pick the desire of your choice, and we're going to give you other draft capital in that same draft that we have for the second round or later on in the first round. And we're going to offer a couple of ancillary pieces that have shown potential but have not reached kinetic energy as of yet. Do you think Dame would have still requested a trade based on that scenario?
I say yeah.
So then, whatever Portland was going to do this season, Dame was going to request a trade.
I say yeah.
And then why he wait to announce that he requests a trade after several days or even a week after the draft? Why he didn't do it before the draft?
Because honestly, this is the most I have honestly seen Dame live within these last 2 years. I'm sorry. Within these last two off seasons, this is the most I have honestly seen Dame live. Summer League last year, right? Summer League last year, right? Dame was vacationing. Remember that Dame was vacationing, right?
Dame always vacation.
I'm just saying, but he was vacationing, right?
He was vacationing and he played a little pro am basketball. He had a little thing going on at the Weaver College where he
It
was over
was
there cooking the dude.
the summer league team was about to win the championship, right? All of a sudden, he make it sound like he didn't know they was about to win the championship, but all of a sudden he's calling the player. Um, no, the player called him. The player called him and what was telling him that they was about to win. There was like a minute and 35 seconds from winning the championship game, and they made it sound like he had no clue. Dame don't normally go live. Years prior to that, Dame don't normally go live. I get the whole thing about the social media. I get it. That part I get. But Dame doesn't normally go live, big brother. He's one that doesn't. But these last 2 years, he sure is going a lot more live. A couple of days ago, he's caught in a club, and Will Smith doesn't even get played in the club no more. We all can attest to that. Now all of a sudden, Will Smith, I'm going to Miami. Miami. Yeah, come on, man, cut it out. That's the
Well,
most
well,
corny,
but
pettiest.
I know,
That's the
but
most
it really
corniest,
depends on what club you go
pettiest.
to say that Will Smith don't get played in the club. You know, 'cause we all know Will Smith is an international star, and when you travel outside the United States, Will Smith is getting played in the club. Trust me. Getting jiggy with it. That's a popular theme for clubbers to party to. So it depends on where you're at now. In most clubs in the United States in the hood, yeah, Will Smith not getting no burn. Unless Jazzy Jeff is the DJ, then Will Smith might get no burn. Outside of that, Will Smith ain't getting no burn. So we can agree to that. But outside the United States, oh yeah, they paying Will Smith. Just to be that. They paying the
Dame
men in
wasn't in
black
the
and they paying
U.S.
that damn get jiggy with it. You're gonna hear that at least once, maybe twice that night in
Dame was in
international
the
clubs.
U.S.
Huh?
Dame was in the U.S.
Oh, okay, okay. So you think that was a ploy? Was
I
he in Miami when he did? Was he in Miami?
no no he wasn't in Miami.
Oh, oh, okay.
That question was answered. Was he in Miami? No. That's the one question that was answered. I'm sorry. It was two questions answered. Was he in Las Vegas? No. Was he in Miami? No. Those two questions was answered.
If he wasn't in Miami, it doesn't even matter if he's in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Because that has no connection to Miami. But if he was in Miami, we can understand Miami trying to carouse. You know what I'm saying? And they use it through the music. But nevertheless, I said he's going to Miami. I said Cal Kuzma was probably going to go to Miami, but he didn't go to Miami. But I did have Damian Lillard also on the list to go to Miami because it sounds great.
I
And
didn't
then I
have
asked
Kuzma.
Rico, yeah, I asked Rico what he thought about it and what's the package deal. And Rico came up with a nice little package. Yeah,
I didn't have Kuzma going to Miami because Kuzma don't like pressure. And once again, I will state that again. Kuzma don't like pressure. Kuzma want to be a designer after NBA, so he wants money for his company after the NBA. I applaud him for that. But as far as on the NBA, Kuzma does not like pressure.
But nevertheless, if you like pressure or not, I was wrong with that. So he stayed in Washington. Um, and I thought Washington was just going to just try to blow it up. I guess they're going to try to do something. But I could see Dame because now Matt Struz is gone, right?
hmm Struz is gone and Victor's gone. So now that's a clear lane for him. Dex.
No, I'm here with you, Gemini. What's good?
All right. So with Struz gone and you have so that with Dame going to Miami right now, that is a open. I, I don't want to say position, but yes, that is a open leadership position for him in Miami. It, but how many pieces is is Miami willing to clearly give up for him in Miami? Because we can talk about the package that pause that New York could give up for him, right? But on top of that, is Portland willing to give Dame the destination that he wants over what they can get back?
That's a good question. I don't know. Uh, like I said, they're gonna do a team friendly deal. Remember?
Well, at this juncture, we have, because this deal did not have to be done overall. We're making it honestly seem like Scoop has played one NBA game. Like Scoop has not played not even 10 NBA games. I'm the problem I honestly openly have is that we are ready to crown young players that have not went through at least 20 NBA games and give them the keys and say drive the car. Now mind you, we are the same NBA fans that had the problem with the high school players. And we know some of them can ball. So how can we say that about high school players, but not say that about the G League players? I think this double standard that we're having is asinine.
Like I said, it's a tough call though. Like I said, it seems like it's definitely some double standards out there. But I mean, like I said, to each his own. Dame Lillard, man, he's getting out of Portland now. I think that's point blank at this point. Can't you? Can we all agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, in I mean, Malika is pushing him out of Portland. That part I do agree on, because she was one of the first ones that reported on Dame coming out of Portland, and I was like, wait, where that came from? Nope. Excuse me, nobody reported on that. Not RJ, not JJ, not Big Perk. Nobody reported on this. Not Stephen A. Not Max. Nobody reported on this. But all of a sudden, Dame coming out of Portland. So she blindsided the whole NBA. And
Yeah.
then the story just continued. Now look at it. Dame being forced out of Portland.
Right. Well, she tried to do her investigative reporting. I mean, Malika Andrews don't know what she talking about, man. They should
But
have they should have fired her ass.
and that part I agree because even with the story that she did on Miller, I had a problem with it. I will not address it any further. I had a problem with the story be because she did it on national TV, then had her partner in crime up there, even tried to bash JJ. But JJ was a above average shooter, but JJ had a problem on defense. I will say JJ was a above average shooter, but JJ had a problem on defense and health concerns. He couldn't quite heal properly. But was JJ just a bad overall player? No. But in I don't mind helping up for people who are right, but the way she get her little partners in crime up there, and the funny thing about it, she never even dribbled a basketball. It We can talk all we want about Stephen A, right? We can. But Stephen A at least dribbled a basketball, bruh. He didn't average nothing. We all can attest to that. But he at least dribbled a basketball. He bashed her,
I rock
okay?
with Stephen A.
Uh, uh, but no matter what we want to say about him, he at least dribbled a basketball. Is what I'm getting at. He didn't average nothing, but he at least dribbled a basketball. When Malika does these hit pieces and she never dribbled a basketball, it's it already shows what her aim is. And then you try it's like you're hating on the people who are doing something that you could not do. Prime example, when the story came out about Boston, you was mad at a Boston player who has insider information who reported it on your show, and you got mad at him for reporting it, and then tried to tell him he doesn't have the right information, but he's a part of that club and has the insider information, but you tell him he's wrong. But you have never been a part of that club, and you do not have the insider information. He does. And you're mad that he called you out because you're doing a hit piece. So I don't know. I don't get it.
I'm sorry, my phone kicked me out
Nah,
the stream,
I I dig it, big brother.
and I was running my mouth, and I'm just thinking I'm just cooking. Nobody heard me. Damn, got to be more careful.
You, you was cooking like Ben Simmons, huh?
No, actually, I was cooking like Steph Curry, the chef himself.
I dig it. I dig it. Pat
But
Bev,
I'm
son.
sorry, what would I come in on?
We
We was
was
talking
just
about
feeling the subject
Damian Lillard.
about Malika.
Yeah, we said when
What
she
did she do?
fired her
What
ass
did she do
too.
now? What she do now?
No, we was just filling the rest of the segment with Malika,
Andrew.
about about how she was the first one that said that Damian Lillard was leaving Portland, and then we was just ending the segment about the story about her on Miller. we did not go into detail because it doesn't need to go into detail about it. But I was just saying how I don't like how she does her little hit pieces, and she get her little partners in crime up there, but do not respect the NBA veterans up there who know the game, who have played the game, who have insider information, but she tell them they don't know what they're talking about. But they are the ones who know, who have friends or have information within these clubs, but she tell them they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, she's very condescending. I mean, she's a c word to me. She's a c
So
word to me. So
so
I know how a chick like her get down.
so and then I was ending. I personally was ending it, and I was going to what Hoop was saying about Patrick Beverly. What had is signed to the Philadelphia 76ers. That's what Hoop just said.
Um, Pat,
Slim
so
can Hoop.
Pat, so Pat is reunited with. I mean, no, he didn't play with. Did he play with James Harden? In, or was he gone by then? I think they played
I be
together at least one or two years. If I'm not
I be
mistaken.
honest. He played with him in Houston. Pat
Yeah, that's what I
Bev.
said in Houston. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think two
he played
years.
with.
I think they played together 2 years in Houston. If I'm not mistaken. Then Pat
Yeah,
moved on to the Clippers.
yeah, they played with each other in Houston.
Yeah, he's on the 1 year deal, so Pat is just
Yeah,
barely hanging on.
yeah, but they
I
talking
don't really
about
cut.
moving
I don't really
Harden.
cut for the dude
Yeah,
because
but
he's
they're
an
talking about
unnecessary
moving
bully.
Harden. But they're talking about moving Harden. So that you saying reunited, but they're talking about moving Harden with that
Yeah, but for right now, they
76
both is on the roster, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, Milwaukee re-signed Brooke Lopez. Milwaukee, breaking news. Milwaukee just re-signed unrestricted free agent Brooke Lopez
I
for
didn't see
$48
him
million,
leaving.
2 year contract.
I
Oh
didn't
my
see
God.
him
The,
leaving.
the Houston Rockets were the biggest contenders to Milwaukee in signing Lopez. So Lopez is back with
He got love him.
Milwaukee. No Lakers, no Houston, and he secured a 2 year deal worth 48 million. I think the Houston Rockets offered him in the 30s, a 2 year deal in the 30s. So Houston lose out on the Brook Lopez sweepstakes, and he remains a Milwaukee Buck. So Milwaukee struck gold twice in this free agency by resigning two of their most integral players outside of Giannis and Chris Madman Middleton and Brooke Lopez, who was a contender for Defensive Player of the Year last season. So congratulations to Brooke Lopez. Congratulations to Cali. Congratulations to the Pac-12. Yes.
Yeah, but I I didn't see him leaving the Bucks. To be overall honest, I didn't see the Bucks letting their core go. And that is the problem that's going on with Dame. I do not see another team letting their core go. Some young pieces, yes, but their core, that's the overall problem I have. Because Dame contract is numbers, so I would have to let my core go.
I'm looking at these trades for the Knicks to get Damian Lillard. That's what I'm keeping my eyes on.
I mean, I dig it, but I I I don't see the Knicks doing that flight. I'm sorry.
I kind of don't see it either because they got Jalen Brunson, and I don't know if Dame Lillard wants to be. in a structured offense that is focused on defense. Defense first, offense second. And Tom Thibodeau have his mid-level players that's buying into that. Dame will be coming in as a superstar, and that can cause friction trying to put that much burn on Dame small frame to be a somewhat a legitimate defender at his size and position. So I just don't think that's a match made in heaven. It's more oil than water than anything, and it'll be difficult for the Knicks to secure a talent like Dame under those circumstances. Like that's
They
what I would think.
they will have to change their whole system. So flight. You're agreeing that you're willing to change your whole system.
Yeah, I would. I mean, listen, you're trying to win and what?
And Brunson will have to leave too, right?
No, I don't think so. I think we try to hold on to Brunson. We got other pieces. We should trade RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin ready to go. We got a better package
O-
than the Miami Heat.
OB Toppin not under contract right now.
Yes, he is. He's on a rookie
Mm,
deal.
sure about that?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Obi Toppin's still on his rookie deal.
Mm-mm. Check that again, sir.
Let me see what Obi just signed. Let me see. Let me see nothing about Obi Toppin.
That 5.3 ran out.
No, no, I don't know. No, you
Okay,
might.
so you're saying LaMelo Ball's not under contract? You're saying Anthony Edwards is not under contract? Are you saying Patrick Williams is not under contract? Because they're all for the same draft.
Yeah, well, he was a top pick too. Toppin,
Yeah, he was in the lottery.
eighth pick. He's
You,
on.
you see what I'm saying, DJ? Is that the case for all those other players I named? They're not under
Uh,
contract either.
no, yeah. OB opted out, and I remember reading that a couple of days ago. OB opted
Obi
out.
never opted out. What are you talking about? It was a report that he asked for a trade.
Oh, so that means he's under contract asking for a trade. You don't trade free agents, unrestricted free agents, unless you sign them, right?
Yeah. Then
I
they
So
remember
signed
that
this.
means he has to be under contract. That's the only thing I'm suggesting. He has to be under contract if he's asking requesting for a trade. You can't
I remember
trade unrestricted.
I remember reading that like three days ago.
I think you might revisit that article.
May be correct, Dex. I may have to revisit it, but I do remember reading that he had opted out.
Salute to everybody in the chat. Shout out Chuck Morris Thunder, all y'all. Support Flight Sports TV and the Super Chat, the Cash App, the PayPal, ladies and gentlemen. We're bringing breaking news reports all weekend long. We'll continue to bring more content to the people. Definitely support us on our journey.
Cause, cause,
Yeah.
cause that's what I was trying to figure out. Cause I'm like, what? Cause right after that, I was like, why would you ask for a trade and you just got your brother there? Like this not computing. You just got your brother there.
What they got him after? That was after.
So I'm like, ain't none of this making no type of sense. You opted out. You just got your brother there, and something about a trade. Like, hold on, these numbers not mathing now. And
I don't know, and all this started happening right before free agency. I'm like, man, I don't even know.
No, it's facts. This NBA, the NBA free agency has been a whirlwind. So who's the early winners of free agency so far?
At this point,
Who won free agency?
even though I say some of the moves are redundant, I have to say I gotta give it to the Lakers because they now have what was in their draft class. What was in their draft class? They have what was, I think it was 7, 8, and 9. They have what was in that draft class, which
Oh
is wild.
well, we got breaking news. Breaking news. Knicks trading Obi Toppin to the Pacers. That's crazy. You talking like that? Indies
Wow.
two future second round picks to New York for Toppin. Damn.
Wow.
Wow. What happened with Reaves? Man, I can't believe they traded Obi Toppin. Man, that's ridiculous, man. Or because he
Re-
wasn't getting playing time, man, they should have traded Julius Randle for two second round picks. What the fuck's that? Man.
Reeves got the offer sheet. Reeves got the offer sheet, but he is trying to see what other teams was going to offer him. The same time, Rory got his offer sheet of 4 years, 52. Reeves got his.
Or Reeves coming back to LA.
Okay, so he finally signed it.
The Shams is reporting that a 4 years something, 56 million.
All he wanted was 4 more mil. Come on, Reeves. You did that for 4 more mil.
But he ain't trying to leave LA.
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. Like Roy got the same offer that Reeves did for 52. Okay, for 52. They both got the same original deal. So you mean to tell me you did all this for 4 more mil?
Yeah, that's crazy. They traded Obi Toppin, man. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
I don't like that trade. I hate that move. Mark West was
Yo, what's up, Flight?
breaking news.
I just saw the Obi Toppin trade to Indiana.
It's crazy.
Um, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. You know,
You
I
say
don't
you're
want to be
not
that
buying
guy.
it?
I said I'm not mad at it. Because I mean, it's no point of him being here and being on the bench. I mean, it's just no point for him here, honestly.
That's all we could get is future second round picks.
Yeah,
And
because you haven't played them.
Flight. I
You haven't
mean,
played them,
Flight.
so the
You
number's not
haven't
there.
played him, right? So I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you're trying to dump off Obi Toppin, right? If you're trying to dump, I mean, you don't do an Obi Toppin trade.
Indiana got better.
I mean, you
Your
don't do
Indiana
an Obi.
got Bruce Brown Toppin. They coming up.
Obi went to the Pacers, and I just feel like it's a good move. We weren't using him. Again, Thibodeau doesn't like the young guys either, so it's like we got to trade players away. If he's not playing them, why should we hurt a player's career because the coach doesn't want to play the young guys? But if you but like we can argue that Obi Toppin didn't really step up last playoffs when we needed him in the Miami Heat. He kind of just fell off. Well, you're that close to the Eastern Conference Finals. If you're not that guy, then you need to go somewhere else. Bottom line, this is New York City. That's New York. If you can't play in those lights, then if you're not built for it, you're not going to succeed.
No, no, I agree with that.
I don't. Y'all did not. Y'all did not play the man. I disagree. Y'all didn't play the man.
I'm
I
sorry,
can't.
bro. Respectfully, we're not gonna start him over a guy who's putting up 25 points in the regular season. I'm sorry. As much as you want to hate Julius Randle and say that Randle's not our guy, Randle played like
Oh
our guy
no,
in the regular season,
I,
and Obi didn't,
I'm not.
and Obi
I'm
couldn't
not
do
hating
enough
Randall.
to
I'm not
overtake
hating
Randle.
Randall. I'm not hating on Randall. I'm honestly saying y'all didn't play him. So with not playing him, how can you have confidence in him within the playoffs when y'all didn't play him within the regular season? So I'm actually agreeing with your argument because with y'all not playing them within the regular season, y'all didn't show confidence. Y'all would not have confidence in him within the playoffs. So I'm actually agreeing with within your argument.
Yeah,
So so
yeah.
to get something back for to get what y'all got for him, Flight can disagree, but I actually think y'all the Pacers actually gave y'all a little bit more because y'all don't have the confidence in them to play them. If y'all would have
And you
played
know
them,
what's funny
you
and
probably would have
ironic?
got more.
You know what's funny and ironic about all of this? The Knicks still got a
What you
top end because they signed his brother Jacob. Jacob is actually a better shooter than Obi, and he actually plays both sides of the court. He doesn't just play offense. See, that's
he
Obi's
went to
problem.
Phoenix?
He went to Pacers. He went to Indiana, but we got
No, the younger brother did. I thought he signed with the Knicks.
they confirmed it today.
Side with the next.
He did. His brother played more. His brother played more like off. His brother played better defense. That's what it is. And
But
when
he's
a guy
better at
who
a small forward. The younger brother is better at a small forward position than a power forward position.
the Knicks have him. Listen, you have to hold on. The Knicks got him at the small forward position. They got him as a
Good
wing.
job.
They didn't get him to play power forward. They're looking at Julius and say, Julius, I can't be mad at Julius, or we can't get mad at Brunson, or you can't get mad at Barrett. We just got to get a better overall team. Julius Randle is a great third option, but we need to go out and get a number one option. Bottom line, once we get that number one option, that's when you keep Randall. You don't make Randall a number one option now. Randall is great for the regular season, so you keep Randall. But off season, we need to get a guy like a Damian Lillard. That's what we need.
That's right.
And
Now we Knicks
and
got
if
to
I'm
do
being honest, Gemini, if I'm being
Uh,
honest, Gemini, you mean to tell me that
you went out, Bill. You went out.
so
Come on back.
the,
Come on back.
Damian Lillard just got on the trade block, right?
Uh huh. Ho-
And
ho-
what I
hold
think
on, hold on.
is,
Start start your conversation again because you had went out for a sec. Please start your
uh,
from the top again.
all right, I said Damian Lillard is on the trade block. Now, if the Knicks is
Right.
smart, this is where the Knicks pivot, right?
Okay.
You, you the Knicks, me being a fan of the Knicks and being on Knicks channels, the argument is not that our young core is bad, right? The argument is that this young core are not developing their skills right now to come in and produce a bucket. Because we got the defense, we got the offensive rebounding, right? But as soon as Jalen Brunson, it seemed like it was just a Brunson show last year. It's like Julius Randle couldn't hit shots, RJ Barrett couldn't hit shots, but Brunson still willed you to at least make it competitive, right? We need a guy who can get a bucket. Now it's not about the defense because Thibodeau has shown us he can play and coach good defense. Now we need a guy who can create his own shot, right? And as much as I love Obi, I would get rid of Obi, right? Get those number two picks, right? And put that in the trade for Damian Lillard to come to New York. In the grand scheme of things, I know Obi left. That's going to be hard. But if you can get a guy like Damian Lillard on day two, of essentially free agency, bro, you got to do it.
I want to ask you a question on Austin Reeves. How big of a pickup was that for
Hmm.
Austin Reeves coming to Los Angeles, re-signing back with them? Because there was a lot of speculation.
No, that was a good uh, that was a good pickup because
Hmm.
he can be double slotted, and that's what I was saying about D'Lo. If D'Lo fucked around and found out, and I'm sorry, Flight, if if better yet, let me choose my words better. If he fooled around and found out that 38, if he really felt that he was worth 38 again, he was gonna fool
Right.
around and found out that he was not worth it. And really,
What's
I
good,
would
everybody?
I
What's good,
What's
everybody?
good?
Listen, Gemini, Gemini. I don't
huh?
mean to cut you off, but we
Go
got
ahead.
breaking news, flight. Breaking news, flight by Shams. Just in, Charlotte Hornets All-Star LaMelo Ball is finalizing a 5-year maximum contract extension worth up to 260 million.
Gotcha.
Unbelievable.
So
I
wait, yeah.
told listen, I told y'all,
Lamelo is.
told
Hold
everybody
on.
last night, don't
Oh,
trip.
okay.
LaMelo gonna get his money, and gladly the Pacers did it because they used that as a measuring stick for LaMelo. That's what Charlotte did.
Hey,
They used
but
that, and he's probably gonna get a little bit more base money, right? And just have the same what you call incentives in there. It's gonna be similar. It's gonna be a similar contract.
right.
Probably a little more base money on the top.
I want
But
to
I
say.
told people
I want
last
to
night he
say.
was gonna get paid, man.
Right. I'm going to say congratulations to Lamelo. I mean, again, I'm not. I'm okay with a brother getting his money, but you know, I'm gonna try to give him the benefit of the doubt with Brandon Miller and see what they do this off season. But if Lamelo's the only thing you're going to do this off season, Charlotte, you're not going to be competitive. Bottom line. So it's no shade to them, but he got his money. That's what you're supposed to do, Murgot. You're supposed to sign up your best players and keep them there at all costs. But
But listen, I get that too. You're supposed to do that. But there was a lot of
yeah,
people saying that LaMelo wasn't going to sign that rookie extension.
no, I said that he was going
I
to sign
told
it, but it wasn't going to be
I
like, oh, I'm going to sign it. It was going to be like a sign and trade type thing. Are we going to sign to a contract and then later on, if you decide you want to leave,
listen.
we
It
trade
is
you away?
rare. It is rare that you see a rookie of his stature just get up and leave the team. Let's not say it don't happen, but it is rare it's done because of the money. But now that he's got paid and he plays another, like, let's say 2 years and things go work out, then he could go ahead and just demand a trade. Or he plays a year and doesn't work out, just demand a trade. But yeah, so that's the thing right there. But also if he stays, he'll get more money on top of that because of how the bird rights work and how they want to keep the players they drafted on their team. So because he can
I
go up to a
mean,
super
but you got
a
to build
super
around him,
max extension.
right?
I
You
mean,
got to build around him. Got to
I
build
think that's
around
what
him.
they're I think that's the telltale sign, that they got faith in giving him the money. Now they just got to go out and go get the players, which is move off of
Well,
some. I mean,
I,
and go get others. But they
mhm.
brought in Brandon Miller. They brought in Brandon Miller instead of choosing to chose Brandon Miller over school. So that's a sign saying they're willing to build around him. That's a sign moving in
and
the
if
right
and if
direction.
and I didn't understand. I'm still kind of like upset they didn't get Scoop. But if Lamelo is telling you that Brandon Miller is his guy, and they've been communicating about how they want to play to each other, you get that to help your superstar. So bottom line, if he wanted Brandon Miller, then okay, just you
I
and
mean, it
Brandon Miller
seemed
got to prove
it
it.
it,
Bottom
it
line,
seemed like it seemed like he wanted him because because he came to his second workout, Lamelo was there. Lamelo was FaceTiming him right before he got drafted. So it looked like Lamelo had a lot to do with Brandon Miller getting drafted by the Hornets. So I'm just happy for the guy, man. I'm happy for him, man. He got
right?
his money.
Either way, we can't get mad. Lamelo, if that's what you want to do, do it. But I think that still The ultimatum is still on the table for the Charlotte Hornets. I think Brandon Miller kind of holds LaMelo a little bit, easy. But you start with LaMelo, right? I'm pretty sure now with new management, Murdoch, they're
I
gonna
got
take
breaking news.
Joe. All right,
Breaking
Oh,
news.
you heard about LaMelo contract?
Breaking news. Flight Sports TV. July 1st, second leg of the free agency extravaganza and all of its frenzy. 2:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The New York Knicks are
oh shit.
finalizing a trade with the Indiana Pacers to send forward Obi Toppin, top 10 draftee of the 2020 draft, to the Indiana Pacers in exchange for two future second rounders,
We
picks.
covered that, Dex.
Sort.
But
We covered
Oh,
that.
okay.
Dex, listen to this, Dex. You know your boy, the man of the hour, Charlotte Hornets All Star LaMelo Ball is finalizing a 5-year maximum contract extension worth up to $260 million.
So he got the same thing that Tyrese Halliburton,
I
Yeah,
told you that last night.
but I thought he would get north of that. To be honest with you, I didn't think he would get
No,
the same
He
no.
probably
because he
get
has
more
more
Same
base
accolades.
money,
incentives.
but he'll probably get more base money once the smoke
Okay,
clears. But it's probably
okay,
going to be like very similar incentives.
gotcha. I got you.
but yeah,
I,
Dex. Yeah,
I,
I'm worried about this Damian Lillard trade. I mean, this is a trade that this Damian
What
Lillard
about
trade is
LaMelo
going to
Ball
happen today.
contract? That boy just got paid.
no,
Eh,
it the measurement
Lamelo's more.
the measurement is going to be the same across the board. In literally that is what I meant. What I was saying about the 195 last night when I was being cut off. That 195 to the 210 is going to be the base from now on. Watch.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to wait for the details. I mean, we got a early incursion from DJ Gemini, 504. Shout out to the 504 boots on the ground in New Orleans. Uh, he stated that that would be the base 195, and incentives would kick in to increase it to 260. Now
Yes.
that's his Kickstarter, but we would have to wait for the details of the contract to be exposed in order for us to really say what is what and who got what, who contract is better. Because to me, this is just IMO, in my opinion. I feel that the Melo contract should be more decorative than Tyrese Halliburton because the Melo started out on fire and he gained accolades 2 years before Tyrese Halliburton even
But
became an All Star.
they both are the franchise. They both are the face of the franchise. So that so what they're doing, and they both are at a small market. So that's why I said that 195 to 210 is going to be the base, and with those incentives, they're going to maximize it up to that 260. They both
But
are
yeah,
at a
I
small
just feel.
market.
I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, that's generational wealth like crazy for a
No,
player that's only been in the league for 3 years, going on his fourth season, and still not even 23 years old. I mean, that's crazy in itself. But I just felt that the Melo contract. I mean, I'm not trying to be easy, but the Melo contract should have been at least 10 million to 20, 10 million to 18 million dollars more than Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? Because
I
but you
mean,
can.
it probably will on the on the base part of it. It probably will.
okay, I got you. But they both can max out at 260. But you saying
Yeah.
the Mellow base contract and all of his bonuses and perks can get, will have maybe be what 210 million and then
Yeah.
80
Yes.
million in incentive. I got you, worked out. I'll give it. Now, what do you think Anthony Edwards is going to come on? Because he's coming up the pipeline.
Probably the same. Probably around the same thing, man.
because he's at a small market also.
But he took his team to the playoffs 2 straight seasons. I mean, he's
But
been a
he,
part of that.
but regardless, he's at a small market,
Gotcha. Yes,
and
congratulations.
that's what the new CBA, the new CBA is trying to level the playing field. And that's why I was staying up these past several nights trying to read that new CBA. But I'm not gonna lie to y'all, that's over 300 and something pages. That's a lot of reading, and
Of
I'm
course,
not
that's why
getting
it's for lawyers,
compensated for that. So
lawyers and reporters.
yeah, I'm not getting paid for that. I was trying to get to the meat and potatoes of it, but it it's a lot of verbiage. So I was trying to just get what I could get out of it to educate us on it and back up out of that because that's a lot of topics and substance out of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, breaking news! Breaking news! The Los Angeles Lakers, as we speak, has put themselves back on the TikTok. Yes, the Los Angeles Lakers is back on the clock with more improvement to their roster as they have agreed to a 4-year max extension with Austin Reeves. Source tell ESPN Dave McMenamin. Austin Reeves will remain a Laker officially, even though we have leaked some of that information out last night. But today, on the second leg of the free agency frenzy, Austin Reeves will remain a Laker and will host his next season in La La Land. Shout out to the Los Angeles Lakers for securing this young man's contract.
That's what we was talking
Brooke
about.
Lopez. Brooke
Go
Lopez
ahead.
just resigned for 2 years, like 40
Not
minutes ago for
resign,
the Bucks.
resign, resign. Not
Sham,
resign.
Yeah.
boy, Shams must have heard the Woes chatter last night because he coming on fire today.
What we got? Anything?
Nah, I said I'm talking about the Lamelo, the Austin Reeves, and the Chris Middleton with the Brooke Lopez. I mean, Shams on fire today, man.
No, Shams didn't do the Brooke Lopez. That was Wojnarowski.
But
Nah,
when it
Shams
come
did
to
the
Reeves
Shams
wanted
did the
four
Brooke
more
Lopez. I'm
mil.
looking dead at it right now.
That
But
was
Reeves
49
wanted
minutes, and Wojnarowski dropped it first. I know for a fact Wojnarowski dropped it first.
I'm telling you, I'm looking right at the tweet with Shams.
Me too. Wojnarowski, right here with the tweet with Wojnarowski.
It will give you the time.
but,
It's time stamp.
but Reeves this wanted 4 more mil more than Roy. When Reeves looked at what he was being offered, Reeves this morning 4 more mil. He did all that for only 4 more mil. Him, Reeves and Roy was offered actually the same amount, 52 mil. Reeves this morning 4 more mil more than Roy.
Yep,
So
And,
who do
Shams
you
and
got
think?
it out first. 51 minutes. Woj is 45 minutes.
so Flight posed the question: it was that a good pickup for the Lakers to retain Reeves? That
Oh
was the
yes,
Absolutely.
question.
Absolutely,
yes.
man. Reeves is like that, man.
So
Reeves is
so
nasty.
so the, I was answering and then the ball
Uh, uh, Slim Canoe, would you
update
please
came.
rewrite that because you got a typo in there, and I will post it. Rewrite it, put it all together, Slim Canoe, and I can pin it because you got on 2 different lines plus it's a typo. You got Susie instead of son.
So
So go ahead and retype that.
Reeves could be double slotted because he can pull PG minutes and not just SG minutes. So Yes, that is a good pickup. And then when they go to small ball, Reeves could also pick up um um small forward minutes. So yes, that is a good pickup if they do
Um,
run small ball minutes.
I got a question for the chat, and I might ask the panel. Where do y'all think Damian Lillard goes?
Miami.
Miami.
Nah,
Welcome to Miami. Miami,
Miami don't.
Bobby.
Miami don't have the capital.
Shit, they'll
I mean,
figure it out.
the most you can offer is Tyler Hero and a player and like two
Hey
or three picks.
Dex. Hey Dex.
Yes,
You don't
sir.
know Dex. You don't know who Pat Riley is. Pat Riley get his weight.
Wait,
Yeah, I mean,
can
Pat
What does
Riley's a
that
good
mean?
room.
can
Pat
I
Riley get his
answer?
weight,
What does
dog.
that mean?
Can,
That means
All right.
that
I
means
mean,
that means that means Pat
I
Riley gonna try to get his way. But
and,
Okay,
ain't no
well,
guarantee
hold on one
Pat
second,
Riley gonna try to
Murgot.
get his way,
Hold
man.
up, hold up. Marquez seemed a little bit anxious. Okay, Marquez, where do you think he should go? Since you asked the question, and we gave you a destination, but you seem to be a little uptight about that. Where should he go? What would
where
be
do
the
I think he
best
should go?
destination for Lillard? Yes, in your
I mean,
opinion.
there's
This is
three.
your opinion, no right
There's
or wrong.
no right or wrong. There's three spots I think he should go.
You better not say the
Um,
Bucks.
one of them, I think the Sixers would be good. I think the Brooklyn Nets would be good, and
That's
I
a good
think
one.
of course, I'm gonna say the New York Knicks because the Knicks got the most draft capital, and a lot of these teams do. Bottom line, if I got to give up RJ Barrett to get Damian Lillard, he gone. He
I
okay,
think
gone.
I
can I
can
point
afford
out
RJ
two
Barrett.
trades? Can, can, can I point out two trades to him
The
that
Knicks to
just
go.
happened? Can I
Yes.
point out two?
What
Go ahead,
Okay,
Gemini. Update us.
Washington, Memphis, and Boston trade, and the trade that just happened between Atlanta and the Utah trade.
Okay,
Those
what's your
go for
those
it.
those trades was not supposed to happen, but they happened, correct?
Yes.
correct?
All right then.
What was the point
And
of
I
that?
So
in my
you say
case
that to say what? Hold on. You say that to say what?
because those trades was not supposed to happen, but they happened. So if the NBA want that trade to Miami to happen, it will
They're
happen,
allowed to
regardless of the
happen.
fact that I'm happy.
No doubt. We already seen the NBA facilitate
I
throughout the
mean,
years.
look,
And there,
listen,
and
they
there have been
accepted,
questionable conspiracies based on the numbers
they
and the
accepted.
slots and who were rewarded first round picks based on chaotic situations within your organization. So we know the
I mean,
NBA
listen, right?
can put their hand on it.
We we can all attest that Marcus Smart is not worth two first round picks. We can all
Absolutely not.
attest to that. Okay, but that trade went through, regardless of the fact of what we feel as fans of the NBA and that follow the NBA closely. We know that Marcus Smart is not worth two first round picks. Okay.
Hey,
Then,
right?
then when it comes to the Atlanta and Utah trade,
Utah with John
we,
Collins, who they should have
we
been traded for, by the way, and got rid
right.
of, but continue.
We know that trade should not have went through, but it went through. So with us knowing that, we we can now say if the NBA want that Damian Lillard to Miami trade to go through, it will go through,
But I
regardless
will,
on
hey,
how we feel.
true. But I will say this. That's why they allowed John Collins to go to Utah. They allowed Bradley Beal to go to Phoenix, right? Phoenix
Hmm.
and Utah, right?
Hmm.
Those are up and coming teams that you could say that helps the NBA with the ratings, right? Damian Lillard in Miami, I'm being honest with you, will not help their ratings more. It like Damian Lillard in the
Huh?
Garden.
Huh?
It won't work. Damian Lillard in the Garden is going to bring more ratings.
I want what you drinking in your cup, and I don't even drink. I want what you drinking in your cup.
What?
But I
The
believe he's half right and he's half off kilter. And the reason why I say you're
oh,
half
again,
off
this is
kilter,
my opinion. Again, this is my opinion, and I feel like
yeah, 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 right. It's
with
no
my
right or wrong,
team,
but I'm
with the
saying what
draft
I agree
capital,
with.
right?
Marquez, I'm just saying what I
I
agree
just
with.
don't.
So what I agree with is you
Right,
half right and half off kilter. That's what I agree with. Based on
and
what
I
you
hate when
said.
people say this.
So
People say Dame
the
wants
New
to
York Knicks,
win. Dame can.
but let
The
me
New York Knicks
respond to
almost went to
your
the finals last year.
Marquez, let me respond
But go ahead.
to your first analysis first, and then you can go ahead and carry on. Let me respond to that so why it's on my mind. Because sometimes, us old heads lose our train of thought. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, I agree with you with New York. That would be blockers. I mean, come on. Broadway, Dame Lillard, that's blockers. The NBA been pushing for that for what, like 3, 4 years now, Dame Lillard to New York. But but they got Jalen Brunson, so they're kind of satisfied. Because Jalen Brunson did get them past the first round. That's something that New Yorkers haven't seen in yesteryear. I think the last time the New York Knicks was in the second round of the playoff was November 39th, 2087. No such thing, right? Okay, that's how long.
No, no, that's not true. When Carmelo went to the second round that year, and
Dude,
they were supposed to go up
dude,
against
dude, I was,
against LeBron
dude,
James.
I
That
was being
stop doing
facetious.
that.
I was being facetious.
Oh,
I was
oh,
being
oh.
facetious.
Okay.
Did you
I
hear me say
Because
November? What month?
oh,
Hold on. What month is November? And what day is the 39th of a month? Let's get it together.
hey, I'm just fact checking. That was only 5 years ago. That was only five
Yeah,
years ago. All
let's
right.
get it together. So Damian Lillard is Broadway. We understand that. But why you saying
Yeah.
it won't work in Miami, that's where I believe you're a little off kilter. I think he will work. I think he will boost ratings. I think he will get those sloths off the beach and into the seats in Miami.
Um,
Carry on.
yeah, but like I was saying, like, all right, let me change. Listen, I say Miami. See, Miami's problem is, I mean, sure, you get Damian Lillard, but they still lost to the Nuggets, and the Nuggets didn't really play that much defense. They just outscored the Miami Heat, and I need Damian Lillard to go to a place where he could just shoot and know somebody's going to be able to shoot and be able to hold his own with him. And I don't know if Jimmy can do that. As great as Jimmy is, I don't know if he can do that because sometimes Jimmy get cold. That's all I'm saying.
Shout out to Malaysia.
Okay, in
Um,
my
um,
perspective, that
Hold on.
is that
Wait. Gemini. Wait, because we've been chopping up all day. Malaysia is on the panel, and she has yet to espouse on anything that we have already given our takes
my
on.
bad.
So Malaysia, go ahead and give your professional analysis on what's going on in this
thank you.
second
Thank
leg of
you, Dex.
NBA. Free.
I want to say thank you, Dex. Thank you, Flight, for allowing me to bring me up. So whoever brought me up in the chat, I want to say thank you. Um, brought me up on the stage. I want to say thank you. Hope everybody's having a blessed day. And I am very happy for Lamelo. I am glad that he signed his extension according to Shams. I'm glad he got his money finally, and this should make it that he is the true face. It ain't no Hater, Rozier, or whoever. I'm glad that Lamelo is now they officially made it done, and I'm glad he got his money. I'm glad generational wealth. I'm happy for him. And Dame, not shocking. This occurred. Dame finally asked for a trade. It seemed like he want to go to Miami. Hopefully he gets his wishes. Or to whoever team gets him.
salute to him and everyone else. And Dex, congratulations on keeping D'Lo and Austin Reeves. Salute to your Lakers, Dex. And yeah, I'm just very happy for D'Lo, and hopefully Dame goes to the team he wants to go. And I'm not shocked by the Obi Toppin trade. Sorry, Flight, y'all lost. You lost Obi Toppin, but I know he's going to really help Halliburton down there in Indiana. And yeah, thank y'all for allowing me up.
No domination. Good luck. Good content. You're very welcome. Okay, Gemini, go ahead and go for it. I know you're ready. Like at the horse at the gates, ready to be unleashed.
Okay, but Dame has not had what he has really needed in Portland. We all can attest to that. Portland has not given this man what he has needed. So now, with being with a owner and a organization that will put those pieces around him, that this will be a difference. So it will not even be the same. Now, with him getting it this late in his career, that can be somewhat of a argument, but that's like with New York not really giving OB the time that he need at the power forward position. Same thing. That's why I'm not sorry about OB getting traded. He's now going to get the time he need at the power forward position. Same thing. Same dynamic. But Dame is getting pushed out of Portland. That's the difference. But
Okay.
he is getting pushed out with the bag.
Yeah, exactly. So listen, that's why I thought it was more strategic than anything. Now, Scoot Henderson. Now, see, this is where it comes back to Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson. Scoot Henderson, with his cachet coming out of the G League and being a recognizable chess piece on the chessboard of the motorcycle. And Scoot Henderson is getting ready to be the new face of Rip City. Could Brandon Miller have done such a thing anywhere? Like Scoot Henderson is doing, pushing out a first ballot Hall of Fame, and still the organization feel comfortable enough that he can put butts in the seats. Anybody.
I I see y'all asking to trade Scoop Henderson in what about 3 4 years? Cause Scoop gonna be a problem. Scoop gonna complain that they're not putting the pieces around him that he need. So I see Scoop asking to be traded in about 3 4 years.
Now, what about Scoot Henderson gets the Portland Trailblazers into a playing game or even a six seed?
Say what?
What, what about Scoot Henderson gets the Trailblazers into a playing game or even higher, a six seed?
Scoop is gonna try to leave it all out there on the floor. I will honestly say that, but Scoop is going to complain that he doesn't have the pieces around him that he needs. That is required for him to push them over the hump. Then he's going to request a trade in a couple of years. Then it's going to be the same effect once again, and we're going to be Dame Time said the same thing.
Okay. Anybody agree or disagree with what Gemini said? Do anybody wish to corroborate what he said, or they want to crash it all down and burn it? Debunk what he said. What we got on the panel? Anybody? Do we feel that about what Gemini just said about Scoop? Do anybody disagree? If you disagree, raise your hand.
I
I
think
don't
it
believe that.
I think
Oh,
it
go
push
ahead,
come
go
to
ahead.
shove. I think it push come to shove you where I don't see that happen in 3 or 4 years. It takes a while for a player just like Dane to get pushed to their breaking point, because he's gonna come in open minded, ready to roll and have trust in the organization that they'll be able to get that done for him. So I don't see 3, 4 years. Maybe you say like 8, I can see that, but like maybe like 6 or 8, yeah, but I don't see him requesting a trade in 3 or 4 years. I don't, and plus I don't think Scoot's had that mentality. I think Scoot is just going to want. He's going to want to come to work. Plus, they got a lot of young players on that team that he can grow with. Anthony Simons. They got that boy Shaden Sharp. They still got Jeremy Grant. I think they're not done. I think they're gonna get a few more moves to where basically probably gonna look into getting a big man, a young big man next offseason in the draft, and they're gonna move forward with that. And that's gonna be their young core, similar to how the Thunder gonna do. That's how I see what they're gonna do.
Big brother, you do realize Scoop
Anybody else want
Henderson.
to chime in? Oh, hold on. Before you snap on me. Anybody else want to chime in? Okay, I'll go ahead and chime in before Gemini becomes snap turn. I agree with Murdoch. I don't see him raising up his voice trying to make Mahomes move. He got to get his game together first. He got to solidify himself as one of the frat boys within the NBA. You can't just come in and talk about 2 years what the hell the Trailblazers need to do. Hell, the Portland Trailblazers been an organization in the NBA for at least 55 years. So who in the hell is he going to come and try to move mountains? I don't think he's that type of a person. He's being mentored by one of the quietest superstars ever in the NBA 75-year history, and that is the chef himself, Steph Curry. So he's going to show him how to move and navigate in these sharp, infested waters of the NBA. And Scoop is just going to focus on getting better and better and better and try to be that franchise rock of Gibraltar up there in the Pacific Northwest where Damian once resided. Because he has a lot of hurdles to get past to win over Damian Lillard fans. Because you have a lot of Damian Lillard's faithful up there. They remember those magical moments when Damian Lillard hit game-winning shot and waving bye-bye in the playoff and get all the way up to the Western Conference Finals to play the heavyweight Golden State Warriors. And we know he was abruptly turned away from reaching his dream of hoisting that commissioner's trophy. So I don't see Scoop being that aggressively cocky, but he might have that aggression like a boxer once he's on that arcade floor dribbling that ball, causing harm. I'm talking about illicit harm, deleterious kind of harm to his opponent. I believe in Scoop 100 that he will do this and he will come out on top near rookie of the year status, if not rookie of the year himself, because once Dame is gone, there's nothing in Scoop's way that can place itself as an impediment because the ball would be in his hands continuously. So I don't see him
Okay,
being a
Dex,
problem.
Dex, Merv God. I pose this ultimate question for y'all out the gate. I understand what y'all trying to do for this young man. I do. I respect that. Overall, what did this young man do when he first got to the Blazers that y'all really think this young man now all of a sudden is going to be humble? This young man went to the team when he first got to the team, requested one number overall that really was the first sign of disrespect. So, what make y'all think this young man is now all of a sudden going to be humble? When he first
Easy.
got to this organization, he requested a number that the star player has. So, what makes y'all think now all of a sudden he's going to be humble?
Easy. Because he is challenging Dame, which was very disrespectful. He is challenging a player. I'm saying Dame first ballot Hall of Famer. We agree that was very egregiously disrespectful. It was unnecessary, gratuitous, I'm saying. I don't even know why he would even. think about taking Dame number unless Gemini, unless Murgot, unless Malaya, unless like if they already told this young man, if we draft him, we're trading Dame. We're gonna meet with Dame and we're gonna trade Dame. If we draft him, because Dame has already spoken. So with that in mind, he had the notion to ask for a number that would be available based on him being the newest member of the Portland Trailblazers. That's the only way I can justify him doing that outside of being irregular with respect to Dave Lillard being a first ballot Hall of Fame. That's the only way I can justify it.
That wasn't my question. So Merv, I'm gonna ask you, sir. What makes you think now all of a sudden this young man is going to be humble all of a sudden, big brother?
You said be humble. Like I mean, me personally, I think he's a young player that's going to acquiesce to the team and do what the team wants him to do. I mean, he's already said in interviews that he just wants to come play and help the team win. So that's why I think he's going to come in there. He's going to grind it out. He's going to play. Plus, we have to think about it too. It's very rare that players basically get drafted high like him actually opt out of their first contract, especially if they're doing well. If they see basically where they can acquire a max or super max contract, more than likely they stay for the money. Then after they get their money or their second contract, then you'll see them to where they start putting more pressure on the organization to where they obey them if they're going to leave or not. Plus, you have to see, look how long it took Dame. Dame was, a multi-time All-Star. It took him a while to get to this point where he wanted to leave. He wanted to stay there. So it's going to be the same mentality, is where he's going to want to come in, he's going to want to grind, he's going to want to trust the organization to do what it needs to do best. Plus, right now, there's no need for him to think like that because they have a very young core. Anthony Simons, only 23, 24 years old.
Here,
Is Sharp, only 19, 20 years old. They have a young core, they're growing together. So that's why I think he's going to stay there for a while. He's not leaving no time soon, unless basically something just out the world just happens. But he's not going nowhere right now. He's going
but
to acquiesce to the team and grind it out with that team. That's what it's going to be.
Shout
but
out
here
to Uncle Vernon.
but here's the misconception. Dame
That
isn't asking to. Dame wasn't the original one asking to leave. It was the media forcing Dame to ask to leave,
How do
and
you
that's
total? So let me pause you there. How do you know it's the media acting in the league and not Dame actually his action himself? That's the
that.
speculation that's throwing up. Just because the media comes out and say it, don't mean a player has to do that. You see what I'm saying? Because the thing is, Dame has his own willing mind to where he probably came there, seen the direction of the team, and said, "I'm gonna ask for a trade," because they're not moving in the direction. They're getting younger, not bringing in veteran talent to where he can actually compete out in the West. The West is a gauntlet right now. So unless he goes to a different team, he's not winning anything. Dame is how old is Dame? Dame about the same age as Curry right now, and with this and built up a 10 year of injuries right now. He don't got much longer. So it's better for him to go to a different team. But I get what you're saying, but I don't trust that it was just all the media. I think Dane came to that common denominator decision for himself to do what's best for him, opposed to listen to the media. He hasn't listened to the media this long, so why should he start now?
I agree. And not only that, not
The
only that,
media, the media has been telling him to leave that team for the past 5 years, and he hasn't. So what this tells me now is he's reached a breaking point with the team, and he decided himself he wants to leave. Not no Malika Andrews, not no Woj, not any of them. I think he decided on that decision. Could the media may have sprinkled in a little bit of news like, oh yeah, well maybe this time Dame will leave. They do that every year. They do that every year with some other player. Maybe this year they'll leave. I think it was him where he got fed up and wanted to leave because Portland is not going to do what they need to do. because they want to move in a different direction.
What's going on, bro? How you be, man? All right. I can. Let's just hang. Oh, y'all. Happy birthday, baby.
That's
Good.
it, bro.
Tell me, though. Hey, it's good. It's good. Hey, doggy.
How you doing, Brad?
I'm good. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right. I love you. I'll be back.
Uncle Vern, you said you agree with Murdoch. Why you agree with Murdoch?
On the fact that like you said about Dame, see, Dame ain't trying to get up out of there. He right, Dame want to be loyal. He trying to get that loyal thing. And I'm gonna tell you something. When it's time, when he say he want to go, they ain't gonna hold on to him. They gonna give him the respect he want. Because like he said, Dame been holding it out with them, but he shouldn't have been doing it anyway. He should have been gone. He can get paid anywhere. Come on, Dex, you know the business. You just try to hold it out with him, you know what I'm saying? Because he think he can do, he's hoping that he's thinking he can do something. But then you got other people on the line that's making the business arrangements and they ain't doing the right thing. And right now, this move they just made for, they was in a bad that they had to do that. They had to. So when they did that, that means it's going to be change. Change coming around. David got tired of sitting up there another 2 years, wait for change, help him get change, and then all of a sudden, he gone in the wild sunset. That's dead stanky. What do you think, Dex?
Well, I was trying to finish off my strawberries, but unfortunately, I'm down to my last one.
Okay, well, y'all go ahead and finish it up. I can finish this off, too. Dame Dollar gonna be good. Where is he going to? They
Whoa! Breaking news! Rockets are nearing a deal, sending 2 former first-round picks in Ty Washington and Usman Garoba, along with draft compensation to Atlanta. What Atlanta getting back?
Atlanta trying to do a salary dump because they're trying to keep the core that they have with Murray. When they originally did the Murray trade a couple of years ago, that really messed them up. They should have left Murray a Spurs problem. When they made Murray a part of their problem, they messed themselves up. So they're not trying to bring on any more salary at this point.
And what did they want? I'm going to ask you about what they wound up doing with Drew, but they got rid of him. I know they got rid of him. I forgot about it. I don't know what's up with Atlanta. Got less. Hey, what about Melo? That's what I called in, folks. Oh,
Talk about it.
Oh, boy, it's good, Jack. I'll tell you about getting that money. Hey, look here. How much, Jack, you good at math? How much is 206, what is it, 260 million plus
52 million a year. 52 million a year.
Hey, look, the man's still young yet. He got more millions to get. Dex, don't even tell me about the
Yeah, he got another contract coming. Sure. What about all the people, the naysayers saying that LaMelo wasn't going to sign with the Hornets? Like, we didn't know what we was talking about here at Light Sports TV. LaMelo wasn't going to resign with the Hornets. He was going to be the first rookie to not sign this extension. Remember all that talk?
Hey, he ain't going to resign with. What you say? He wasn't going to resign with the Hornets.
Yeah, you act like you forgot. Remember, you don't have amnesia. You remember all that talk, controversy that LaMelo might be the first rookie.
Whoa. With the old Hornets or the new Hornets, Jack? Don't slip that in. The old Hornets or the new Hornets?
It's still the Hornets. So now you want to divide them? Those guys.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's still the same guys. Those guys come from inside the Hornets. They wasn't outside. They come from inside the Hornets. They've been with the Hornets forever.
30? Okay, let me make a telephone call and come back to you. Just give me the receipt. You throw the ticket away. The receipt. Yeah. I'm going to make a telephone call, and I'm going to call and find out what she wants. Because I didn't know it was 30. All right, 1 second. Okay. Hey, Dex.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you something, Dex. I know you meet out here, so I'm about to start, Dex. You got to kill me for a minute. Let me tell you something, first, Dex. Real though, honestly. Dex, it's a new sheriff in town, Dex. I wish you get that right with the Bulls organization. I wish you stop, Dex. I'm standing out here, Dex, and I ain't got to talk loud because I'm outside. I can talk louder than you. Look, I wish you stop with that old Michael Jordan stuff, Dex. It's a new sheriff in town, Dex. You know who the owner is? I don't even care. It ain't Michael Jordan. It ain't that stupid stuff. Okay. Yeah. 200. How many millions did they say he signed that young boy to?
260.
Two. That's all? All
260.
right.
260. What do you mean
For
that's all?
5 years? For
Yes.
5 years?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I think, yeah. And back to that other question you asked about Jello getting on there too. I think, yeah, Jello got a bigger window right now to get over there. That's
Oh,
even
no
more
doubt.
better. And matter,
No
yo, yes,
doubt.
it does. And not only that, Lonzo got a window to get over there too. Well, I'm telling you, Dex, all things work out for the good for those that believe and work accordingly or act accordingly to the purpose, Dex. Well, I'm
Well,
telling you,
well,
Dex.
you said there's a new sheriff in town.
Or owner,
So,
Dex. It's a new owner. It ain't no Michael
right,
Jordan. It ain't no Michael B. Jordan, Dex.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan,
I can care
Michael
less.
J. Jordan,
I can care
Michael J.
less.
J.
I can care less. It ain't no Michael B. Jordan no more. Acting
Now,
like the owner. Acting
the
like the
thing,
owner.
now
What?
the thing of LaMelo's Ball's contract that they really didn't waste no time. He should have been signed already for his extension. I thought he should have been signed in his third year, like they did Jason Tatum,
Hey,
Darion
Dex.
Fox,
Dex.
and
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Spider-Man. Okay, and so like he said, Michael Jordan prolonged playing, fiddling with his thumbs, trying to low ball, just doing all the dumb shit, the nigga shit. When you get up into that upper echelon of business, you gotta leave that nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? That gotta stay in your backyard. You gotta come up to the plate like the rest of the people. Now I know Michael might be one of the poorest billionaires amongst the oligarchs or the governors, the owners. He might be the poorest billionaire. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. But he had some shady practices, and now it seems like maybe those days are far gone for the Charlotte Hornets. And like Uncle Vernon said, there's a new sheriff in town. But Michael Jordan is still lurking his head around. They didn't take everything from him. They just took the majority from him. They took the veto power from him. And maybe he might exercise his proxy. I don't know. We have to wait and see. But congratulations once again for the Melo Ball, the son of
In
the
the front
ball,
line.
the baby boy of them all, to secure a
Yeah.
$260 million contract as a rookie distinction. So
And
he got his. Now we're going to see what
text about
Anthony Edwards
Bro
get.
Light 100. All right,
Could you imagine James Wiseman, how he fumbled the bag?
okay.
Is James Wiseman a bigger flop than Dennis Schroeder turning down $84 million? Because if James Wiseman would have been playing like the rest of them,
Okay.
he would have got the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
From somebody. What about Pat Williams?
Bro Light 100.
Did Pat Williams fumble the bag being non-assertive?
Bro
Did
Light.
Pat Williams, was he paying attention
Also like
that
the
this
silver.
buku kind of astronomical numbers with all these commas was going to be in place for rookie extensions? What the hell happened to Patrick Williams? He was picked right behind LaMelo, and he was picked before Tyrese Halliburton. And the Bulls have yet to offer him an extension.
Well, it's probably gonna be after this season. So well they'll probably do that. Right now, basically he's still on a show improve. One, because he hasn't been healthy enough to play a full season. And two, I think
Who
last year
hasn't been healthy enough?
Patrick Williams.
He played a full season last year.
That's what I
All
mean.
82.
Yeah.
Last year was his first full season.
And that didn't turn out
First
well.
first 2 years. What his first 2 years he got his
Oh
first year
God,
basically
I
got
don't know about that
injured
one.
in the season.
when he played with Lonzo, he missed some games, but he came back and played the rest of the year out
He came.
until the
He only
playoffs.
played. He only played like 15 games. He missed
What?
majority of the year.
He only played 15 games last season. I mean, not last season, season before.
Yeah. Let me go look it up.
In
I got you
Lonzo
right here.
inaugural season, no, that's not correct. He played way more than 15 games. He played every game down the stretch, and he closed out the season with the Chicago.
Speaking about the regular season, he's gonna play 15 games. He probably played like 20. He probably played like in the 20s.
Maybe in his.
And no more than 30. He didn't play no more than 30. Definitely gonna play under 30 because he only played because in the beginning of the
Well,
year he only
okay,
played
go
like
look it
6
up
games.
so we can be on the same page. Because I'm saying he played more than 17 games. That's
Yeah. So in the 2021-22 season, he only played 17 games.
wow. He only played 17 games.
Yes.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, because remember he broke his wrist. He broke his
Wow.
wrist. The game he broke his wrist on was the game where he went up there dunking on what's his name? What's the center name for the Knicks?
Robinson.
Yeah, Mitchell Robinson. He went to go dunking on him. He got hit in the air, got fouled, and broke his wrist.
Right, that was like the fourth game into the season or something like that.
And he was out the rest of the year.
He only played 17 games.
And then come back to the end of the year to play a few games.
I know he played down the stretch. I remember that because he had like a 30-point game.
Down the stretch. He played down the stretch. So if you count, you subtract four games from that 17. What's that, Dex?
13.
Exactly. He only played down the stretch. Only played 13 regular season games. Then if you
Wow.
count the playoffs,
Revelation.
you count the playoffs, that's only 5.
Yeah. No, you can't count the playoffs. You really can't count the playoffs.
You know,
unless he did good in the playoffs. But if he didn't do good in the playoffs, you got to let that one go.
I mean, he really ain't do good. He really didn't do good.
We're unstoppable. Why he didn't come with me with this argument? Because I was very ill prepared to hear this.
He probably didn't go in depth on it. Now last season, basically,
they played all.
You can get. He played all that season right there. Basically,
and that's his contract year, so that's the most important thing.
It was up and down, and it was up and down for him. It was up and down.
Yeah, it was shameful. Now, listen, you're using a lot of euphemistic terms. It was shameful. It wasn't. It was. Don't say up and down. Please say shameful for the number 4 overall pick playing in his contract year. That was a year that was going to move him either with the upper echelon of his draft class or disprove him as a legitimate commodity in a field project. The way he played. You had DeMar DeRozan had to explain his lack of intensity. I'm talking Patrick Williams' lack of intensity. DeMar DeRozan had
he averaged 10 points a game, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block. He shot 41% from 3, and he shot 46% from the field.
How many threes? Because that's a good percentage. That's top-notch percentage. How many?
He shot 4.
Put up per game? Oh,
he averaged about 4.
That's good. Because we know the Bulls was one of the worst 3-point shooting teams
in the
per
league.
attempt in the league.
Yeah.
They don't shoot.
Basically. Yeah, but that's last year was actually his most. It was actually his most career point average he averaged.
So that's the max you're going to get in your contract year, playing all 82. That's the max that we're going to see him. He will.
I don't know, man. Hopefully, he got a bigger role this year. So, this is
do or die this year, right?
This is his first year where he's fully healthy going to the offseason. So we'll see.
Do or die. I'm quite sure he'll be in the G League.
The G League? Nah, I ain't gonna be in the G League.
I said Drew.
I don't know. He might.
Been there before, so trying to get his games right. They all
I
meet up
know.
down there.
I know he. I know he working with Lamar. I mean Demar.
Then he'll be in the junior once again.
So he
Lamar,
working
that's his
with.
home.
Yeah, he working with Demar right now. Him and what's his name? Dalen. I think it's Dalen Terry. That's his name. Dalen
Yeah,
Terry.
Jalen
Yeah,
Terry.
they working together. Him and the rookie they just drafted working with him too. Lamar basically said anybody under the age 24 is with him all summer. They waking up 5 a.m. for workout.
Well, hopefully he don't lay a judge like he did last season. If he do, he don't need to work out with Lamar. Lamar just teach him how to pump fake. But nevertheless, congratulations to
I
LaMelo
mean
LaFrance Ball for
Lamar.
securing the $260 million contract that was laid at his feet. Same, same contract, maybe a few little different nuances that Tyrese Halliburton secured a day earlier in the first
Yeah.
day of the NBA. I think they should have announced LaMelo before they announced Tyrese Halliburton because he took a lot of sting out of it.
Nah, man. Nah, the Hornets is probably waiting for a contract like that because then basically
I
they
think
could be like,
it was already signed. It was already edged.
probably so,
Because
probably so.
it's
But
too
you
soon.
got to,
And
but you
LaMelo
got to.
would, I mean, naturally, hold on one second. Naturally, a player getting a contract after another player that they feel is better than, popular than, got more game than, he would at least ask for at least 5 million more so he could be the highest paid at that moment. And then Anthony Edwards will come on top of that. It will be probably the highest paid of that draft class. You know what I'm saying? So by them having
Yeah, I
like the
feel.
same numbers, it just seemed like it was already etched.
It could have been. It could have been, or it could have been a situation where agents talk. So the agent probably talked to the Miller. What did he get? All right, cool. The Miller agent was like, what did he get? All right, cool. So y'all match that, but give me more base money. Same thing with Lamar Jackson. What did Jalen Hurts get? I want you to match that,
Right,
but give me about
right,
5 more million, and we call it cool. We call it even.
right. Yeah.
Because Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts contract is literally the same thing. So Lamar got like 5 more million. That's it. Base
That's
money. That
Yeah.
was it.
and,
About the
and
same
that's
thing, guaranteed everything.
and that's where I brought up the point about the 195 to the 210
Right.
range.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. But if you want to espouse on that some
Because
more
just as much as because just as
or
much as
elaborate,
players talk,
go for it.
agents talk too. But go ahead.
Of
I just
course,
wanted to
yeah.
put that
Yeah,
out
they
there.
do. Of course they do. Yeah. I believe that. But normally, but see, the thing of it is, they'll let somebody set the market and then they go from there. So I agree with you. So, so with that, listen, guys, are you still there? Because I can't hear anybody.
Still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I just got quiet to let y'all finish our points. I was just stressing about the
Oh,
195 to
we
the
don't take long to get our points across, Gemini, unlike you. And the only reason why I stretch
don't
mines
do him
out,
like that, Dex.
yeah, but I'm just telling them, the only reason why I stretch mines out for the purpose of the stream. That's the only reason why I stretch. Because I can be very concise, unlike.
where you went, Dex.
Yeah, phone call came on. I'm sorry, my brother. Listen, Twins, they get rid of Ty and Thor. Twin, we've been saying that forever. And
Who
JT
gonna
Thor
take
got a
him?
promotion. JT Thor got a promotion as we speak. As the Charlotte Hornets roster is currently constructed, JT Thor come out of the G League to be the second in depth in power forward. And he hasn't done
PJ
anything.
Washington. PJ Washington. Because
If
it's not the fact that he's done anything. This it's the fact that he has position versatility that the Charlotte Hornets need, especially on the defensive end. He can be a 3-and-D. He can be a 3-and-D, 3D guy that can at least guard in small ball situations, guard the 5, and then basically in normal situations guard the 4, and maybe some, not all, but some 3s. So he has that positional versatility they're looking for off the bench, including he shoots the 3. He can probably improve on shooting the 3 a little better, but I think he provides that
A little
defense
better.
and that 3-point ball that they like on the team, as well as, especially since the player that they did have
Look
that
up his
could do that.
3-point
He
percentage.
just didn't work out. They did have to do that. It just didn't work out. Was what's his name? Jalen McDaniels. He just didn't work out.
Right.
They probably like Thor better than him.
Hell no.
But if anytime the
But
Hornets
look up
could
his
have
3-point
waived a
percentage,
player,
Murdoch.
but if anytime the Hornets could have waived a player or restructured a deal, this was the time. So when it come to Haywood, when it come
Don't even
to
speak on Hayward because he ain't going nowhere. I don't know why people keep trying to pry Hayward away from Charlotte Hornets. He's a good old white boy. And he's getting paid more than anybody except LaMelo right now. So he's not going nowhere unless he wants to. Because they begged that guy to come to Charlotte. They begged Hayward.
Yeah,
They've been sketching.
32%.
Oh my God, terrible. They begged and for his talent to come there, even when he was a Utah Jazz. The Charlotte Hornets was sketchy and in trying to entice Hayward to come over. And at one time, during his rookie extension, the Charlotte Hornets gave him a tentative offer, and Utah came over him and matched. And that was back in his rookie extension. So they've been looking for this so-called Larry Bird is
but I'm talking
player
about him
in
and
Gordon
Rozier.
Hayward.
But I'm talking about him and Rozier. If any time it was a time to either waive, restructure the deal, if any time it is now. They're choosing not to, and that's why I don't speak on them subjects, and that's why I run from those subjects. As
I
much as
agree.
y'all try to revisit them, I run from those subjects. But
Okay,
y'all
we
keep
respect that. We have to revisit them because we have Hornets fans. I mean, come on. Okay, we don't isolate anybody. We don't ostracize them. No bit. I don't care what fan base you are. If you come to Fight Sports TV, we're gonna give you some banter, and we hope that you engage with the banter to keep it going, so your team can get highlighted amongst all the rest of our teams because we got boots in the ground all over.
I dig it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see what the Lakers about to do with these last 2 years of draft picks. Are they sending everybody to the G League? I'm trying to figure out what they do at this point.
you get some news, you let us know. Chime in. But yeah, JT Thor. Back to JT Thor. I understand Murgah speaking up for the black because a lot of people feel there's no such thing as black people. But JT Thor has proven it wrong. William Gabriel has proven it wrong. Dennis Schroeder has proven it wrong. There is some black ink people on this earth. Now, us so-called African Americans might not be black. We're more brown than black. But there is some black people on this earth. So all those who say black is not a people, black is not a race, shut your face.
It's not
Shut your
Actually,
face.
Charlotte can have Wyndham Gabriel.
black is not a race. We don't have to sit up there and argue about it, but don't be ridiculous. Now you're being ridiculous. Black is not a race. I'm as black as anybody else.
Burn, gotta know.
I know just like you do. I know where my heritage come from.
They might not have said the English word black,
We can't talk the same.
they use the word Kemet. And what do Kemet mean?
Hey, Jack,
Come on now.
everybody need to come up out of
Come
Kemet,
on now.
Jack. I am not stupid. Everybody need to come up out of Kemet.
I don't mean it. I don't
Okay,
want to
then,
get
well,
woke,
Jack,
but
don't-
the term
That
is-
was
like
a,
that, 'cause
but
the
don't,
term is
but don't tell me it wasn't a race when according to ancient
No,
philosophers,
Dex, no.
Kemet was called the land of the black.
No, come on,
So
Dex.
And it
Dex,
Stop it.
wasn't just
so
because of the
Dex,
mud.
stop it, Dex.
so
Stop it.
no, hold on.
Okay, I
Let me
understand that.
break this
All
down.
right.
Hold on, let me break this down. Let me break this down. Let me break this down.
Dex, stop that, though.
The
I'm
term is
gonna
not
stop and let you go, Dex.
the,
Go ahead. I'm gonna stop, though. But when
the
you want to do it,
term.
make
The
sense, though.
term
Don't do
is
that.
not the. Hold on. The term is not black. It's bleg. The term black came from the word bleg, which is Indo-European. So the term that you want to use describe someone of very dark skin is usually olive, swarthy. You can say carbon, terms of that nature. They just use the term black as a relation sense because that's more in modern English. But the terms they use were maybe swarthy, olive, carbon, things of that nature. That's what they use. And also too as well, Kemet is a more
Exactly.
modern Kemet is a more modern term that they use. It's not the ancient place what you refer to as quote unquote Egypt or Kemet. It's actually was called Tameri. That was Upper Egypt, and then lower quote unquote Egypt was called Tanasi. That's what that was referring to. And if you want to look that up, you can go get the book by the brother, the ancestor, Dr. Ben, Black Man and All His Family. You can learn about that.
I'm
Those who want
back
to
to
read about
Dr.
that.
Ben Johanna.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. Dr. Ben don't play. Dr. Ben don't play.
But what I'm saying is that we don't have to go into all of that. You can look right on your TV when the Charlotte Hornets play and see one of the darkest men that you will ever see while you living on this earth.
Almost there.
So that's
I
all
agree with
I'm
that.
saying. So all
That's
that,
that.
you know what I'm saying? We're looking at it. The
Hey,
swarthy,
Dex,
the
let me
olive.
ask you
You
this.
got to realize
Dex,
two decks.
Dex,
You got to realize two decks.
hey,
That
Dex, can I ask you this
I'm
question?
not the
Dex,
type of
can
person
I
where I
ask,
get
can I
overly
ask you?
analytical about the word black. So I just use it now because not everyone is on that tip. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly,
So
right.
I just use that term right there now. But if you want to use the correct sense, then yeah, the correct
Because
vernacular,
really,
then yeah.
I
But
believe, honestly, in my spirituality, I believe black is not even a color. It's the essence of color.
yeah, most definitely.
So that's, I mean, to be honest with you. But
Most
Uncle
definitely.
Vern is
And
just
this,
got up in arms
and
because
this,
he heard
and
that.
that's the word. Okay. Hey, Dex, let me ask you this question. You talk about ethnicity. You want me to judge you jump in right at the same time. Okay, do you consider yourself as being a Hamite?
I
Because
don't
you know those
subscribe to
people that
all
you
that
just spoke about
Israelite stuff.
consider as
I
being
mean, that's
Hamite.
come from the
You can, well, see,
Hebrew nation and nation
see,
of
that's my
Israel
point.
and all that stuff. I don't
You
subscribe to that.
not.
I'm being honest with you. So
Okay, well,
Hamite,
then how can you
Hamite,
have a
Canaanite.
conversation when you don't
Hold on,
subscribe
let me
to it?
finish. Hamite,
Well, then the
Canaanite,
people
and
that you
all other
speak,
type of nights.
you consider
Night
yourself
is
as
black.
the people that you speak of, you just spoke up on them. That's ignorantly by the fact. And then you spoke up on them, and that man had to put you in track about what you're talking about. First time I ever heard somebody put you in track, and then you still go
No, he
right
didn't
back
put
off
me
the
in track. What he
and then you
did was further
then you get
explain
right back off the
the
same track
origin
again.
or the
Don't forget
etymology of black. That's all he did,
well, then, yeah,
according
okay,
to
and then that
Jay.
go right
He didn't
back.
put me on
Now
track.
do you consider
I
yourself
was
as
just
being a
surface with it.
Hamite?
I didn't go deep with it. I
Do
was
you
just surface.
consider yourself as being a Hamite? My question: what do you consider
I'm
yourself as
telling
being?
you, I don't consider myself none of them mites.
Well, see, then why would you speak up on it then?
I consider myself the son of body.
Okay, then that's the point. Then why you speak of those
Yeah, and I
something
consider
you
myself
don't know
a
nothing about? You
member
can
of
tell
the
you.
Asiatic nation. That's what I. That's where you really want to get technical.
Let's get back to talking
I'm
about
a member of the
basketball.
Asiatic
Let's get
nation.
back to talking about
My parents are
basketball.
Native American. I mean, my mom was Native American.
Yeah, but then how could you do that and prove it too? Prove it at the same time. How could you do that? Because you have to prove your heritage. That means you have to go back. You have to go back to your DNA. That means you've done that,
I'm
right?
telling you what my mama told us, and
Bro,
I visit,
he
and I'm
just
telling you what the
told
property
you.
that we have in Alabama is
Hey,
treaty property.
He just told you
I
his
want
DNA.
you to tell me what I want you to tell me what the side. I
No,
want you
Uncle
to
Vern
tell
want
me what the
everybody to be a
side you
Hebrew
come from.
Israelite.
Your mama might not
I ain't
be
with that
your
shit.
grandmama. I
Man,
didn't
the,
tell
Because
you
Hebrew
never said
Israelites
I
don't
didn't
like
say
the
everybody.
that.
term, and that's and if you want to be
I never,
technical, bro, the term is not
yeah,
even.
bro,
The term is not
don't
even,
confuse
it's
me with
technically
that.
not even
Don't.
his Israelite. It's Samorian, and Su is
I'm,
a suffix. You see what I'm saying? So those same people come from the same place, man. They came from Tameri, Tanasi, man. Same damn place, man. Same people, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's all the roots do.
So,
All
so
this
it's
name.
no,
Listen,
it's
Say
you know,
what?
it's no, so
it's I'm
it's no,
Dame's the advisor.
Hittite,
Abram.
it's no Hittite, it's no none of that, man. It's the
No,
same
no
people.
ice or mics. I'm not in the
Yeah,
isms and
man.
schisms. I'm not a
Yeah,
part of that.
man. Yeah, man.
That's
It's no none of
boundaries.
that, man.
Those are boundaries.
That's why, Vern, that's why you need to go read Dr. Ben's books. Because Dr. Ben, who is a quote unquote Jew, broke all that down. Ain't none of that. And those all the same people that come from the same place, bro. He even broke down the so-called Hyksos dynasty that occurred, man. Like all that's the same people, dog.
When you say so-called, why would you say so-called? Do he call himself that? Dr. Ben, do he call himself that? Or is that what you just
Yeah, he
said?
calls it.
But if he called himself that,
himself
then
a
he would
Jew.
know then, right?
He calls himself a Jew.
No,
He got
Dr. Ben is deep.
he got a book. He got a book called We the Black Jews, bro. Like he broke all that down.
Right, exactly. And Dr.
Thank you.
One thing about
Okay.
Dr.
All right,
Ben,
I understand
they
that.
did label him as an anti-Semite, but nevertheless, Dr. Ben also has a
Well,
plethora of lectures on YouTube.
hey, Dex,
If you
I'm
don't want,
glad
if you
you
don't want
know
to
them
get
words.
the book.
Hey, Dex, you know them words real good. But you play Dex, you know them
Can
words
we
real good.
please
But you
go
play
back to
dumb when it comes down to
Stop
basketball?
it,
knowing
Uncle
something
Vern.
about it.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
do that.
Uncle Vern.
Can
That's
we
Uncle
please
Vern
get
and his
back to
spirituality, his little
basketball?
Bible thumper. Stop that Bible
Well, no,
thumping, Uncle Vern.
what I am. Well, no, that's not what I am. What I am, I'm knowledgeable about a lot of things. About something you speaking about right now, you seem like you're not knowledgeable about it. So when I try to give you knowledge on it, you run from it.
All right, let's get on back to basketball.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
talk
already,
about.
I'm
Get
already
back to
familiar with a lot of that.
Hey,
basketball.
Let's
Vern,
go back
Vern,
Let's
to
Vern,
get
what you
back
think
to
about
basketball.
what you think about
basketball
the
because I
Melo
know that
contract,
too,
Vern?
Dex.
But I
What
don't
you
run
think
from
about
it.
the Melo contract, Vern?
I was definitely involved in that deeply at one point in my life. And then I found out a lot of it was a market. People just selling books, inciting people. But anyway,
Nope,
yeah,
that
go
stuff is
ahead. What
real,
you think
Dex.
about the contract? What you think about the contracts that's been given out so far, Uncle Vern? Have you been up on that?
Yeah, no, I haven't been up on all of them. I heard about Melo though. That's the only thing I've been listening to. I've been listening to Lonzo. I know they ain't gonna make no moves on Lonzo. Lonzo's straight. I heard about
What's on the
Melo though,
contract right now?
and when I heard about Melo, I said, yeah, they come Jello now. I'm telling you, Dex. It's only a couple things that hold
No,
up
Uncle Vern.
what we
Let me
speak
ask you a
about right
question real
now.
quick.
Those hold my
Let me
water.
ask you a question,
Go ahead.
and I want you to elaborate on this. Now,
Go
since
ahead.
LaMelo is the official
Okay.
highest paid Hornets player in history, do that give him leverage to
Yeah.
bring up LiAngelo once he heals from his ankle surgery?
Yeah, of course it does, Dex. To give them leverage to do a lot of things. As a matter of fact, the organization is showing that the new order. Let me just say this right now, Dex, so that you understand. The new organization is showing them interest right now. Let them know right now. I don't care who we brought in. I ain't gonna be. This is the man. And as soon as we get that other dude, these other people that brought in,
What
we
other
gonna
dude?
make
What other dude?
sure we get some more men up in here.
What other dude
Other
you just
dudes,
was referring to?
like your boy, you one you love. Wait. First of all, let me start off with the one you love to hate, Terry Rozier, and let me go right back to the one you can't stand, but you got to keep him anyway. Gordon Hayward. Okay, so that's answered that question. Then go ahead on with the next question you want to ask.
Well,
As
do
soon
you
as
see
them
Terry
bombs out of
Rozier in
the
the
way,
move?
it's gonna be clear sailing. You
Yeah,
say
okay.
what?
If Terry Rozier is on the move, where you think he might go? You think he might go to
Hey, Dex,
the Miami Heat?
Dex. Let me put it like this. See, we would already talk about this. Mom already know that you can't stand Terry Rozier anyway. You care less. If you can go to China, you can go there. You can be happy about it. And the one is Gordon Hayward. That's the one I really want to focus on.
Well, that contract is going to die with Charlotte.
Wait. See, there you go again with that contract. That was that Michael Jordan mindset, Dex. The new ownership can care less about Gordon Hayward or the old contract. You get
They got to
me?
have a white boy on the team. What are you
Yeah,
talking about? That's in the South.
Dex. That's your way
You
of
can't
thinking.
kick the only white boy off the
That's
team.
old media, Dex. That's old media. It's a new fool here now. They ain't standing with that white boy that want to sit on the bench all the time, getting paid. He ain't got no problem with that. That's good. That you can do that because you got the money to give to him. But ain't nobody else, ain't no fools gonna come in and do that. Bet you he be gone on the first thing smoking. Or the last one, he gonna be gone regardless, Dex. Back to you again. Yeah. And when they get that out of the way, they'd be clear selling on the way down, and they're gonna make wise
But that
decisions.
might be
I see
easier
them getting
said than
Jello
done,
and Lonzo.
Uncle Vern. How you think that's easier said than done?
Yeah, well, hey, you know what I wish that hey, Jax, I'm gonna tell you something. This is what I wish, and you can relate to this. You can attest to it too. I wish that these guys here was around 2 years ago when Lonzo came up, and then they didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? And they had his brother out there, and had chances of his. I wish these people was around then at that time when Lonzo made that
Interesting.
decision at 12. I mean at 11:55
Yep.
instead of waiting to 12. Yeah,
Yep.
I wish these people were there doing this business. Boy, I'm gonna tell you,
They wouldn't
they
have
did some
lowballed him, right?
good
They wouldn't
business.
have lowballed
But
Lonzo. They would
hey,
have gave
but
him
you
what
know
he's
what
worth.
gets me though? You know what gets me though, Dex? I'm telling you, Dex. I was the one been riding for Lonzo to come down there, and you told me to, Vern, they ain't gonna do it because Michael Jordan is cheap, and then always start talking about you got to give Michael Jordan some money to get Lonzo. They have to get a couple million to help him do it. Ain't nobody gonna do it. Yeah, you the one broke that news to me. I didn't want to believe it, but
Yep.
you broke it to me though, Dex.
I
And I'm gonna
think
tell
you
you right
cussed
now,
me out.
I'm
Didn't you
going on.
cuss me out that
I ain't
day when
gonna.
I broke that news?
Yeah, I did. I apologize then, and I apologize now. Yeah, but it's all right though. Yeah, it's some new sheriffs in town. And Michael Jordan ain't nothing but just somebody to sign something on a piece of paper and go on and get it on. And go fuck on. That's all it is. Dex, I'm sorry, I don't want to do that, but that's how it is. He's no more important to the Charlotte Hornets for now or forever.
Ooh.
Yeah. He can get all the money he can off of them, and if he's a smart man to do such, he would, because they're going to be a winning organization. He shouldn't give up on Melo, because Melo is going to come through. Yeah, don't give up on Melo, Dr. J or Jordan. Yeah, don't give up on him. Just don't make no decisions. You ain't real smart to make a decision. You got somebody else get paid for doing that. Matter of fact, they own the thing. You just got shares in it. Yeah, and sit back and just enjoy your shares. Right, Dex? Well, I'm telling you, Dex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like that, Uncle Vern. That's
yeah,
good
yeah,
content.
that's business.
We got breaking news. Breaking news. Is reported involving Damian Lillard that the Portland Trailblazers and the Miami Heat will almost certainly need a third team included to facilitate the deal to Miami. This is coming from Chris Haynes. Miami needs another team. They don't have the assets.
Told you.
Uh-oh. What I keep telling y'all, did I tell y'all he want to be in South Beach? Boy, I'm on fire this week.
He
Where's
going to
Sky when I
Miami.
need him?
He going to Miami. They just got to get a third
Yeah.
team to help out this shit
Where
out.
is Sky? I
Hey,
want to know where the hell is Sky at.
what Kyrie gonna do?
Sky always say I'll be captain.
Kyrie stayed.
He in Dallas.
He
We
stayed.
reported on that.
Kyrie gonna stay with Dallas? With Dallas?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Damn. Yeah. They ain't gonna go nowhere. They ain't gonna do nothing because he ain't gonna do. They ain't gonna cause this right. Damn.
I told Flight that earlier that Miami don't have the pieces to get Dame in Miami. I told
Yeah.
Flight that
Yeah.
earlier.
Here we go again, Gemini, with the facilitation of the NBA. Watch the third team spring up.
No, but I'm just saying I told Flight that earlier.
If they throw what's the name in, if they throw that center in, then they can get him.
Bam not going
Who's the
nowhere.
third team? Who do you think the third team might be?
I'm not speculating. Because at this point, the only other team that have money that have to spend it at this point will be OKC and Houston. They
Yep.
have the money that they have to spend at this point.
And why would they help out Miami? What was they reason for helping out Miami?
That's the same thing I was saying about helping Portland
That's
and
money.
helping
You
Chicago.
already know it's about money. Come on, guys. Don't act
No,
naive.
no, they have
Right. Okay.
Everybody's
But
not going to win a
it's
championship.
just
Everybody's not
that
going to win a
no.
championship.
Wait,
So you might as well make money on your journey.
wait. They have money. Purple pointed this out. If they do
No,
not
I'm talking
spend
about
the money,
I'm talking about making
wait,
money.
Dex,
I ain't talking about
Dex,
having money for a salary cap. I'm talking about overall for the NBA. It's a
Delta.
potluck, right? The NBA is a potluck. Yes or no? Come on, man. It is not that hard. You don't have to be a genius to figure it out. The NBA is a potluck. It's a socialist ran organization. Yes or no? right?
Purple
So if it's a
reported
socialist ran
on
organization with sharing
Purple
and redistributing the wealth,
reported on if they do not spend the money, they will get fined. Purple
we
reported
understand that.
on it.
We understand all that. We've been through that. Either use it or lose it. We know that. But I'm saying the way they run it, the way they run their operation, their business model, is on socialist principles, and it's about redistribution and sharing the wealth. So for the NBA to facilitate, I'm just giving you a motive. I'm not saying that they're going to do this, but for the NBA to facilitate, they're going to make sure because I mean they got a plethora of lawyers, so they know how to make all the money crunch to where it seems to be fair. If Miami and Dame Lillard can be a good, suitable investment, because that's all it is, for the NBA and their revenue sharing activities, then they're going to make it work. A third team will spring up. The NBA will look over there and say, okay, you guys, you can move this, this, and this, and make it work. And don't worry about it. 2 years from now, we'll give you a high quality draft. You can't just do it overnight because it'll be too obvious. But 2 years from now, you'll be in the top three. We ain't gonna guarantee you number one, but you'll be in the
No,
top three for
twin.
sure.
I do my research because I don't like looking dumb and just speaking out the side of my neck, twin. That's why I do research. I do research because I don't like looking dumb. So I'm sorry that I do research and I don't like looking dumb. That's why I stay up at night to talk NBA because I don't like looking dumb, twin. I'm sorry that I like doing research to look dumb, twin.
Okay, good reply. So the thing of it is, it's all about making money, making moves and making money. And we talked about this with Michael Jordan. What was this last year, Uncle Vern? We spoke about this with Michael Jordan, shorthanding the league, trying to be 50-50 and just reaping profits and not trying to move the needle, you know. And we talked about this with another gentleman who personally knew Michael Jordan that came on our stream and was giving us some insight of a scoop of Michael Jordan. And he was right. He said they're going to take the team from up underneath Michael, and that was almost 9 months ago. And it came to fruition. And he wasn't guessing because he was connecting the dots and he was bringing up certain stuff about the inside business activities of some of the minority owners. I can't remember the guy's name because he wanted to be anonymous to some extent. Do you guys remember that? Do some of you remember that who's been with Flight Sports TV
Hey,
over
yeah,
the
hey,
years?
hey, I remember that. Hey, hey,
Everything he
hey,
said came
okay,
to
I remember
fruition.
that too, Dex. But let me ask you this question, Dex. I understand that. Hey, Dexter, then I want to ask you this question too. Why would you think they had to put a gun up to his head? Because they actually did something because they wasn't going back and saying nothing bad about him, bringing up nothing negative or anything else. What it was, the same old Michael Jordan. He didn't run out on pressure that was coming from the outside, coming from the air, because he was right satisfied with that. He sold that team because of money. And he knew he could get a lot of money off of that and still be invested in the deck. Don't be stupid because it's the same thing you talking about. It ain't run him off.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody ran him
Right.
off.
That's right.
He didn't care nothing about
That's
you.
right.
Was right at first. He didn't say nothing about it. He got others
Yep.
endeavors.
Endeavors.
Come on,
That's right.
Dex. Don't be stupid. I mean, no, Dex, don't be ridiculous. All right, I ain't gonna
No,
call
that's
him
not me.
stupid, but he's being ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous, Dex. Yeah, but no, don't you know what it was? Of course you know what it was. It was money. He
Yeah.
got
Well,
his hands in too
that
much stuff.
gentleman.
He can't do nothing right.
Right. We've been reported on that. We already reported on that, months and years. But nevertheless,
Yeah. But if
wherever
they
when that guy came
ran him
in,
off, if they done,
yeah, they would
go
have to
ahead.
sell everything. Yeah. When he remember that
Right. Yeah, if
when
they'd have
that
ran
older
him off,
brother came on.
like they yeah.
No, I was just repeating some of the historical content that was on Flight Sports TV that maybe some of the newer viewers
Yeah.
hadn't heard.
Oh yeah.
And this is why we come to the conclusion that we have because we was getting inside information from those down in Charlotte and inside information for those in Chicago that was familiar with Mike that came on the stream. And they wasn't bullshit. There wasn't no scam artists. There wasn't no charlatan. It was just telling us straight up what was going down because they was over here in the stream. Some of us was close to it, but we wasn't all the way there because a lot of us was speaking from the outside in and speculating, but our speculation had some firm root in truth and reality, and then they came and gave us the inside scoop. You know what I'm saying? They started naming people that we didn't really know of, and that got me on a mission to research. And that's how I came up with Fred and some of them other cats I was thinking because of this guy initiated to pop atoms in my brain concerning the inner workings of the Charlotte Hornets. And everything he said so far came to fruition. He said when the new people come in, they're gonna sign LaMelo quick. It's not gonna even be a negotiation factor. They're gonna give him what he's worth. They ain't gonna nickel and dime. Ain't that what he said? And look what happened. The second leg of free agency, we hear that LaMelo signing this deal. We ain't heard nothing. LaMelo turned down a qualifying offer, so they got to go back to the negotiation table and trying to string it along. That was the tactic of Mike and that old regime. So Burns talking about new sheriff in town. They ain't playing no game with that. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
And
Yeah. I know
and they
what
got
you
that
mean.
out the way. So that's out of the way. Now Uncle Vern was saying, now you gotta work on the other two cats who came there to nest in Charlotte Hornets hive and get money and not production.
Yep.
So
Yep.
the
Start
guy,
with
I
the
don't know if
start
he
with
ever
the
come on the
listen.
stream. I don't know if he ever still listens to the stream. But I wish he would come back and we can thank him for giving us that inside scoop on what he knew. He didn't know it all. He said he didn't know it all. But what he knew have came to fruition so far. Every single bit of information conveyed on Mike. Nobody had that information.
Oh
That
yeah.
information was strictly on Flight Sports TV. And he kept himself anonymous. So I don't even know who the hell he is. All I know is he goes back to Mike for a long time. Even Coffee gave us some insight scoop on Mike to the point where he knew Mike. But after that, Coffee speculated also because Mike is into other things now. So that relationship or that scenery where Coffee and Mike was probably a part of is not happening. So yeah, I just think that the NBA is going to do what it do. Try to get Dame down there in Florida, South Beach, and I'm telling you, some team is going to spring up. Some unsuspected team is going to spring up to be a part of this facilitation to get Damian Lillard to out of Portland and seat him in Miami, like I said before. And Scoot Henderson will have the reign to Portland. Him, Anthony Simons, and Shane Sharp will have the reign. And with Jeremy Grant laying in the wings up there at the moment. And the people will have something to cheer for because I think Scoop is going to be sensational. I just have a feeling. Sometimes you just have that feeling that certain players coming in is going to be sensational. It's like I had the feeling with Vince Carter, even though a lot of his was evident because of the way he played at North Carolina, and they didn't even win a championship. You know what I'm saying? Utah kicked that strong led team by Antoine Jamerson out of the tournament. You remember that? Andre Miller. Y'all remember Andre Miller? Andre Miller and Doliak and those boys got them kicked out of the tournament. But that Utah team. And the Utah I mean, the North Carolina center claimed that one of the Utah kids called him an N-word. I remember that like yesterday because it was such a surprise to see the Vince Carter, Antoine Jamerson and company team get put out by a team up in Utah, led by Andre Miller, Watts Spiders, Watts, California, Doley, Michael Doliak and company. So Vince Carter was one of those guys that I just knew when he came to the league he was going to run him up. And he sure did that. I didn't have that with Kobe because I didn't know Kobe coming to college because he didn't play college. You know what I'm saying? But once Kobe put on a uniform and the Lakers drafted it, well, Lakers drafted Charlotte drafted him so high, and there was a trade between him and Vlade Divac across the board by the geniusness of Jerry West. I'm like, who is this? Who the hell they traded Vlade Divac for? Because if you can remember, all Laker fans, Vlade Divac was a Laker favorite. People cheered Vlade. And for him to be traded for a non-proven 17-year-old or 18-year-old at the time, 17 drafted, 18 once he became a Laker, that was unheard of from Laker Nation, Lakerland. Before there was Laker Nation, there was Lakerland. That was unheard of because we normally get proven basketball, whether college or free agent. They're proven. You know they can spread mustard on a hot dog. And I just believe Scoot Henderson is from that cloth that he is going to be dynamic, sensational to watch. Something similar to John Morant. Because we found about John Morant in college, right? I mean, the tournament, actually, not just college, but the tournament. Now, those are more hardcore John Morant fans that grew up in the Carolinas. They probably knew of him sooner than that. But I knew of Zion. I didn't know of John. I knew Zion from down here in South Carolina, running them up to the AAU high school, especially when he played LaMelo in Las Vegas. That's where that game took place at, Las Vegas, during the Miles Ball Summer League. And I just believe Scoot Henderson is going to be one of those type of players that come in and be dynamic. I had the feeling with Russell Westbrook, same way with Russell Westbrook. I didn't have that feeling with Kevin Love, even though Kevin Love was probably one of the best players ever to play one season at UCLA outside of Lonzo Ball. I didn't have that feeling with Kevin. I didn't know he was going to be
Down low,
sensational.
I did. Down low in the post, I did. As far as being a stress forward, I panicked. But as far as down low in the post, I did.
Yeah, good for you because you had more insight than me on Kevin Love. I just didn't see it coming. I felt Westbrook. I did feel Westbrook. Knew he was going to be somewhat of a dynamic player. But Kevin Love, I just have no clue he could dominate in his prime. And I just feel Scoot Henderson. I don't feel that from Brandon Miller. I don't feel it. I could be wrong. I just don't feel it. It seems like Brandon Miller is going to be blanketed with safety issues.
I
I don't see
disagree.
an explosion.
I
Yeah,
feel
I
I
understand.
feel I,
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm high I'm higher on Brandon Miller than I am on Scoop.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. And share with me. Maybe you can inform me.
I mean, I just love Brandon Miller's size, his versatility, his playmaking at his size. You know, he can dribble, he can shoot, he can get to the rim. You know, he's gotten better. Like I said, he got better at finishing at the rim. Shot. You look at basically from the time he played for SEC tournament, you know, up until the SEC played to the SEC tournament, 60%. And then the only reason why, you know, a lot of people get on the NCAA tournament, which I can understand, you know, he was playing through a growing injury. So I mean, I'm very high on Brandon Miller, man. I like the guy, man. He has a strong mentality. He works hard. So I'm looking forward for him. What he gonna do in Charlotte? I'm looking forward to it. I'm very high on Miller, man. Very high.
So out of the LaMelo Ball draft class of 2020, you got three of that draft class mates
They got paid.
that got paid. And remember, they were trying to claim it was a weak draft. Based on LaMelo Ball being a high pitch in that draft. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember all that talk? All that kerfuffle and controversy surrounding LaMelo Ball? Oh, he's not interviewing well. He's dropping in the draft, and teams are not looking to take LaMelo Ball. He could fall all the way down to 13. You remember all that stuff?
Yes, I
Who
do.
remembers that? Please raise your hand.
I remember it all too well.
That's crazy. And it was this is a weak draft. And they got three, not one, not two, but three at the moment that is north of 200 freaking million dollars. Unbelievable.
Be and it's gonna be for
And
Anthony
Anthony
Edwards.
Edwards hasn't been signed yet. Unfreaking believable. That draft class. And they called it weak. Shame on these people, man. You can't, I'm telling you, you got to bar none when it comes to old media. Now, they got the numbers. We give them that. We can get the numbers from them, and we can just don't take their narrative. That's all I'm saying. Don't take, be discerning when it comes from old media releasing information. But when it comes to the numbers and all that type of stuff, yeah, numbers don't lie. Men and women lie, numbers don't lie. We can always use them in their numbers because they do the work. We're not out here doing the work. We're not mathematicians like that. But they do the work, so you can always use their numbers as reference. But do not use their narrative. When they start giving their opinions and narratives and stuff, don't take it as Bible. Because their narratives and their opinions, just like us, everybody has an opinion, just like an asshole, right? We take our opinions with us wherever we go. We don't leave our opinions outside of ourselves. It's like when we leave the rim of our assholes outside of ourselves. But nevertheless, not to be vocal, not to be vocal, not to be vocal. I just have to put emphasis is that do not accept their narrative unless it crunches down to the reality of what they're doing. Because they'll tell you that horse is not black. That horse is yellow. And we know we're looking at a stallion. We know we're looking at a black horse. But they'll tell you, no, that horse it's not really black, it's yellow. I'm telling you, it's yellow. So be careful with the narrative that old media will bring you, and you use it as alter, order, and banter in high level conversation. So don't borrow their narrative. Borrow their numbers. Borrow their numbers because numbers are what they are. People have did the work to get the sum total value of that equation. The numbers are good. But their narrative, don't even trip off that. You can scan it, you can analyze it, you can break it down. And if it ain't right, don't use it on face value. That's the only thing I'm saying. Don't use their narrative on face value because you think they got the connection. A lot of them don't have connection. That's why they freaking fired right now. They cannot bring nothing to the table outside of their opinions, their ass. That's the only thing they bring. They don't have connection. They're not breaking it. They just celebrities up there bumping their gum most of the time. And this is what pisses people like Stephen A. Smith off. Because these Stephen A. Smith have connection.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these other people don't have it. And you're thinking they do. But they get information from other members of ESPN that's helping them out because they're on TV. But when it comes to that dog fight and that survival versus love, you don't get them bringing nobody, no guests up on their channel because they do not have the relationship with the right people. They're just dead weight. Falling. We told you, even Raw Truth Media, DJ Raw Uncut. We would told you, do not believe what these people are talking about this draft. This draft is cheap. They're only doing it because they're trying to weaken LaMelo's work. And I believe that right now to this day. It might sound far-fetched because he is a ball. And LeVar made history when he produced two sons that got drafted in the top three in the NBA. Never has been done before. Now, I don't know if it can ever be done again. I don't know. But right now, he's the only male specimen that produced two top three NBA players in the 75-year history of the NBA. And we all know how they feel about LeBron. And so they take it out on his son because they can't do LeVar none. Because he's not tethered to it. He's an independent businessman who come as he goes. And he
Dex,
represents freedom.
Dex, I won't say that.
Excuse me.
As a father, I applaud him as a father. I honestly applaud him as a father. He applied pressure to his sons, and with applying that pressure, the sons are the ones that have to back it up. So that's the only pushback I have for him. I applaud that man as a father. I honestly do. All the extra that he applied to them, that that's where I only give my pushback. Because that over speaking, that put pressure on his sons to back that up. But other than for that, I love him as a father, man. I do. And I'll never say anything wrong about him being a father. I will never. But that extra pressure, come on, man, that's pressure.
Well, I don't know about what level of pressure you might be referring to, but I know growing up in
Wow.
America, there's a lot of pressure. And you have, if you have black children, I don't know if you do it, you're going to have to apply pressure in order for them to be able to be groomed and nourished properly, that they won't hold under outside pressure. And I believe that whatever pressure that he applied to them was out of love and nurturing for them, because the world is not kind. It's not kind. If you represent yourself as a black man, it's not kind. I don't care where you at in the world, including Africa. It's not kind. It's not kind to black people. So you have to, and you have boys, so you have to be on your P's and Q's and apply pressure. Now, the Angela Ball, I don't know what that noise is. It's like somebody's rapping something. It sounds like somebody.
Oh, my bad. My bad. That was me.
But when it comes to pressure, right? Now, I'm formed by what his sons have said. Lonzo, they asked him about it. He said, big baller is who he is. That's how he's going to be. It doesn't bother him. D'Angelo, same thing. Melo, he said he thrives in it. And he loves when his dad's out there like that. He said it makes him laugh, right? Um, D'Angelo just had an interview with Jason Lee, the guy that runs Locked on Hollywood. Now, I know a female that knows him personally, right? I don't know him personally, but she does. And she been knowing him way before he become the multimillionaire that he is right now, Jason Lee. And so D'Angelo was on his show with his uh, new, newly found baby mama, Nikki Baby, or whatever her name is. I don't know who she is. But I know she was a star of hip hop. And Jason Lee was a part of that cast as well. And so he asked D'Angelo about his pops. This is recent. This is within the last week, right after the baby shower. He said, D'Angelo, your pops out there, I'm paraphrasing. But your pops out there, being as vocal as he is, We all know he's boisterous, verbose. How did that sit with you, your brother? And D'Angelo said, humbly, doesn't bother me. We grew up, so we used to. Y'all the ones. Um, I love my pop. Without him, I probably wouldn't be right here, right now, talking to you as an NBA basketball player. He taught me basketball. I love my mom too. Yeah, I love my mom too. But my pops is different, basically because he was in our chest as men, putting that pressure that you talking about. As men, as young boys growing up, it gave us a stupendous amount of opportunity to go whatever way we wanted to go. He said he didn't force us to play basketball. Whatever we wanted, because they played basically all sports coming up, and they end up sticking with basketball. They play baseball, they play football, things of that nature. And so they stuck with basketball, so that's what they read. That's what they say, okay, this is what you want, this is what we're going to focus on. This is what we're focusing on. You can't hang, then, go play the swings. So pressure is something that they was groomed under. So by the time they met the world, after being groomed for 18, 19 years by their dad, by the time they met the world, the NBA, that pressure was child's play according to them. That's not pressure to them. So the pressure that you saying that you disagree with, I don't know if it's a pressure that you felt as a black child growing up in your family, or if it's the pressure of white folks not accepting for who and what you is. Because those are two different kind of pressures. And when you grow up under the banner of love, then that kind of pressure and love coupled together will make you a successful human being, regardless of what tour of duty you engage yourself. Now, the pressure of your peers liking you or not, that's weenie pressure. And I'm speaking from experience. That's weenie pressure. The pressure of white folks accepting you or not, that's
No,
weenie
no, no,
pressure.
no, no, no. See, this is why I'm glad I'm not queued up to the video board, because I would actually queue up the links, and I would actually queue up take by take by take of what the father has done. But this is the main example why I run from this topic, because you just say you don't know about the pressure that I'm talking about, and the father have done this, my brother. But you say you don't know the pressure I'm talking about. This is the prime reason why I run from this topic. I love that he's affiliated with flight sports. But for you to be naive and say you don't know the pressure that I'm talking about, the man had, oh my God, Dex,
Well, I can
I,
explain mine.
Dex,
I don't need no hesitation. And I can
Dex,
explain mine as well.
I love you, but
And it has nothing to
I
do
would.
with him being attached to Fight Sports TV because we're not ass kissers of the bar. We're not sycophants of the bar. We're not his cronies. We're not on his payroll. We just associate with him based on the things that we love about him, and we welcome him into Fight Sports TV as he welcomed us into the ball family. He
Did
gave us
the
up close and personal access.
did
So it
Lavar
don't have nothing to do with compromising our principles as being a legitimate, trustworthy, and truthful mechanism with our
did
telemetry
did Lavar
spewing
jump
through the
on
media
national?
of YouTube. It has nothing to do with that. So
Did
please don't.
Lavar jump on that? Did Lavar jump on national TV and say all three of his kids are going to make All Star games? Did he or did he not?
That's not the point.
Oh my!
How's that the point? Because a
All right.
father is championing his kids. How's that a point? We're talking pressure. And the pressure that I'm talking about, that LeVar instilled in his kids to overcome all obstacles and impediments that's in their path, is when they were younger, according to him, he made them play against
Have
players
Jello lived up to that?
older than them.
Have Jello lived up to that? Have Jello lived up to
Yellow has
that?
not been on the NBA team. He only been a part of their training.
That's not the question. Have Jello lived up to that, sir?
Lived up to what? Been an all-star?
Yes.
Not up to this point, no.
Okay. That is still pressure.
I don't think that's pressure. I think that's a proclamation. I think pressure and proclamation is two different things.
All right. I'm going back
Pressure,
into my
this is
cornfield.
pressure. Pressure is when you don't know when you're going to get your next meal. And you got to get out there and figure out how you're going to get it, because we know what you eat keeps you here or take you, or your lack of eating takes you away from it. That's pressure, finding out something to eat. But playing basketball, a game of fun, and you get into a situation where you can get paid for it, that shouldn't be pressure. That should be pleasure. Pressure are the necessities of life. That's a different kind of pressure. That's what I'm saying. That's a different kind of pressure. I grew up in a family of 13, and my parents had to feed every last one of us, or we'd be removed from the home. That's pressure. Not bouncing a freaking basketball up and down the court trying to show how good you are and getting the accolades and the fanfare appreciation from your peers, like and unlike. That's not pressure, because you don't have to play basketball. That's not something you have to do. But what you have to do is feed yourself, clothe yourself, and shelter yourself. That's something you have to do. Those three essentials of life. I wouldn't even go deeper, not essentials, but quintessentials of life. That's pressure. And we see people not performing up under those pressure conditions, and they become homeless, they become outdoors naked, they become hungry, and they become ultimately collapse through mental health, because they wasn't able to handle the pressures of the three essentials of life: food, clothing, and shelter. And water is a part of food, because that's something you ingest and digest. That's pressure to me. All this other stuff is not pressure. I don't even think a job is pressure if you really put it down to it, because you can always work for yourself. You might not be a multi-millionaire doing it, but you can make enough money working for yourself, even if you're on a corner with a hat in hand, panhandling for coins. You were able to feed yourself. You were able to make enough money to get a hotel room for the night, or sleep in a broken car on a side street, or a broken motorhome on a side street, or even with a tent. A tent is shelter. If you have a tent, that's shelter. So that's what I see as pressure. Not bouncing a basketball. That's just fun and games, man. If that's pressure for you, I think your priorities are in the wrong place, especially when it comes to spirituality. If you think bouncing a basketball every day is pressure, I don't know what to say. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to the Melo Ball for securing that massive contract. We definitely are are here to support his endeavors moving forward. I know some of us was 50-50 on the Brandon Miller Scoot Henderson pick for the Charlotte Hornets at the number 2 slot, and the Charlotte Hornets chose opposite of some of us, and I'm one of them. I was champion Scoot Henderson. They picked Brandon Miller. I'm good with it. I'm content. I'm not upset because they picked someone that I thought was lesser than. the pick that I thought they should take. I'm not that prideful. I don't get down like that. I see many suns rise, and I see many suns go beyond the horizon, set, sunset. I see many moons shine, and I see many moons become dull in daylight, even though the moon is still visible. So to be a simpleton, to have such false pride based on a choice that I have no idea, no inside information on, and just made a educated guess, and mine was Scoot Henderson, and they chose Brandon Miller. I have no problem with it. Because I mean, it wasn't my brother, it wasn't my sister. I don't have no dog in the fight. I just had a preference. That's all. It just was a preference. And I thought it was going to be dynamic if that two talent was to merge on one stage and display their trope throughout the NBA together. That's all. That's the only thing. But Michael saw it different. Charlotte saw it different. Even LaMelo, according to some platforms, saw it different. And here we are with Brandon Miller. Now that Brandon Miller is here and LaMelo received a max extension, when people say, "Oh, he ain't worth that," he's injury prone. A max extension. Both my and putting them together to make a clapping sound repetitively in celebration of Yellow Mellow. Not from here. One of one. Rare. Puma Sports sensation. Rock Nation client. The Melo LeBran's ball have secured what we all thought he would secure. The max rookie extension in a teal and purple uniform under the banner of Buzz City at the high, the Charlotte Hornets. Uncle Vern mentioned in his somewhat soliloquy that there's a new sheriff in town, and he's shooting his gap at targets that are eating up the fat off the pig. That is eating off the fat of the pig. Wasteful spending must cease in the high, in the Queen City. Wasteful spending must cease. I'm talking these new sheriffs in town, as Uncle Bird has labeled them, put out a cease and desist on the embezzlement of money that has been served out of the reservoir of the Charlotte Hornets spectrum with two catbirds. Should I name them, or should I leave them nameless? Should I name them, or should they be anonymous? Is it fair to keep them remained at an anonymous state? Or should we call them to the carpet by first and last name? Should we put their government out in this YouTube landscape? Yes, yes, yes. Put their government out. Terry Rozier, yes. Put their government out. Gordon Hayward, yes. Put their government out and put their government on blast. because Uncle Vern, the icon, the legendary himself, came to Flight Sports TV and gave a somewhat soliloquy, concise as it may be, the way he laid out his synopsis on the Charlotte Hornets' new shares in town. It was very, very needed. And I'm telling you, Uncle motherfucking Bird is 100% right about the Charlotte Hornets moving in the direction they're moving. He targeted as a sheriff deputy, as an official sheriff deputy of Flight Sports TV. Uncle Vern targeted two players that must be eliminated, not yesterday, not tomorrow, but now. And these two players' government is Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward. Now, Uncle Vern, we got to come down to earth a little bit. Gordon Hayward is projected as a starter for the Charlotte Hornets, first tier depth of the roster. In the first five, you have LaMelo Ball, the newest rookie max extension player in the NBA, $260 million. No details on the contract. You got the number 2 pick overall in the 2023-24 draft, Brandon Miller at the 2, shooting guard. You got PJ Washington at the forward. You got Gordon Hayward at the 3. And you got last year, number 1 draftee for the Charlotte Hornets. Sew up the restricted area and be very defiant when it comes to intruders cross that line. So the backcourt of the Charlotte Hornets, listen to me and listen to me clear now, because I don't want no more kerfuffle about what I say, because people kind of mix it up for their own enjoyable pleasure, just to spark dialogue, debate, or discussion from me. Listen to me clearly. Let me know if you cannot hear me. Raise your hand if you cannot hear me. But listen, that 6'8" as running mates. So that means they should be some hell of a disruptors. They should be some hell of a inhibitors and making it very difficult for someone to pass through to get to the second tier of the defense. That length reminds me of the championship NCAA talking about up north, New York. I'm not talking about the city. I'm talking about up north. Syracuse Orangemen featuring McNamara, Herwick, and yours truly, first ballot Hall of Famer. Denver Nuggets rookie. He almost was rookie of the year, but LeBron had a little too much fanfare. Your boy Carmelo Anthony. They won the championship with high with young players, and Carmelo Anthony leading the charge. Boeheim put forth was very disruptive during that NCAA March Madness run. Unbelievable run for the Syracuse boys. I'm smelling something similar down in the high. I'm smelling something similar in the Queen City, Buzz City. Salute. You got the tallest freaking backcourt probably in the history of the NBA. Now I know New York had a tall backcourt with the Trails Sprewell and what's the boy out of Tennessee? His father was a coach. Oh my God, I can't remember. What is his name? Flight might have to help me out with this. Allen Houston. There you go. Allen Houston. Coach Houston up in Tennessee volunteered. Interchanged it. I think who else came over there? Did Steve Smith come over there, or Steve Smith stayed in Atlanta? Did Steve Smith ever come to New York? He might have stayed. But I thought at one time Steve Smith and Allen Houston was backcourt running. I can't remember if that's true. Unless it was Steve Smith and Grant Hill, Detroit. But nevertheless, that backcourt was stellar, and this backcourt is stellar. I officially concede to Brandon Miller playing alongside the newest $260 million man, LaMelo LaFrance Ball, in Buzz City. Look up at the cathedral. Please look up at the cathedral. Big old TV, and you see all the lights swirling around it, and you see the pixelation of that jumbotron, and the demonstration that this backcourt is going to put on that 94 feet parquet floor should be spectacular, and everybody should come around to Brandon Miller and get off the Scoot Henderson bandwagon, unless you're going to run with Portland. If you're going to run with Portland in the Portland Trailblazers, so be it. Go on, stay with Scoot, because I think Scoot's going to be a hell of a player, and I think he's going to be right up there with Rookie of the Year. I'm not sure if Brandon Miller would get that, because you still have Gordon Hayward. He's going to get his 20 touches. LaMelo Ball going to have his 17, 18 touches, or maybe more. PJ Washington going to have his 10 to 11 touches. Mark Williams, one of the newest sensation of Charlotte, have shown that he can hold down the restricted area. I'm talking about that manhole down there near the rim. It's going to have his 5 to 8 touches. What do that leave Brandon Miller? So he's going to have to scour, fight. He's going to have to kick, scratch, and crawl for every minutia of opportunities that would afford him game by game. And we're going to get the first opportunity to see this Leaky Giant display his skills this summer league, the California Classic. He definitely is going to be on board for that. It's unfortunate that Wemby will not be available for that California Classic. He's saving all of his kinetic energy for the Las Vegas extravaganza. Everybody descends on Vegas Summer League. All 30 teams will be represented in Las Vegas. But we get a look at Scoop in the California Classic. But we get a look at Brandon Miller in the California Classic. So we here at Flight Sports TV, come aboard. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Yes, I'm going impromptu. I have no notes. I have no script. This is strictly impromptu. And I'm glad that you guys are rocking with us. And you're glued to your medium. And you're appreciating the telemetry and the temerity of this discussion. Coming to you via Facebook. Excuse me, not Facebook, YouTube. I'm on YouTube, not Facebook. Via YouTube here at Flight Sports TV. Let me tell y'all something about LaMelo Ball. Let me tell you something about LaMelo Ball. This dude can show his ass. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. He got his running mate, Brandon Miller. LaMelo's been all smile. I checked in with the camp. They say all the Ball brothers are good. And LiAngelo Ball is getting stronger and stronger every day. That's what they said. And then I got Pacific. Where LiAngelo lands, do we go back to Charlotte? Because we already knew LaMelo was going to get his thing. I said, since LaMelo is the face of the franchise officially, and the money backs it up, do LiAngelo go back to Charlotte? Or is he going to go overseas? That's when the conversation got silent. There was no response. It was a good conversation back and forth until I brought up LiAngelo destination. So they keeping it tight-lipped. It's like hermetically sealed. But LiAngelo did leak in his interview on Jason Lee. This is where I got it from. I didn't get it from the camp. I got it from Jason Lee. Thanks to Coffee for sending me the link. Salute to Coffee. I'm on it. Because I don't watch stuff like that. I do not watch stuff like that. I don't put that stuff in my head. But by LiAngelo being here, I knew it was going to be something classic. It wasn't going to be no trash. He said, when his ankle, he most likely will be going overseas. But wait, there's more. LaMelo Ball is that dude. It's official. No more listening to All Access talk about LaMelo Ball got the key. I'm going to this stream. I'm going to that stream, trying to help them with information. They doubted me. They throwing rotten tomatoes at me. They're throwing onion peels. I'm talking about sliced cucumbers. Listen, they trash you. They trash me, but it's all good. Because I said they just don't have the info. And they don't trust another black man to give them the info. They got to wait on the Wolves part. They got to wait on Sham. They got to wait on Nick Manna. You know, I understand how it goes. I've been on this earth for over 50 years. So I know how black people are. Black people. Nigga, you don't know shit. And then they want to question you. Who's your source? Well, damn, who's Wolves' source? Who is Sham's source? Do y'all question him? Who is Stephen A. Smith's source? Who is Jalen Rose's source? Y'all question him? No. Who is Jacob Jacoby's source? Do y'all challenge them? No. You accept them? So I know how Negroes are, but it's okay. I love you more than you hate yourself. Trust me, this is real. Because I wouldn't be here if I didn't. If I didn't love you more than you hate yourself and making myself available for Flight Sports TV to share information that I had, I could keep it with myself and work it. Because damn, I live out there. I can work it. I got access. You don't think I can use that access into pry into other fields? Hey, Lamar, check this out. You think the boys can come along? Come on, man. Be for real. Got Marcus. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop this crap. I know people who know James Harden family. I know people who know Russell Westbrook dad. Straight up. Straight up. So I'm not out here bootlegging. That ain't what I do. I got damn near $5,000 worth of bills to pay every freaking month. The hell I'm out here bootlegging on Flight Sports TV for? And we're talking about pressure. Are you freaking kidding me? And some of y'all know I ain't lying. Y'all see my lifestyle. Y'all know that shit ain't cheap. But I do. If you happen to appreciate yourself in some of my social media activities, that shit is real. You can't fake that. You can't fake a video. You can't fake a lie. You can fake pictures, yeah, but you can't fake a lie. You can't fake a video. So I'm not a farce. I'm not a facade. I'm not fake. It's that Light Sports TV has won my heart, and I take time out of my busy schedule, out of my life space that I can't never get back according to time. I can't never get it back to ingratiate myself with Light Sports TV, regardless of who's listening. I know it's a lot of haters in the bushes listening, trying to steal a hearing, take what we break here at Flight Sports TV and then play with it and try to make it their own. We know that. We do our tours of duties from time to time to scour the landscape, see where it's at. That's just the nature of this, you know. So when you talk about pressure as a individual, please understand, put it in perspective. I'm not talking popular. Is food, clothing, and shelter, the three quick essentials of life. Even in the jungles, they have some form of clothing. They're not always 100% raw, nude, naked. So they understand the covering of the body protects the body. It doesn't have to be fashionable. You can put bushes on your body and still protect your body. You can put animal skin on your body, still protect your body. It doesn't have to be Louis, Gucci, or Prada. Just put protection on your body. That's what it's for. It's not covering for shame. I know that's biblical, but it's not covering for shame. It's covering for protection because you have holes in your body, man. Women have 3 holes. Men have 2 holes in your body. Those holes have to be protected because alien debris can get into your body because it's an open. You can get sick. So it's only to shield from illness that we have clothes. That's why it's essential. Because if we just roam around without nothing, your lifespan would be definitely short. And some of the illness that you may catch might not even have a name to it. So that's why even in the remote jungles and deep forests and sweltering Amazon, those people that abode in those locations have covered. Their whole body may not be covered, but a portion of their body that's essential is covered. They don't go 100% nude, naked all the time. They do have their harvest and their festivals and their rituals where they do go naked, and that's their spirituality. But they still cover from time to time as well. So we know pressure is the 3 quintessentials of life: food, clothing, and shelter. Basketball is pastime. That's what basketball is called. Pastime, not pressure. If you enter basketball with pressure, something is wrong with your mental faculty. That's the only thing I'm saying. Because you're not born to play basketball. You're born to live. That's what you're born. You're born to live, and eventually you will die because we're organisms. And organisms have time spans where they occupy space. and then there's an expiration date. But until then, it's your job to maintain your existence. That's your job as a human being to maintain your existence. Now, you can put layers on that. You can put shades of meaning on it, but that's your job. And this is why it is natural for a newborn baby to look for suckling. It's natural. The first thing they're looking for is nourishment. He's not asking, what the hell my name is? Who your baby dad? What your name is? Ain't no baby coming out like that. Baby coming out for nourishment because it knows naturally, instinctively, it needs that to survive. And where do they find that nourishment? The closest thing to it. It's mama mammary gland. That's where they get its natural nourishment. Now, some like to deal with the cow. They don't want babies all the time. Let the cow deal with it. However, you see fit. When that baby comes in for nourishment. That's pressure. That baby, if it don't eat, what happens? It's gonna die. It's gonna rot out. That's how the baby dies. All the moisture just rot out, and it becomes rigor mortis, and it dies. So that's the first thing it seeks is nourishment. That's pressure. Not playing basketball. Don't get it twisted. It's not basketball. And listen, I understand all of us have our level of consciousness. I understand we have our own perspective, and that's cool. But when we put it down to the essentials of life, basketball don't come nowhere. Oh shit. Basketball don't come nowhere near pressure. Being liked by your peers don't come nowhere near pressure. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't have pressure because we are humans. We are community-based entities. We want to be liked and associated with other humans, just like the animals and the beasts of the field. So I can agree with that on that aspect. But as far as pressure, nah, nah, ain't no pressure. No pressure, no. That ain't pressure. Because you can live isolated anywhere on this earth. As long as you have food, clothing, and shelter, you're good. You don't need to talk to nobody. Now that might affect your mental to some degree, but you ain't got to talk to nobody, and you can live 100 years. But try not to eat. Try to just live out in the open. Try not to cover your major organism. Your major organism. And don't you know the largest organism on the human body or in the human body is your skin. Your skin is the largest organism of the human body. And that is the exterior. So you have to protect the exterior or else it will enter the interior. And once it enter the interior, what you gonna do? Cut yourself open. Are you gonna cut yourself open? No, you're not gonna cut yourself. You're not gonna self-deprecate yourself. That's not how it goes. It's not natural. So that's why you have clothing to help shield you from any alien debris that could enter your body or be attached to you. Pressure. Mellow Ball, Lewis, $260 million man. Hell, Steve Majors only got 6 million, right? You remember Steve Majors, the $6 million man. Steve Majors only got all of those who old. Steve Majors got $60 million to fix his body. LaMelo got 260. How you like those apples? And now LaMelo got the keys to the organization. He got the ball in his hand because he's the only point guard of significance on that team, unless you're going to count Theo Maladin, Dennis Smith Jr. Dennis Smith Jr. is a very valuable point guard. Theo Maladin, he don't turn the ball over. That's the only thing that I can say about him positive. He's a good dribbler and don't turn the ball over. But nice, I don't think so. Dennis Smith Jr., for the money that he is making with the Charlotte, or if they resign him, I think they're going to resign him. They'll be smart to resign him. Is a valuable backup. And he's reliable. You can depend on him. He don't get hurt. The man is a freaking Iron Man. And he's aggressive. He's aggressive at times. May not be as aggressive as a Scoot Henderson, but DJ, DSJ have enough aggression in him that we can honestly say that he is an imminent strike. Dennis Smith Jr. We can honestly say that. But Melo Ball can't get over this guy, right? This young phenom. He did it. He did it. Despite all of the criticism that we talked about earlier, him coming into the season in a COVID year. Melo Ball did it. Despite his injury and coming back, he showed resilience. Or resilience. He showed he's a tough guy. He's not a weenie. LaMelo Ball became an all-star. But prior to LaMelo Ball ascension into the all-star fraternity, because you can't never take that away from LaMelo. Once you make an all-star, you're an all-star. You're part of that fraternity forever. It's in the records. It's in the history books of the NBA. But prior to that, ladies and gentlemen, LaMelo Ball was Rookie of the Year. And he had a shortened season based on injury. And there was a lot of controversy based on the numbers of games played that year. Whereas Anthony Edwards was as stellar and he played a full season, but he didn't get it. So what do that tell us? Let's revisit that moment in history. Anthony Edwards played the whole season. Tyrese Halliburton played majority of the season because he got injured as well. And LaMelo Ball played barely over half that season. He barely qualified to even insert himself in the category of rookie. Qualified by the hair on his chinny chin chin. And he doesn't have much of that, especially him. LaMelo Ball won Rookie of the Year in half of a freaking season. Think over that. LaMelo LeBron Ball won Rookie of the Year half a season. So half of that season, it was a wrap. He did so much in half of a season as a rookie in the NBA that he won Rookie of the Year in half of a season, while other players played the whole season. And some played maybe not the whole season, but they played more games than LaMelo, who was up for Rookie of the Year as well. And he beat every last one of those. We're not knocking nobody. We're not knocking nobody. Because we appreciate that draft more than you know. Because they tried to say this draft was a stank thing. It's not no real talent. Anthony Edwards can't shoot. He just chunks the ball up. He's just an athlete. He's really not a basketball player. He's just an athlete. The best athlete on this team. And he chose to play basketball. Anthony Edwards told you out of his own mouth, bumping his gum in front of ESPN reporter. Oh, I'm a football guy. I don't even watch basketball. I don't even trip. Disrespecting game. Whereas LaMelo Ball, I've been having a basketball since I was 4 years old. I sleep and dribble that ball all day. I used to sleep in the bed with my basketball. I love the game. I don't really watch it, but I love playing basketball. That's all I know. Ain't that what LaMelo Ball said in his rookie campaign? So Anthony Edwards practically sabotaged his rookie of the year campaign by default by saying he ain't really in the basketball. I'm talking about thumbing his nose up at the purists of the game, the only guards, the gatekeepers, the writers, the pundits, coaches, scouts, all these people who get paid handsomely for covering the game and are voters when it's all said and done. He threw up his nose talking about how basketball ain't supposed to be. I'd rather play football. That's what he said. So he was somewhat castigated. A lot of hateful epithet was hurled at Anthony Edwards. I'm talking about vehemently hurled at Anthony Edwards from the purists of the game, the writers, the old head, for thumbing his nose up at the NBA, a game that have enriched him beyond measures and will continue to enrich him into generational wealth that his family would not need for anything for eons to come. They don't like that. You know they don't like that. Because a lot of these side guys, side guys, they're participants, but they're not on the court. They're not the talent. They're a different kind of talent off court. These guys, side guys, relish in the sport, relish in the historical nature of the sport. Can give you all kind of statistics. I mean, there are geeks that, and they were pissed at Anthony Edwards for thumbing his nose at their game. Melo was with them. I'm talking about explosive. He ran away with it. Wasn't even close. And it caused a whole bunch of controversy based on Anthony Edwards having a stellar second half of the season and put himself above Tyrese Halliburton and was it Tayshaun Tate or Jayshawn Tate, something like that. For the Houston Rockets, Sadiq Bey, and no stop. And became runner-up. After that, this $260 million future man, I'm talking LaMelo Ball. After that, LaMelo Ball received another phenomenal accolade, and that was the Breakthrough Athlete of the Year. The new Breakthrough Athlete of the Year. This is range spread across all sports. I'm talking about it was providential. Even rugby was included within this range. Widespread. And he was the new Breakthrough Athlete of the Year, receiving the reward out of the hands of the baby. The baby gave the recipient of that award to LaMelo Ball on national TV. So I want y'all to let that sink in. The new breakthrough athlete, or the breakthrough athlete, it's not really new, I just put it, but breakthrough athlete of the year The kid from Chino, the son of LeVar. And when he got up there to receive his reward as the recipient of that, he thanked his mom, who was going through or continue were continually going through her rehabilitation as she is right now. It's getting stronger and stronger. The $260 million. So he did that. Keep this in mind. Street. Shout out to Light Sports TV, The Machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest shit in the street. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And I don't know why you hold up. You didn't get this nowhere else. Hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Because I'm not here to hear myself speak, because I know what I know. And I've always been told no one cares what you know until they know that you care. And I already told you, I love you more than you hate yourself. That's a fact. That's how I've been groomed. That's how I've been shaped, formed, and nourished to love my people more than they hate themselves. And this is what makes me who and what I am today. I have no hate in my body for my people unless you become a known enemy. Then that's a different situation. Because I don't subscribe to that love your enemy shit. Not me. I'm ready to crack you inside the head to the white man if you become an enemy. But the Melo LaFrance ball, listen, please listen to what I'm saying right now. Because this is crucial. It's crucial. It's crucial. The Melo LaFrance ball did all that in a half a season. Do you get where I'm coming from? What you talking about, Willis? Do you get where I'm coming from? Can you hear me? In my silence voice. Do you understand what I'm telling you right now? Chris? My Chris voice. Do you understand the words that's coming out of my mouth? You know that movie. You know that movie. The Mellow Ball did all of that I just mentioned in half of a season. Let that sink in, please. Let that sink in like rain on a dry desert. Let that sink in. The Mellow did that in half of a season. That's phenomish. That's probably a word I don't even know if that's a word. But that's the phenom. That's phenomish. A half a season in the NBA with no, let me repeat it, and I'm emphasizing no, with no spring season, with no summer. Let that sink in now. Now, everybody in that draft was subject to the same thing as LaMelo. Nobody had it better or worse. They all were subject to equalness when it came to them, across the board. But LaMelo, as the spring chicken that he was, took the fuck off and broke a record that stood for 66 odd years. LaMelo Ball did. No training camp, no summer league. Just a week or two before the season started. And during that time, old Gordon Hayward, listen to this. Old Gordon Hayward was the spy or the spook that sat behind the door when it came to the men. Him, Cody, and Khalid Mark was the spook that sat behind the door. Watching this young phenom every move. to see was he was going to operate like a jerk, to see if he was going to display eliteness. That's what they was looking for. Because LaMelo had a Lambo at 16 and had his own sneaker deal, the youngest to ever have a sneaker deal in the whole entire world. His own deal in high school. You can say whatever you want to say about it, but it's still history. It's still in the Ripley's, believe it or not, as a world's record. The Guinness Book of World's Record. It's still there. Nobody has beat that record. In that same season, the Melo Ball broke Lonzo Ball 2-year record as the youngest player to record a triple double in NBA history. Did you guys know that? The Melo Ball broke Lonzo Ball's record. His younger brother broke his record as the youngest player to secure a triple double in a regulated game in NBA. It's since been broken by John Smith. Yes. But Gordon Hayward was a spy. He couldn't help himself. He told on himself when he was snooping around, trying to measure himself up to this young phenom that was coming to take his spot and supplant Gordon Hayward as the face of the franchise. Gordon Hayward stated stuff about LaMelo. And one of the things he stated as well, I didn't know LaMelo Ball was that tall. I thought he was lying about his height. Huh? Gordon, really? Did you say that about Jason Tatum? Who took your job? Did you say that about Spider-Man who kicked you out of Utah? Why LaMelo? When did Mitch Kupchak do? Well, LaMelo's coming in, and he's not going to start right away. We're going to watch his minutes. He has to earn every minute he gets. There's nothing going to be granted to him. What do you mean? This was the highest pick you guys had in probably 20 years. Number 3. I don't know. I'm just putting it out well. But in a long time with Adam Morrison. Is Adam Morrison? Did you tell Adam Morrison that? Of course not. But you're going to tell LaMelo that he's kind of the ball. You got a press conference talking about he got to earn what he gets when he's competing against a guy that's 5'10", and he's 6'8". Probably 6'11" in the shoe. Barefoot, LaMelo Ball is at least 6'7" and 3/4. And the shoes is probably 6'9". And you're going to tell him that with all of the fanfare this guy is coming with. And all of the game that he had to a 5'9" guard that can only shoot jump shots. That's the only thing. Shoot jump shots. Devontae Graham could make a left to save his life. Especially in traffic. I mean, LaMelo is not too far away from him at that time. But he's still 6'8". Well, dunking over Sabonis at the time in Indiana. Look, spinning on the 3-point line while defenders fleece away in the wind while LaMelo do a 360 and hit the 3-point shot. We already know he became 50% of Airbnb. I'm talking about the $260 million thing, in case y'all forgot. He was 50% of Airbnb. A sensation that the crowd loved to see, despite both of them coming off of the bench. They couldn't wait for the starters to come off the court and LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges, or Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball, because Miles Bridges came off the bench first and LaMelo followed. Get on that parquet floor and run up and down the court like thoroughbreds. And putting up lob passes from all angles of the sacred geometry of the court. And let me tell you about this $260 million man. He didn't know how to play with Miles until he got information from his big brother Lonzo. LaMelo sought out Lonzo's advice because Lonzo played with Miles Bridges and AAU. He was like, Lonzo, how you play with Miles? I mean, what do I do? What you expect? Lonzo told him straight up, put it in the air like you just don't get it. Miles will go get it. Miles, you'll die. I'm talking about the 260 thing. LaMelo Ball came the next season. Should have been a shoe-in for the All-Star with the numbers. He should have been a shoe-in for the All-Star for the numbers. He had a hell of a face-to-face matchup with Tyrese Halliburton with the Sacramento Kings, and Tyrese Halliburton was a no-show. Not a no-show that he played. He didn't play that game. Y'all remember that? He didn't play. And you know it was a one-on-one, a home and away game, because they only see each other twice a year. And that campaign of LaMelo Ball All-Star, the All-Star campaign for LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Halliburton didn't play that game. We all anticipated that matchup. He didn't play. He didn't play, man. He did not play. So LaMelo Ball put up monster numbers. He had to work on his turnovers, yes, because he was a little reckless at times. But nevertheless, he had comparable numbers to make him a shoe-in for the All-Star. And not only was his numbers a shoe-in, he was battling teammate Miles Bridges for that slot. And guess what? LaMelo got over, at that time, 11 million followers on Instagram. And if you count his Twitter, because I'm quite sure some of them on Twitter is one and the same, you can just put an extra, because more people be on Twitter than Instagram. You can put just an extra 1.5 million. So let's say LaMelo Ball had 13 total million followers between Instagram and Twitter. Well, he couldn't garner enough votes to get him into the All-Star. Not just even top 5, but the All-Star period. I mean, they gave LaMelo Ball 250,000 votes. And you can vote as many times you want. There was no limitation. You can vote 4 times within a 24-hour period or something. And most of the LaMelo Ball fans are young, so they stay itching with the Twitter feed. They stay itching with the Instagram follow-up. And he couldn't get 250 past north of 250,000 followers. We know that was a sham. We know they was playing with numbers. It got so bad, people were sending petitions to the NBA for a recount. Because you have players like Fred VanVleet getting more fanfare votes than LaMelo Ball. Okay? We can give Fred VanVleet the benefit of the doubt. You can't give Darius Garland. You cannot do it. You can't give Jared Allen. You cannot do it. The only reason why we give Fred VanVleet the benefit of the doubt, the light-skinned assassin up north, 6'9", is because he have a whole country behind him. You feel? Fred VanVleet had a whole country behind him to thrust him into an all-star. So we can give Fred VanVleet, even though he's not popular like that in the States. Because I think Fred VanVleet only had about 200,000 Instagram followers. LaMelo's 13 million. Incomparable, right? Exactly. Numbers don't matter. We talked about earlier, men lie, women lie. Numbers don't matter. So with that petition and JJ, his manager, Jermaine Jackson, going stupid crazy. I mean, he bugged the fuck out on Instagram about the shed. that LaMelo been jammed. He's been hijacked. So it got to the commissioner's ear, and the commissioner called LaMelo Ball himself, Adam Silver, and let him know he was the newest member to the All-Star team, selected as an alternate in the absence of Kevin Durant. So Kevin Durant, one of the most popular players in the NBA, and had the was it the second or third amount All-Star votes. I think him and Curry, Steph Curry was close coming in third because I think it was LeBron James first, Giannis second, and it was either Kevin or Steph Curry third or fourth. There was neck and neck. So you telling me one of the most popular NBA players in the NBA, you get his All Star. You don't get Draymond Green's spot. You don't get James Harden's spot. You get Kevin Durant's spot. And you know that's going to get me attention. Who's taking Kevin Durant's spot? Because he ain't coming. Hello, the French ball. I'm talking about this $260 million phenom. Y'all know the name, so don't front on the game. Coming into this season, Melo gets hurt after squandering. Listen to me. Melo gets hurt to start off last season, coming out of preseason. He got hurt in the final preseason. Charlotte Hornets with their shenanigans. They never paired LaMelo and Jello in one preseason game. How you don't do that? Where on God green earth? I'm talking about this blue marble they once called ether. Where do they do that at? That in preseason, where it doesn't even matter, in some portion of the game, team you up on the floor with your brother that you are close to. Let's talk about it. Well, Dex is the Charlotte Hornets, and blah blah this, blah blah that. New coach, and he's trying to, matriculate some of these players into their positions, and so they could be acclimated by the time the season starts. Blah blah this and blah blah that. Bullshit. And we know bullshit ain't nothing but chewed up grass. Bullshit. I'm gonna say it like Ernie Mac. Bullshit. America. How in the hell, America, that you can justify LaMelo Ball and LiAngelo Ball, two of the closest Ball brothers that we know, and we have plenty of receipts to validate that, are this. JBA, Chino Hills, JBA World Tour, Lithuania. Should I continue? And you have both of these Ball brothers in your building in summer camp, and you do not play them together at no increment of the basketball game in training camp preseason, where it doesn't even matter, and you guys are not fencing, you're not fencing, and you're not contending for a championship. Think over that. MJ, how an epic failure. Mitch Kupchak, how an epic failure. Buzz Peterson, yeah, you too. Epic failure that you don't put these two together. Just for the fanfare. And we all know, especially here at Flight Sports TV, was clamoring for the pairing of LiAngelo Ball and LaMelo Ball on the court at the same time while the clock was ticking. In a meaningful basketball game. In an unmeaningful basketball game. They could have played them in the second quarter. They could have played them together in the third quarter. No, but you want to run LaMelo into the ground until he crack his ankle. Shame on you. How dare you? And this is why you lose your team by default. Because of dumb shit like that. Do you know how much money that you would have generated by playing those two together in preseason. All the video content that would came off of that. You could have fed content creators galore, but no, you want to be selfish. You want to be mean. You want it to be non-altruistic. Mikey, Liddy, Buzzy, Cliffy. I almost feel like Cliffy was put on the spot and it was a demand not to play the Ball brothers at one time. Because it seemed too obvious not to do so. The Melo have an injury riddled season, and people claiming that the Melo is brittle. He can't hold up. This is why he don't take the ball to the rack enough, because he's too brittle. When in his rookie season he was taking the ball to the rack, but he couldn't get a call, and he ended up breaking his freaking wrist because he couldn't get a call. So why in the hell I'm going to risk my future of these old simp ass referees not giving me a call because they feel some type of way about my presence? They feel some type of way, and they have bought into the false narrative that I think that I'm above reproach and I'm condescending and I'm an elitist because my daddy's LeVar and yours not. Shame on those referees. And they end up cracking LaMelo wrist. And now the NBA want to say, hey, man, we might need to kind of protect LaMelo because, you know, he could be the face of the league one day. He's one of those young cats that we can bank on and profit off of. But the damage been done. Now, psychologically, LaMelo thinking like, man, fuck that going to the paint. For what? I'm not being rewarded. They trying to treat me like I'm a crash dummy. And I'm far from that. I'm one of one. I'm rare. Not from here. You understand where I'm coming from? You feel me, guys? Ladies and gentlemen. So he goes into this third season, which was his qualifying season, see if he can hold up and muster through the difficulties of being a Charlotte Hornet in an organization ran by Michael Jordan. And unfortunately, in Cliffy's second tenure as a Charlotte Hornet coach, his guy, LaMelo Ball, who he constantly was calling to reassure his position with LaMelo Ball, couldn't start the season with him. And Cliffy was devastated. Cliffy looks to the left. Cliffy looks to the right. And he doesn't see a viable replacement for LaMelo Ball going forward. So Cliffy's like, oh my God, this is caving in on himself. So he turns to Dennis Smith Jr. and he looks Dennis Smith Jr. in the eyes and say, this is your second opportunity to make a first impression. And Dennis Smith Jr., with a sigh of relief, inhales, then exhales, and it was a breath of magic. And Dennis Smith Jr. showed his ass as a competent and reliable backup for LaMelo Ball. They signed Theo Malden from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Gave him a 10-day contract so he can back up Dennis Smith Jr. And Theo Malden didn't do anything of significance except not turn the ball over. So I guess that was significant enough. I mean, his dribble package was good. He wasn't stealing the ball from Theo. I'm talking about this France sensation of basketball play. Some say he was nice. I say he was, he was less than mid, but he didn't turn the ball over. And Charlotte being depleted of talent, or should I say bereft of talent, they were just losing and losing until LaMelo came. I'm talking about the $260 million man. When LaMelo came back off of that initial injury that hindered him from playing opening day and I think 15 games into that season, he came back and they went on a 6 game win streak. I know it's not a whole because 10 game win streak, that's what you're doing. 8 game win streak, eyes are starting to look your way. But 6 game win streak for Charlotte Hornet meant a lot. That's like having a damn near 16 game win streak because Charlotte Hornets was bereft of talent. They had G League players out there: JT Thor, Theo Maladin, Dennis Smith Jr., Kai Jones, Nick Richards, Mark Williams. These were the players on their roster. Yes, the Terrys. Yes, the Kelly. Kelly and Nick got hurt. Cody didn't even start the season. He didn't come until like 37 games into the season, if I'm not mistaken. Gordon played and got hurt. So we already know what Mr. Glass is. So it's nothing shocking there. Jalen McDaniels was up and down in the ebbs and flows of the game because he was contemplating if he's going to remain in Charlotte Hornet or was they going to trade him. And they eventually traded him. Mason Plumlee was playing good with the Melo Ball when he came back. We cannot deny that. That was the best compilation of Mason Plumlee's play as a Charlotte Hornet in that span when LaMelo came back. They was clicking. Mason Plumlee was getting double digits. LaMelo Ball tricked him into upping his value commodity and traded his ass to the Los Angeles Clippers. That was the only way he was going to get rid of Mason Plumlee. LaMelo Ball was very instrumental in Bismack Biyombo trade to the Phoenix Suns. He got some draft picks because he upped the ante and the value of Bismack Biyombo. Same with Cody Zeller. Think about this. LaMelo Ball has upped the value of Bismack Biyombo, a man who was on his way out of the league. Because Charlotte is a place you go to die. Jalen McDaniels, Cody Zeller, Mason Plumlee. He upped the value of those 3 dead spots in the Charlotte Hornet roster. And these dead spots were getting minutes. And some of them was getting significant minutes. Do I need to name them? Or do you guys recollect on your own? And got them sent off. Charlotte gets some draft picks back. Melo's value to the team. They called him for a tour of duty, and he executed and got those players deals due to the attractiveness that he generated based on his association with them on the court. Giving them good passes, making them look good, making them look highly attractive by giving them easy plays to score. Because Cody Zeller was kind of screwing up for a minute. Bismack Biyombo, he took advantage of every opportunity Melo gave him. You know that. At first, Bismack was kind of screwing up, and then he figured it out. Hey, man, keep your head on the swivel, because Melo will give you that ball at any given moment. Not in a bad situation, though. Melo would never do that, because we never seen LaMelo really give up the ball to a running big in a bad situation to cause charges and all that stuff. When they did that stuff because they tried to do moves on their own and end up running over somebody, trying to do too much. Just go straight to the bucket and execute the assist. You ain't got to be fixed. So they're gone. The Melo input into that was fantastic. They asked him to do a job. He did the job, and those guys off the books. Charlotte has some three. This $260 million man, LaMelo Ball, get injured again. Ah, devastating. Everybody has their say about the height of his shoe in the proximity of his ankle. Melo needs high top. Melo needs mids. I'm talking about LaMelo Ball, not Carmelo. LaMelo needs high tops. LaMelo needs mids. He don't need to be playing in low top. Those are running shoes. He needs some more sturdy basketball shoes. We heard the commercial. We heard it. We can't lie. Some of some of us defended LaMelo and what made him comfortable, and some of us jumped on the bandwagon of the narrative that LaMelo needs to secure his ankles better. Because LeVar ran him into the ground. Oh, LeVar did it. LeVar did this to LaMelo. Oh my God, he ruined his son's career. $260 million man. Look at the bullshit they was putting up there. You guys see it. You know those two-faced bastards that's out there streaming and using the LaMelo content. Oh, LaMelo's done. His career's over. LeVar ruined his boys. I'm talking about the $260 million man. Y'all need to call those frauds out. You wimps. You run back and forth, but you won't call them out. But soon as Flight Sports TV do something you don't like, oh, I hate Flight. I hate All Access. I hate Sky. I hate this. I hate that. But you don't call those frauds out. Maybe because you a fraud. Birds of a feather flock together. When the real is on the scene, frauds flee. When the real is on the scene, frauds flee. Maybe that's why we ain't like the way we supposed to be like. That's why you don't like our streams, like our videos, knowing we putting out fire content, knowing that we breaking news, knowing this, knowing we have fire interviews, knowing this. We have real professional people come up here, people that you know and have loved throughout your journey in sports at Flight Sports TV. But you take the little wrinkle finger and you prevent it from liking the stream, the interview, the shorts, the videos. You guys know who you are. Shame on you. Because there's diligent research and work being done here at Flight Sports TV. We guarantee you an exuberant experience. This is what we're putting on the line. You ain't hearing that nowhere else. Ain't nobody offering you an exuberant experience. All they want to do is put their damn cash up in your face. Pay me, pay me, pay me. Super chat in your face. Pay me, pay me, pay me. But with Flight Sports TV, you know your generosity goes a long freaking way. And some of the technology that is put into the video and securing sophisticated and professional guests. And not only do we do it, we give you access. We give you access. We bring you up. Never seen you before. Come on up. Enjoy the fun. But some of you Negroes just love free shit. That's all you wait on, something free. We do Cash App giveaways as a promotion and to give back to the channel and giving you an opportunity to win some bread. And I'm talking about this Cash App is not restricted to North America or the United States. It's open to the world, man. Our Cash App giveaway is global. And we know the American dollars sit well in a lot of these countries. And we give you an opportunity to win 25, 50, 75, $100. One person put up a $500 Cash App giveaway. And we do it in conjunction with some of our content creators. They pitch in with us to make the ante a little higher and more attractive so it could be more engaging. And they help sponsor us with this. This is not happening everywhere. Motherfuckers gonna give you a raffle. You already know that's one of the biggest scams, a raffle. My little nephew finna win that raffle. Come on, man. Don't play with me. None of us is bigger than the moment. None of us should think we're bigger than the channel. Because Flight certainly don't do that. You see how Flight is an advocate of decentralization. Like put up the stream, like comes out, he introduces himself, he spew his content, and then sometimes he fall back into the background and let the pendulum of content creators come forth to express themselves and shout out their channel and shout out what they got going. And there's no reprisal. Flight barely even cam up for crying out loud. He ain't trying to be the movie star of the channel. He ain't trying to be the celebrity of the channel. We know Flight by voice and name, rarely by appearance. It's a meritocracy. It's good for us as a people, as a community, as comrades. It's good for us. It brings camaraderie closer if you don't have no hidden agenda. Now, if you have a hidden agenda, nothing good somebody could do for you. You're still going to be an asshat because you got a hidden agenda. But if you don't have a hidden agenda and you just love to talk sports with competent people, some passionate, some not so passionate, some intelligent, some not so intelligent, some acute and some not so acute. But you come as you are and we accept you as you are. And most time than often, if we was to have a testimony of all of the content creators that came up here that was a little nervous at first, a lot of these guys are blitzing right now with their channel. Because we gave them here at Flight Sports TV the opportunity to express themselves. And this is why we boldly can claim the voice of the voice. And when we talk about this $260 million, he came back off of that injury for the second time and got back into the lineup, and he was whooping ass. We saw that game against the Los Angeles Lakers. We saw that game against the Milwaukee Bucks. Mean Green, up there, Cheesehead. We saw how they ripped them teams apart. We saw what they did to the Miami Heat, who were the runner-up of the NBA Finals. We saw LaMelo and company rip them to shreds. We saw what they did with the Chicago Bulls, who was vying for a playoff berth and was trying to curtail their slippage. We've seen what the Charlotte Hornets did to them in a crucial game and a devastating loss for C Red Nation. Damn near turned that team inside out and upside down. We've seen it. We've seen LaMelo Ball get, 14 straight games with 25 points or more. Something to that nature. We've seen LaMelo Ball, that was a record for Charlotte. We've seen LaMelo Ball break another Charlotte Hornet record for consecutive made threes for his career. And he's just getting started. Wait till you see LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller in effect. This is what I'm trying to warn you guys. I know I was a scoop guy, but I'm coming closer and closer as information is being given to me. That Dexter, how did you ride with Scoop? Who were you listening to? Why would you take an outside stance from the clique, from the crew? Why was you not tapping in properly? Because it seemed like somehow, some way, you became detached from the inner circle by parading Scoot Henderson over Brandon Miller. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I was, like I said, maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I wanted to be so right. I don't know. I can't explain it. But now I'm off of that for LaMelo. I'm not off of Scoot as a player, but I'm off of that for pairing with LaMelo because it's not going to happen. We understand it's not going to happen. But what is going to happen is the association and pairing in the backcourt of LaMelo and Scoot, and it's going to be fantastical. This is something that we can all wrap our arms around and hug the situation more than ever. I'm talking about the newest $260 million man, LaMelo the France Ball. He got his money. He got what he deserved. They did not make him wait. Tyrese Halliburton got it first. The very next day, they shoved it down LaMelo's throat. Pause. 260 freaking million dollars. And now we waiting to see what Ant-Man is going to get. And I'm quite sure he'll probably get the same exact amount. Not sure. If not, he might get maybe 10 million over because he have took his team to the playoff 2 consecutive years. He has been a member of a playoff team. Tyrese Halliburton wasn't a member of a playoff team. LaMelo Ball wasn't a member of a playoff team. He made the play in 2 years in a row, albeit LaMelo Ball got slaughtered in both play play in tournament games. Indiana took him behind the woodshed, and then the following year, Trey Young and company did the same. So Flight Sports TV, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the street, is behind Brandon Miller 100% as a platform. Now, we do not censor, nor do we restrict, nor are we inhibitors to other content creators to share their feelings, their opinions, their perspectives, their analyzations of whatever topic that we speak of. We're not here for that. But as a channel, we're behind Brandon Miller. And I think going forward, we will defend Brandon Miller tooth and nail, like we will defend LaMelo Ball, because LaMelo Ball gave thumbs up to this young man. Despite his baggage and his alleged involvement on his off-court incident, despite any of that, I'm saying we got Brandon Miller back. Because you already know we got LaMelo back. You already know we ball family content heavy. So moving forward, be ready to be engaged in a fierce battle of dialogue, discussion, and debate concerning Brandon Miller in his association with LaMelo and the France Paul, our guy, from this point forward. So all you Brandon Miller fans, you need to come to Flight Sports TV because we could have breaking news for you throughout the season based on his play, his association, and the way he feels about the NBA. There's a possibility he could show his face. I'm not saying he will, I'm not saying he won't. But trust me, those in those camps, especially the LaMelo Ball camp, listen to Flight Sports TV. Even LaMelo himself. Listen to Flight Sports TV. I'm not saying every day, I'm not saying every street, but they know who we are, and they have laughed, they have disagreed, they have shown some anger. That means that we have their emotions. We have the attention of their emotions for them to go from mood to mood based on the content to come out of Flight Sports TV. I'm talking Lonzo and talking Jello as well. You already know Big Ballers is down with us. He listens to us often. He calls some of our content creators by name. And Uncle Vern is one of them. Coffee is one by name. And they might not be here every day, but he knows these characters. So that means he listens. He might not listen to the whole 10-hour stream, but he might go through certain sections of it and listen just to see what we're talking about, to see where the people's voice is. Because that's important, especially when you're building a brand, to know how to gauge the people that you are petitioning your product to, so they can support you and parade your brand. That's just simple business. Nothing difficult about it. So just keep that in mind with our new. Listen to what I'm telling you right now. Light Sports TV have an $80 million sponsor. Light Sports TV have a $260 million in LaMelo. These are our guys. No, no bullshit. Hit that like button, hit that notification bell, hit that subscribe button. That notification bell is important as well, so you will be notified and you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience here at Light Sports TV. So we are humbly satisfied and glee. I'm GLEE, glee, ecstatically about the newest $260 man, LaMelo the France Ball. Cop his shoes, cop his clothing brand, the frame, cop everything that is associated with the Mellow Ball if you're a real fan. Cop that same for anything that is brewing in the family. Don't believe the narrative, him and his dad. People was sprawling falsehood about a damn restrainer. I had to call myself. What restrainer? I was like, oh, never mind. Because I didn't mention no name. I was like, what's up with this strainer? What strainer? Oh, never mind. I'm tripping. No need to go no further. And then after that, you start seeing pictures and videos. I witnessed togetherness. I'm like, what the hell? Why are these people doing this shit? Who's leading the chores on sprawling such a negative narrative on family? Who wants to break up family? Only person I knew wants to break up the family was the devil, was Satan himself. That's the only person I ever known of who wanted to break up the family. Satan and his minions. I mean, come on, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't care what spiritual aspect you come from. I'm not even talking Christianity. And even Christianity tells you don't break up the family. I'm talking about spirituality. I'm talking about, even if you're talking about the motherland religion, whatever that you may call it by. Family is a sacred institution, you idiot. So only person that I know that wants to enter into the sphere of disruption of the family, which is a sacred institution, is Satan and his minions. And Satan minions are called devils and demons. Satan won't know togetherness whatsoever. And if you look into biblical standpoint, I'm talking about the Old Testament, the Talmud. If you look into that, it talks about a snake in the garden disrupting two human beings who were unsuspectingly of such deceitful messages. They was lame. They was green. And someone came and spew a false narrative in the form of a snake or a reptile, according to Old Testament, the Hebrew one. I didn't write it. It was written before me. I didn't even comprise it. It's a compendium of books put together. First 5 books of Moses. However, truth or not true, I'm just giving you a story. And it just gives us a demonstration to be careful of the whispering of the slithering tongue when it talks about division. You over here, you over there, when everybody is in harmony. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like an enemy was already formed. They were together. There was no enmity between Adam and Eve in the sons. But something came in there and caused that. And look what happened. By them believing that, it led to their separation of their son because he committed a heinous crime. And he had to walk the earth with a mark on him.
Shit, we about to get up out of here, man. We're gonna pull it back up a little bit later.
Salute, like, thank you, bro, for letting me breathe like that, man. I appreciate it.
All right, peace and love, Chad, man. We're gonna get back up. We're gonna cover some of this shit later on tonight, man. It's been a hell of a report.
And thank you, let me thank everybody before we crash out. Thank you, everybody that pulled up to Fight Sports TV. We appreciate you. Come back for round 2 because it's gonna be more frenzy going on.
Fight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.